Los Angeles. It is a beautiful, beautiful morning. At least I think. We're indoors and you're driving around sunny Southern California here, and welcome to the new 97.1 The Fan. It is time for D-Fish and Decker for the next 4 hours of your LA commute. And of course, you can follow us right now on YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch at The Fan LA. You can see our very handsome faces. And look at D-Fish. No hat today. Letting it breathe, big dog. I like it. Just a couple of shaved head, good-looking bald men here to talk about all things sports for the next 4 hours of your morning commute. And of course, you can take us on the go on the Odyssey app and, of course, the iHeart app. But dude, what a day for sports. I had a blast yesterday after we were done here, man. What'd your day look like after you left the studio?
These days, right now in June, it's all about high school basketball.
Of course. I see you're rocking your Crespi sweatshirt right now.
Yeah, I'm trying to save as much time as possible these days. So I'm coming ready, dressed for practice.
Not a baby.
And leave here, get over to school, knock some things out, plan out what we're going to do in the afternoon, and then, get the guys through some work. And then, late afternoons, they still have private training and different things that they're doing to just keep working and getting better. And so basically taxi driver for most of the evening.
Love that.
And then, and then kind of slowly wound down. But I missed a lot of the action live in terms of the sports yesterday. But tracking scores, watching highlights, and just trying to stay on top of it as much as possible while I was moving around.
I gotta say, Los Angeles was a buzz yesterday, especially around the bar scenes. I was in Santa Monica after the show and went over to my spot. My spot's O'Brien's, but in Santa Monica specifically, there's like 5 really great places to go watch yourself a World Cup match. And there's like O'Brien's on Wilshire. There's this big place called Santa Monica Brew Works that has apparently is getting so many fans that FIFA has even stepped in and sent security over there. So I guess they're gonna have 3,000 fans or something at the Friday game for U.S. Versus Australia. There's a place called Ye Old King's Head down in Santa Monica, which is a very old British bar. And the reason I mentioned that is England yesterday. The place was electric. That's all I can tell you, man. The English fans were out in force in Los Angeles watching some matches yesterday. And if you were watching it, you got to give us a call right now, 855-97-LA-FAN, and let us know where you're watching these matches. And, dude, it was a great matchup. The penalty kick that was immediately brought back, so we get a second go out of it because of a second penalty that happened. Harry Kane, 2 goals, 4-2 victory for England. A lot of fun to watch, dude. And I ended up staying there for another 3 hours because I just ended up in a banter conversation with 3 drunken British people. I loved it. I wasn't even drunk. I was just having too much fun talking to these cats. And you'll love this, dude. I got several people walked up to me, been checking out the show, loving what we're doing, man. So
that's cool.
Good.
And,
that was fun to hear.
Amongst their beer goggles, they still knew that.
Aren't you that guy? I'm like, yeah, I am that guy. I am. He's like, yeah, you and D-Fish are fun. I'm like, yeah, that's good. I think I know what he said. But it was a great time. That being said, on to more World Cup, and of course we'll get to the Dodgers today. There's a lot to cover in the NBA because, boy, sources.
Oh my God!
Sources,
the Source Brothers, boy.
Sources, they're out in force today, baby, talking about the Lakers' future
that they know anything about,
buddy. Sources. I'm so fired up for them sources today. I'm looking very forward to talking about these potentials, whether they're pie in the sky, whether they're realistic. But if you are anywhere on the East Coast, the place to be today would be New York City because the parade is getting ready to start. The New York PD just put out a statement that every single watch booth is completely full. They will not allow anyone else in there. There are clearly not 1 million people. There are clearly millions of people just marching around the streets of New York. The photos are on social media. The question I have for you so far, D-Fish, is simply this. Who do you think is going to be the drunkest? Who's going to be the drunkest player on the Knicks today?
A player?
Yeah, it's got to be somebody. Somebody's going to be messed up. Who's going to be Tom Brady, an avocado tequila version of Tom Brady? Who's that today?
That's a great question, man. I think OG Anunoby's already had his moment.
I think he's going to be sober enough. He's
going to be solid.
I'm just going to call it now. I think Josh Hart has got a long day ahead of him.
That's a good call. I mean, I don't know if Jose Alvarado drinks, but that could be an underrated
I didn't
selection.
think of that
there.
one. Can I put this one out there? Because
Yeah.
I'm not positive. Because I would like to think, because he's always Captain Clutch. He's so calm and collect. Is today the day Jalen Brunson just lets it loose?
Nah. I
would give anything
I don't
to
think
see
we'll
it.
ever see it. Like it's there, right? You're not a killer the way he is if you don't have it in you. But I don't know if he's ever gonna like super let it
dude, I would
out. I
give
think that's
anything.
his thing. That like he's kind of like Bruce Wayne. You
Yeah,
know?
a little
like
bit.
You're never gonna actually see Batman. They're in two separate places.
Man, it'd be great if we saw Batman today. I would love to see Batman today. Another sneaky one? Maybe not a sneaky one, but Cat's got to be up there. Cat looks
Yeah,
like he
I
can
mean,
put some down if he wants to.
Yeah, Cat should have a phenomenal time.
He
Man.
really should.
He so deserves this moment. In sports, we obviously we all get caught up in the productivity of a player or an athlete and how they're performing. We'll talk about Ohtani later and the
Yep.
Dodgers and
Big one
we
going
get
on right now.
We get nervous about stats and numbers and he's not scoring the way is he washed and
Ohtani washed.
Cat is one of those guys that's just taken a lot of criticism from all different places, fans, former players, current players, whatever. And for him to have this moment for himself, for his family, in memory of his mom, who he
How
lost
lovely
during
is
the
that,
pandemic, but he's just always been an amazing human being through it all, and so glad that he's getting a chance to celebrate this and enjoy it with his team.
Same. Really excited for him, excited for those fans, and excited for those Knicks players. But I look forward to actually, because later on the show, I really got to ask you about some of these. You've been in 5 parades, man. I gotta get some questions about your parades, and we will get to those questions. But you mentioned that man, Shohei Ohtani. Listen, not a vintage. Just not a vintage Shohei Ohtani night. Now, that being said, six complete innings. He gave up 7 hits, 4 earned runs, all coming in 1 inning. Not the best out of Shohei Ohtani, but also a little bit of an issue here. That blister causing some blood on his hand. That is not a good look at the moment. We will get into more details about that as the show goes forward, but you got Ohtani having his outing. Now, his ERA has risen to a pathetic and putrid 1.47. I know. What are we going to do, Los Angeles?
Such a high number.
It's so bad.
Unbelievable.
Well, here's the thing. He had a great day with the exception, of course, that 1 bad inning, giving up 4 runs. But don't worry, Freddie Freeman comes in the clutch right when you need him. And here's a little bit of that Freddie Freeman sound.
This is when the rest of the league loves that rule. Freeman flies it to deep center field. Mullins going back. He's out of room. Goodbye. Freddie Freeman flips the score with a 2-run shot.
That right there from Sportsnet LA, and that is the hottest play of the game from Next Gen, the next generation of home comfort. And listen, the Dodgers are rolling, and it's not that they just won that game. They won the series. They swept that damn series. And, it's got to be a good feeling sweeping that series, especially coming off of losing 2 out of 3 of the South Side in Chicago.
And against a good baseball team.
Very.
We talked a little bit about the Rays' struggles on the road.
Yeah.
They lost a couple games to the Angels in Anaheim. And
Tough
so
week for the Rays.
Yeah, really tough. California was not nice to them. Different kind of heat out here compared to Tampa, Florida.
No dome here, buddy.
Yeah, and so, the Dodgers, especially, one of the things I think that's really fun about when you're on a really, really good team is like being able to win in different ways, right? Like when the Dodgers win, it's not always that, they hit 6 home runs and it was 12-3. They've won games that are 1-0 pitchers duels. They've won games like last night where, the 5th inning kind of gets away from them and then they have to battle back. They have had some games where they've broken out and scored a ton of runs, but they've gotten it done in all different types of ways, contributions from different guys at different times. And that's what allows that confidence to really grow so that then when you get into those big pressure moments in the postseason, nobody really has to panic. Because you've seen it before, you've been there before. You have a point of reference to say, remember that game against the Rays, man? We were, we gave up 4 in the 5th inning, and we battled back. We just got to stick with it. And those things may not seem necessary, to win it, but they do. Excuse me, they do make a difference.
They absolutely do. And you're not wrong. This team has found so many different ways to win. And this is the great thing I think about, Dave Roberts. Now, yeah, he does have a depth that simply no one else has. But that's what I really loved when we had, Jeff Passan on yesterday. And if you missed that interview, please go back on the Odyssey app or go back on YouTube. You don't want to miss what we had the conversation with Jeff Passan yesterday, a good friend of the show. He was bringing up that just people hate success. Everyone wants to look at the money that the Dodgers are spending.
Is this not what I said about Oklahoma City?
Nailed it. They just hate success.
It's just,
dude.
So all of a sudden, SGA is the worst person on the planet.
Dude, look at the
now
Spurs.
Wemby.
Yeah, we hate successful people so much. And here's a little bit of that Jeff Passan quote from yesterday.
The issue, of course, if the Dodgers didn't have the payroll that they do, nobody would hate them. They would just be in awe. But because the Dodgers do spend a lot of money, I think the things that they do to complement that are overlooked. And the Dodgers do everything. They can go out and trade for guys because they have prospects to do it. They can develop guys and bring them to the big leagues and turn them into productive players. And we've seen that plenty in their rotation and with Dalton Rushing and with Will Smith and with other homegrown guys. They scout well, they draft well, they sign well internationally, they develop well. They do everything well. And that, more than anything, Derek, is why people.
I mean, it's just factual. I mean, like those homegrown players that he's mentioning, let's just go through the lineup that started yesterday. Tommy Edman, yeah, they traded for Tommy Edman, extended it, but it was the first game of the season. Then you had Pejas, a homegrown cat. Freddie Freeman, obviously, he's been traded for. Betts traded for. Rojas, yeah, we traded for him, but it wasn't like some sort of massive move. He was like a throw-in player that we have. We had Tucker, who we paid a lot of money to, who's still not really getting it together. Although a really important bases-loaded walk from him yesterday, getting in ribby on that, and he had himself another hit, so he went 1 for 3, and his average has raised to 241. Dalton Rushing, homegrown guy, who is currently replacing Will Smith, who's injured. Homegrown guy. Freeland, homegrown guy. Call, homegrown guy. These are all guys that are flat out not just contributing, they're producing at a higher rate. Hell, Freeland thought he was getting sent down the other day because when Edman came back, somebody had to go down. He got a wonderful surprise that he was staying up.
That's a great surprise.
Oh, man,
sure.
I wish I got that surprise. I did not get that surprise. You're going down, and you're never coming back.
They asked you for your key back on the way out?
I'm just glad I got to keep my suitcase because that was a real thing. When you get to the big leagues, there's this big Toomey, it's like a rite of passage in the big leagues. When you get to the big leagues, you get your Toomey suitcase that has your team logo on it. So when I was so excited to get that team logo suitcase. Yeah. I'm really glad I didn't ask for it back.
Yeah,
I wouldn't have given it back.
That would have been tacky.
Well, they were the Padres.
That would have been tacky.
We were very broke at the time. It was not this version of the Padres, to say the least. But no, you're not wrong. These Dodgers just find different ways to beat you over and over again. And you're also right. People just hate success.
Yeah, that's really what it is. I mean, it's. I'm not sure what that's about. What part of our brains and our. Our conditioning from how many decades ago where we just don't like success. But at the same time, those that have created it, we seem to still want more of. I mean, you think about, Apple's a very successful company, right? We don't hate that. We're not throwing our iPhones out the window.
No, I watch every single event when it pops up.
Andrew our boss doesn't like Apple. He doesn't have an iPhone.
I know.
It's just ridiculous. Dude, I hate texting people in green.
It drives me insane. I have gotten rid of friends simply because their text messages.
I know. Andrew, our boss, if you're listening, get rid of your BlackBerry. Apple is okay.
He has a BlackBerry?
He has a BlackBerry, bro.
What year and decade
But he be typing his ass off on emails. But I can't send him pictures or anything.
He needs the hard buttons?
Yeah.
Oh, dude.
It's crazy.
Yeah, I need tactile. So
yeah.
I had a BlackBerry too. I was in college. It was 20 years ago.
He still keeps it, and he swears by it.
I thought they went out of business.
No, not for Andrew.
The last BlackBerry user.
the last BlackBerry
I mean,
user.
yeah, I feel like it's a superhero.
But he cold-blooded on emails, man.
Oh, to his credit, Pretty damn cold-blooded on them emails. But those text messages coming in green, that is such a pet peeve. You mentioned when like people started hating success, right? When did you start noticing it like turning when you were a Laker? Because at first, when we first won it, I feel like everyone was kind of rooting for the Lakers. That kind of changed quickly.
Yeah, I mean, every time you went on the road, I mean, obviously the home team's fans are like really pissed. It's uniquely special though because Lakers fans travel well because of the success over the years. So there are pockets of Lakers fans in every NBA market, and they come out in droves when the Lakers come to town. And so it's kind of similar to how the Knicks ended up taking over some of the different road venues during this playoff run. Like Lakers fans aren't as obnoxious as New York City fans in terms of like
this is factual.
Their personalities.
Factual.
But the presence is there in terms of like they're out with their jerseys on, they're rooting for the Lakers.
And we are also a little annoying.
Yeah, I mean, annoying is different than obnoxious. There's
I agree.
Some slight variations.
Like here's the Knicks fans and their annoyance. We're over here.
Yeah.
We're there,
it's
but
different.
We're down here.
It's different.
We do have, of course, the United States coming out for the World Cup tomorrow, and we look forward to talking about that here on the new 97.1 The Fan. By the way, you are listening to D-Fish and Decker right here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports, and a little bit about that World Cup because, you know, when we had Charlie Davies on last week, we asked the question, is he him? And who is he? Talk about Christian Pulisic. And, of course, he had a good first match, but had to come out in the second half due to a calf injury. There's been a lot of speculation on whether or not he will be performing in this match tomorrow. His teammates have tried very hard to kind of quash down some of those worries and fears. Tyler Adams told reporters to relax and insisted that Christian will be ready. Timothy Way echoed the same sentiment, noting that Pulisic looks normal and he's fit, but whew, here's some sound about the Christian Pulisic injury.
This week. Now, he is day-to-day, but right now a good sign he's moving well, and we'll continue to keep you posted on Christian Pulisic and his calf injury.
I apologize for laughing through that. I just realized that he was playing the match.
Oh, you
theme.
didn't pick that up?
It didn't hit me until halfway through. Going,
it was very subtle.
I get it. Mash Ward. Well done. Well done,
subtle.
Raj. Is on fire this morning. That injury report brought to you by Ozer & Law, the injured worker hotline. You know, I don't know if necessarily the U.S. needs him. I'm still wondering if this is gamesmanship. But, hey, hype man Raj, talk to me, man. How bad does the U.S. need Pulisic in this match against Australia?
Well, Australia isn't the toughest match, but they will be better than their first match, obviously.
I hope.
But because they won the first match, and they've got it's not just getting 3 points for the win, but they've also got a goal differential of +3 since they won 4-1. So if they could just eke out a draw and you get 4 points, but you got a +3 on the goal differentials, you're in good shape. My fear is with the calf strain, as Derek Fisher knows, as you know, two former athletes at the top level, is those calf strains are tough, man. Dude. They don't go away sometime. You know what I mean? And it sticks with you. And so if Christian Pulisic, my fear for USA fans is if he re-injures this or re-aggravates this, I should say, it could last into the knockouts round, then damn, I would sit him down.
That'd be a problem. And also on top of that, I mean, due to the expanded field, I mean, he is getting a little bit of a luck out situation because it's a full week between matches, and then there's going to be a whole 6 days between the next match. I think in Qatar, U.S. had to play 3 games in nine days. That is not the case in this current World Cup. So if he were to take the time off, almost 2 full weeks of recovery, not a bad thing when it comes to a lower leg injury.
Yeah, not at all. And that's probably what they're assessing and evaluating, you know, day by day. They have to really think about this. So no, if they're able to get the win versus Australia, I think that would almost guarantee them moving on into that group of 32, into that knockout stage. So there's one train of thought that if he's healthy enough to play, and you can go ahead and get the win, he can take next week off because you've already
that would be pretty huge too.
And then you still can get that 2 weeks. And then the other train of thought is not have him play at all this week and to get those 2 full weeks. And then kind of regardless of the result, it kind of puts you into that must-win situation for game 3.
Mm-hmm.
So but the worst case scenario is he plays, it gets worse.
Mm-hmm.
They don't win this game, and then he's out for the next game.
Like there could be a scenario where, say, they decide to not roll with him tomorrow. They get not just the tie, but win. Then you don't even need to play him for game 3. Then you get 3 weeks off of actually getting healthy for that knockouts. Hey, there's a lot in the air. We will find out more tomorrow. Uh-oh, Raj. Do we got some breaking news, my guy?
We do, guys. It's just off the desk. Our boss, Andrew, has upgraded to a razor because he just sent me a very grainy meme.
Oh,
it was
that's
great.
lovely.
Yeah,
that's
so
lovely.
he's upgraded. So
I had a
shouts out to
racer
you.
in high school. That's cool.
Yeah.
It's real cool. I love retro things. That's awesome. Does he also have that Nokia pager? You know, the green one that's kind of see-through?
I don't think he has that.
Oh, dude, I loved that Nokia pager.
Oh, we got to put up a poll then your favorite old school cell phone.
Oh, dude.
We got to rock it.
I love that LG that had the first camera phone that could take pictures of nothing. I loved it. Had that too. Yes, what was your favorite retro camera and phone and/or phone? That gigantic block thing that Gordon Gekko used?
Ooh, that's a good one.
Ooh, that's a good one. Guys, we got plenty to discuss today. And, of course, only 4 hours to do it right here on the new 97.1 The Fan. It's going to be D-Fish and Decker. And coming up, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, sources. Boy, oh boy, D-Fish, do we got sources? Because the Lakers' future might get really amazing and, dear God, very complicated. We will discuss right here on the new 97.1 The Fan. Welcome back. The new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. You got D-Fish and Deck with you guys for the next 4 hours. Derek Fisher, Cody Decker, and all of you. And get in the chat right now over there on YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch at The Fan LA. Join the conversation. And yeah, you better believe we got a poll up. And this is maybe the most important poll we've ever done. D-Fish, what is unquestionably your favorite old school cell phone? And I got to say this. I didn't say anything to Raj. He put these 3 up. I had all 3 of these. I cannot stress this enough. The Motorola Razr, the BlackBerry, or what I think is the single greatest achievement in the history of mankind, the T-Mobile Sidekick.
Oh.
Buddy, if I ever decided to finally graduate from UCLA, next to my diploma will be my T-Mobile Sidekick because that thing got me through college. That thing was, they flipped. Oh, it was just... I felt like a secret agent every time I opened that phone. I would flip it just to flip it.
Yeah, that one's a classic. I have a photo of my oldest daughter. She's 23 now. When she was like an infant, and somebody was holding her, but I had my Sidekick open. And she just got like her little face like right next to the Sidekick, and it's flipped up, so it says Sidekick on there.
That's a great photo.
It's amazing.
I gotta say, and guys, do you remember? Was the Sidekick big? Yes, so much bigger than you remember. By the way, that was a laptop we kept in our pocket. It was huge. It was like walking around with a hubcap. But guys, D-Fish. Sources, baby.
Oh, my goodness.
We got to talk
These
sources. Well, the sources are out there talking in droves, and we've been covering a lot, obviously, of the Lakers as of late because a lot of things and a lot of what to do's with the Lakers with comes to LeBron James, although we discussed yesterday that it's looking more and more likely that LeBron might be talking with his camp about signing this extension with the Lakers. There's been talk about, obviously, the Austin Reeves of it all coming back. We quoted and cited yesterday exactly what Luka Doncic wants for the Lakers to do, and it seems like things are kind of moving along those roads, but there are sources, rumors, and innuendo out there that it isn't only things that the Lakers are looking for, because if you believe current rumors that are out there, the Lakers have internally considered pursuing Walker Kessler per The Ringer. Kessler has reportedly rejected a 5-year, nearly $140 million offer from the Jazz, and his camp is seeking significantly more. Now, according to possibilities, that's not the only report that's out there. So you got the Walker Kessler of it all, but there's also a report out there about a potential NBA draft mega deal. Hear me out on this, D-Fish. I know you love them sources, so I want to give you all the information the sources gave us. A wild 3-team hypothetical trade proposal that could shake up the top of the board involving the Lakers, the Wizards, and the Jazz. It would involve the number 1 and number 2 picks, Trae Young, Markkanen, and all of these leading to a path to pair LeBron, Luka, and a return of Anthony Davis.
Oh, AD now?
I'm just saying, for a couple of weeks, I've been reading a lot of, rumor and innuendo that Anthony Davis wants to be a Laker again. And I have not given it a whole lot of merit. I got to say, D-Fish, those voices are getting louder and louder by the day about a potential AD return to the Lakers. Is it a realistic possibility, or do you just chalk this up as rumor and innuendo?
I always chalk up sources to rumor and innuendo. I really do.
Until it happens.
Yeah, a lot of them come to fruition.
It does come to fruition at times.
That's like throwing a bunch of grass in the air and saying the wind blew 3 pieces this way and 2 pieces this way.
D-Fish.
And you got lucky that 1 piece of grass landed where you said it was going to land.
I remember a morning where we were sitting there, I'm like, Myles Garrett to the Rams.
Are you kidding?
What a ridiculous concept.
What dumb source said that?
Sources. 10 minutes later. I'm just saying, do I think it's likely? No. Impossible? No.
That's a lot of moving parts, man.
Oh, man,
This sounds a little more like a football team trade than a basketball team.
Absolutely
there's
does.
So many moving pieces.
Although the Lakers did just hide that numbers counter, dude, so maybe that's the gig he's in there for. Go and make extremely complicated trades.
Yeah, I mean, the math may work on this. It seems like they spend a lot of time, putting this together, and it can happen in terms of like the numbers, the contracts, etc. I don't know if the Jazz are ready to move on from Lauri Markkanen, unless they feel like if they're getting AJ Dabansta, then and they want him to be the face, and they feel like Lauri Markkanen isn't going to be comfortable kind of handing the keys over to somebody else, maybe. But I think, I don't know if like ultimately for the Lakers, I mean, whether that's a fit. Can you do LeBron, AD, Luka, and you've re-signed Austin Reeves?
Man, I don't know.
I don't know if that works financially. I mean, AD, maybe he's on an expiring contract, and maybe you could still make that work.
Well, how about this? If they could magically make the money work, how would a current Anthony Davis fit in this actual lineup? Say pie in the sky, we do have Austin Reeves and LeBron and Luka the way we think we're going to. And, obviously they're also mentioning that they'd like to get Austin Hayes back and
Jackson Hayes.
I'm sorry, Jackson Hayes back.
Yeah.
I'm wondering, like, how well does AD actually fit with this new roster?
Anthony Davis he's playing. He's currently playing under a 3-year, 186 maximum contract extension. So he's currently guaranteed another 175 on that one, averaging about $62 million a year.
Man,
there's no math calculator in the world that can fit Anthony Davis, Austin Reeves, and Luka, and be able to re-sign LeBron, and
unless LeBron's planning on playing for free.
Yeah, and do all of the other things. From a fit standpoint, if you're just talking about basketball, I think one of the things that like AD's kind of always been uncomfortable playing the 5. I don't think he's wanted the responsibility at times of having to guard opposing centers, and then I also think sometimes at the 5 he feels like offensively he's going to be forced to have to like post up every time. And he's a versatile offensive player, so he doesn't want to just get stuck like being the biggest guy on the floor, which means you're trying to put him on the block every time. But defensively, he's still elite. So the Lakers need that type of shot blocking, rim protection, etc. Amazing lob threat. I think he'd be great in pick and roll with Luka, with Austin Reeves, etc. We've seen he and Austin do their thing before. But yeah, I don't know. You think about AD's health in recent years. If you combine that with some of Luka's health, LeBron's health at his age, etc., it seems, difficult to truly envision. Fun to talk about, sure. But yeah, this one is a stretch in terms of how many moving parts it would actually take. It'd be fun, to see him back in the purple and gold. Like people can almost forget about you sometimes when you go away from certain teams. Like it's like you're not in the NBA anymore.
Yeah.
And
like he's on the Wizards. It's like he's not in the NBA anymore.
I think for AD, I got friends with the Wizards guys. Be nice.
D-Fish didn't say it. I did. Put it all on me.
In the witness protection program, how long they been there?
Well, how long has he been on the Bullets?
Oh my gosh. AD. I'm sure AD at this point in his career is not interested in like being a part of kind of a reset, rebuild. I think he'd make for a great mentor, but he's still too great as a player to like have to focus on mentoring only.
Oh, that makes sense.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He still has too much to give on the court.
He's too young to be unk.
Like super unk like that. No, not yet. So ideally he does find his way back into a situation where he's playing highly competitive basketball, meaningful basketball games in April, May, and June. And I'm sure there's some scenarios he and his agent are trying to come up with, like this one potentially, to try and get back to that scenario where he's playing meaningful basketball.
Well, another guy who you could definitely be placing the unk card on also is rumored possibly being linked with LeBron and the Lakers, and that's former Cleveland Cavaliers teammate of LeBron, said, and I quote, he thinks that Kevin Love could be reuniting with LeBron James here in Los Angeles. And listen, we've seen them be very successful before in the past. He is 38 years old himself. But part of me kind of likes that because just because of this, just because of the UCLA of it all. I mean, Kevin Love was a UCLA star, man. That's a return home that I did not have on my bingo card.
Yeah, and Kevin Love would be, just like we talked about with Anthony Davis, he would be Unc, right? And that would be important, in particular if the Lakers are, maybe looking at adding some younger guys or some new guys to the locker room. Kevin Love is that type of guy at this point in his career where, he's not playing every night. I think last year he played about 36 or 37 games out of 82. Still can contribute when asked to play or called to play. But primarily he's just going to be one of those great vets that understands what winning is about, low maintenance guy, not going to have to worry about him and his feelings when he's not playing that much. Kind of similar, like the Spurs had 3 or 4 guys this year that were, veteran guys that didn't really play, but they were just there to kind of like anchor those younger guys on the roster. And so, yeah, I mean, Kevin Love returned to L.A. And reunited in terms of playing with LeBron. I could see that, especially if, as LeBron continues to reevaluate whether or not this is his final year, like that familiarity with Kevin Love could be interesting.
Well, guys, we got plenty to talk about with the Lakers' future. Of course, sources are talking, rumor and innuendo, and man, it is going to be a fun couple of months talking these Lakers. Of course, we got plenty more to discuss as the show goes forward. We got to talk the Dodgers. We will definitely be talking some more World Cup, and later on in the show, there's a chance we might have an absolute legend joining us here on D. Fish and Decker, so you don't want to miss that, specifically in the 9 a.m. hour, people. That's right. And when I say legend, I mean, tippy top of the mountain type of legend. Look forward to kind of revealing that as the show goes forward. But listen, we love sports on the show. You love sports from driving around your commute right now in Los Angeles. But sometimes sports really hurt. And we are going to discuss that on today's Top 5, right here on the new 97.1 The Fan. That's right. Let's go ahead and bring in the Hype Man Raj for a little bit of top 5 here on the new 97.1 The Fan.
Yeah, that's right. Don't nobody know what happened. I'm just telling my business.
Yeah.
That's right, gentlemen. So this top 5, we talked about Laker history yesterday with Phil Jackson, of course, being introduced. And was that 1999? I believe so, 1999. Great day for Lakers. Well, it's another big day in Laker history.
I know what it is,
this
too.
day in 2008, that's right. Oh, it was a great Game 6 where the Boston Celtics crushed the Lakers 131-92, clinching their 17th championship. What? I'm just bringing up history. This is history. So it got me to thinking,
Raj.
Huh? Yeah.
That's how you want to start.
This is history. I just got to go through history, guys. This is an educational show, too, for the kids, right? We do it for the kids. Okay. That's right. So this day, we talked about that. It was a crushing loss for some. Anything's possible and all that, but I know it hurt some people here in L.A.
One funky championship they won in 2008.
Yeah. Well, they won one more if you guys didn't cheat. But listen, and luckily Perkins missed that game because that lineup was undefeated when Perkins.
You sound ridiculous, just like somebody.
I seem to remember someone needing to go to the bathroom and being wheeled out of the court.
You did fine. You did fine. But anyway, guys, so it got me to thinking, as a fan and a player, because you guys both played at top level, you played a lot of games, but you also watched a lot of games because you were watching as a fan before winning. What are your top 5 most hurtful losses ever? What you got, Fish? That's you. Oh, you want the thing? Go ahead, Fish.
Número 5.
There you go, Fish. I got you.
Yeah. This is like hurtful moments in my life experience, or like just
you're watching as a fan or on the court, because you did both. You're one of the few that have done both of them at the highest level. So, but I also know you're a Cowboy fan, so there might have been hurtful times then. So talk to me. What's your number 5?
Well, that's been hurting every week for 30 years.
Yeah. So for me, as a sports fan, remember the guy that it was the Cubs game, 2003.
Yes,
Steve Bartman.
I do.
He reached over and grabbed
Moises
Alou,
I believe, was fielding.
That hurt, bro.
2003.
I didn't know him. I'm not a Cubs fan.
You just sympathize for him?
Oh, that hurt.
Okay.
He sat there. He felt so bad.
Dude, it's on my list, too. Okay. 2003, Chicago Cubs, Steve Bartman over Moises Alou. Moises Alou was one of my coaches in the San Diego Padres. I have been out drinking with this wonderful man.
Yes.
Moises, would you have caught that ball? Puts his head down, looks back up. Yep.
Oh.
Ooh. Now, keep in mind, they still had a lead, and they gave up the lead after that, so it wasn't all Steve Bartman's fault, but man,
he took the brunt of it for quite a while.
That was so painful watching that
Real
live.
quick, before we move on, Moises Alou, did he wear no batting gloves?
No batting gloves.
And he did a little something to get his hands ready?
They claim
that he would urinate
on his hands as protection for his said hands.
Yes. And
I have never had this confirmed.
Okay.
I did also think about asking him, but I was afraid what the answer would be.
Okay, fair enough. Moving on. That's true. I knew that, Fisher. That's why I'm asking. Yep.
Did you guys share glasses at the bar?
No. I also made sure I avoided shaking hands.
All right. Number 4,
Número
most
cuatro.
hurtful moment for you, Fish.
Well, I don't remember the year because I'm still traumatized. Cowboys, 49ers. I don't know if it was.
It was 1980.
Oh,
no,
80,
no.
80.
Because the 49ers, it was the catch, Dwight Clark, and he went on to play the Cincinnati Bengals.
Oh, that hurt me.
It was 80, yeah.
That hurt me
80-81. I believe it was 81, something like that, yeah.
Yeah, that hurt. I remember that. That was an emotional, afternoon as a kid, watching Dwight Clark catch that ball at the peak, caught it at the peak, 87, stretched out. And, yeah, man, I'm still hurt by that, especially now that I've retired as a Cowboys fan. That was I missed that moment.
82. So it was the 81 season, like I said, but it happened in 82 when the playoffs happened in January. But yeah, that was hurtful. Gar, what you got?
2008, what this list is based on. I remember watching it at a Boston bar wearing a Magic Johnson
Anything's
jersey.
possible.
You need to shut your mouth, sir. I was there simply hoping that we can get the win, and I wanted to wear purple and gold in front of all of these sycophantic Boston fans.
Yeah.
And I went home very disappointed that day. It was a tough day for your boy. Maybe a tougher day for other people at this table, but definitely it was a tough day for me too.
Yeah, I hear you on that. All right. Okay, we're looking for the most hurtful sports moments for these two gentlemen here. As you know, this day, 2008, as Cody just mentioned, the Celtics won their 17th championship. So that brings us to number 3, Fish.
Número 3.
I'm trying to decide between like my own experience or like a fan experience. I'm gonna go with the fan experience.
Yeah, we like both.
My moments are like whatever that's been read about and talked about. I will come back to one though.
Yes.
I'm gonna go with when the Dodgers lost in Game 7 in 2017.
Oh, that was hurt.
I know the Astros got caught up later, but I was ready for the Dodgers to break through that year.
Darvish got clobbered in that game.
Yeah,
it was tough.
Yeah, that was frustrating to watch and see that unfold. I was back in LA after coaching the Knicks, and I was in between Knicks and Sparks, and I really just kind of dove into like watching the Dodgers and going to games, and like really became a fan more so than just on the surface. And that Game 7 loss was tough to watch.
That was a bad game. Yeah. That was a tough one to watch. I agree. I'm going to go with 2003 because the night after the Bartman thing, Aaron Boone hit a walk-off home run against the Red Sox that absolutely stunned everyone in the world to the point where we were legitimately on both sides 5 outs away from getting a Cubs-Red Sox World Series while both of these teams were cursed. The curse was real, and both dropped these games and series. Awful 2 nights of baseball. We were this close from Cubs-Red Sox.
Yep.
We got Yankees-Marlins. It was the worst World Series I had ever watched.
Charles Johnson, was he the catcher?
No, that was 97. That was the good Marlins team.
This was
This was Beckett.
Oh, yeah. They had a lot of brothers on the team throughout that whole team.
Dontrell, I think, was on that team. Yeah, it was a good team. Make no mistake.
And wasn't Hanley Ramirez still there?
Ooh, he might have. He was
that
young.
Was last year, yeah. And then they would trade him the next year.
Miggy was there.
Yeah,
Miguel Cabrera.
That's maybe who we're thinking about. But anyway, you're good. I like that team because there's a lot of brothers on there. I like that. All right, that brings us to a hurtful moment.
Número 2.
Number 2 for your Fish.
All right, number 2 is an actual, like a moment for me as a player.
Okay.
And then I'll go back to number 1 is a fan moment.
All right.
So, yeah, number 2 is the game in 2008 that Cody referenced. We were up 24 points at the half, I think, or in the second quarter.
That was Game 5, right, in L.A.?
So much trash.
No, that was Game 4.
But that was Game 4. Okay.
When we had a chance to tie the series up 2-2.
You're right.
And, we got up big early. And I think they cut it to maybe 18 at the half after being up 24. The reason why it's so hurtful is when I checked out of the game in the third quarter, we were up by 13 points. And by the time I checked back in the game, and I don't coach the team, so by the time I checked back into the game, we're down by 5.
Oh,
so we were minus 18.
Yeah.
and I'm sitting here watching us lose this lead.
Oh, it must be frustrating.
And yeah, that was like the one time. I was always a guy that did what the coach asked me to do. But that was the one time I almost went and checked myself back in the game.
I heard that.
I wish you did, man. I wish you did.
All right, no, that's great. We're going to talk about that more later, too.
Yes, we
I
do.
know you got a lot of restraint there. Numero dos.
Mine is also a personal one, and it had nothing to do with pro baseball, not even college baseball. You know, Fish, we always talk about, we remember the ones that hurt the most. Mm-hmm. High school, 2005. I played in Santa Monica High School against El Segundo in the CIF playoffs. This win would have taken us to Dodger Stadium for the CIF championship. We played in the small porch field. This guy hits 2 home runs that should have been flyouts at our home field. We were driven nuts by it. Our star pitcher was suspended. I wake up some nights still thinking about 2005 high school version of me and how much I wanted that CIF championship.
I have those moments from college, but the list ain't long enough for me to
All right, that brings us to the number one most hurtful moment for you guys as a player or a fan.
Numero uno.
Okay, so for me as a fan, number one is by far, like not even close, is Magic Johnson's retirement November 7th, 1991.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
That just crushed me, man. I was 17 years old, so I wasn't like 7, but just what it meant to me, just being a Magic Johnson fan.
Yeah,
you know, it crushed me.
I wasn't a Laker fan, but I remember seeing Bird teared up, and that's what hit me. You know what I mean? Like even his adversaries were like, "Damn, man," you know what I'm saying? You know, at the time we thought what that meant. It was tough. It was tough. All right, with a minute left, your number one most hurtful moment, Cody.
Man, you know what? It turns out 2003 was a really bad year for your boy.
Guess, yeah.
Because I already have 2 2003 memories on this. Here's the third one. The Raiders getting their ass obliterated in the Super Bowl against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers from our old head coach, John Gruden, running our own playbook against us.
Watching it
unfold. Oh, my God. 48-21, and it was in San Diego, so Charger fans were dancing on our grave. What a nightmare of a year 2003 was. I would like that whole year back, please. What a bad sports year that was for me, you, and
would you have rather
else.
not gone to the Super Bowl real quick?
Yes, actually. I would have much rather us not have gone to the Super Bowl than that to have happened. It was the worst. All right, guys. Coming up. Sorry, it's so frustrated just thinking about 2003. Coming up, we got plenty to talk about. Shohei Ohtani. Hey, he didn't have his best outing, but there might be a real problem with Shohei that we do need to address, and we are going to right here on the new 97.1 The Fan. Back to the new 97.1 The Fan. D-Fish and Decker right here with you for the next 3 hours of your Los Angeles drive commute. And, of course, our phone number, 855-97-LA-FAN. That's 855-975-2326. And, of course, get in the chat on YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch at The Fan LA. We already have a poll up there because obviously we started the show with the most important topic humanly possible. What is your favorite retro cell phone? And, of course, our three options as we currently stand: the Motorola Razr, the BlackBerry, or my personal favorite, and I cannot stress this enough, the greatest invention humans have ever come up with, the T-Mobile Sidekick.
He said the greatest ever.
We've never accomplished more, D-Fish, as a people.
Oh, man.
I'm trying to decide what's better than that. Do you miss the Sidekick more, or do you miss the old Discman? You know, the gigantic hubcap that we would walk around with?
The Sidekick way more than that.
I loved me a Discman. Anti-shock Discman? Oh, all
When they
day.
went anti-shock, they went next level, baby.
Baby, those AA batteries would last all of 7 minutes when you actually clicked the anti-shock. Oh, I love that. Anyways, we got plenty to cover here today. Of course, we're talking World Cup because we are in the midst of the World Cup. Had a blast yesterday watching the English team take on Croatia. Absolutely electric in the bars around town in Los Angeles. And give us a call, 855-97-LA-FAN. Where are you guys been watching the World Cup all around Los Angeles? And also on top of that, we talk a little bit about the rumors and innuendos surrounding the future of the Lakers. And yes, we will discuss that more going forward in the show. And in the 9 o'clock hour, ladies and gentlemen, we have a potentially a real, and I'm not saying like kind of living legend. I mean, Raj, a legend, tippy-top legend.
And you don't want to forget about him.
And you definitely don't want to forget about him. Because when your album sales weren't doing so good, who was the doctor they told you to go see, D-Fish?
It's only one doctor to go see.
There's only one doctor to go see, and we might be seeing said doctor in the 9 o'clock hour right here on D-Fish and Decker, so you don't want to miss that. But we got to talk a little bit about Shohei Ohtani because yesterday we had a Dodger game in the afternoon. Freddie Freeman, of course, with the late heroics with a 2-run home run, and it was a phenomenal game. Shohei Ohtani, not his best pitching outing. He did give up 7 hits in 6 innings pitched. He struck out 5. Walked 1, but of course the concerning thing, and it's not super concerning, 4 runs, and they were all earned, and they were all in the 5th inning of this outing, moving Shohei Ohtani's season ERA from 1.07 to 1.47. Now, that is still a phenomenal ERA, and he's pitching quite good. However, big little problem that just kind of popped up, and it's popped up before. He has a very significant blister on one of his his throwing hand, and that is something that can be very frustrating, very painful, very annoying, and frankly, the Dodgers might need to assess how they're going to handle Shohei Ohtani over the next couple of weeks because we've seen them kind of adjust and then readjust and then readjust again how they're handling his pitching load with his hitting load. For instance, yesterday did not offensively start, only pitched, but then get a moderate pinch hitting appearance after he's pulled out of the game as a pitcher. Shohei has been hitting at an extraordinary clip lately. He's been pitching at an extraordinary clip. But I got to say, seeing that blister and specifically seeing the amount of blood that was actually on his hand as he was coming off the mound is very concerning, which got me thinking, dude, it might be a good idea because it is June 18th and the Dodgers not only have a comfortable lead in the National League West, they now have a 2-game lead for the best record in Major League Baseball. As some guys start coming off the IL, I really think we might need to have the conversation, the real conversation, to maybe shut down Shohei Ohtani on the mound for 1 to 2 weeks. Maybe just missing out on 1 or 2 starts and just utilizing him as a DH. And let's be real clear, utilizing Shohei Ohtani as a DH, he's the only man that's won an MVP as only a DH. So it's not like the Dodgers are going to be losing much. I mean, yeah, they're going to be losing a top-tier pitcher for 1 to 2 starts, but I don't want this finger to be lingering. As we learned from Dave Roberts, the manager of this team, right on this very show, it ain't about what everybody's doing right now. They want to win as many games as humanly possible. But this is about October, and this team's built for October. And when I want Shohei Ohtani really pitching, as much as I'd love to see that Cy Young around his shoulder, I want him pitching in October.
Yeah, well, that would be nice.
That's it.
That would be a good thing for sure. Two things. One, what comes to mind is, as a team, yes, you want him to be healthy September, October, et cetera, like super important, and you don't want to do anything that's going to mess up that ultimate team goal of winning another World Series title. Mm-hmm. However, like, even though he's probably behind the Miz at this moment in terms of the NL Cy Young chase, he still is in the running.
He's definitely in the mix.
And if you shut him down, not that he'll be out of it, but if he doesn't have enough games pitched, like, you just kind of start to lose that opportunity to possibly win that award. Now, the conversations could turn to where, you do have to make those choices sometimes in the season. Mm-hmm. Like, what's best for you, what's best for the team, and then how do we make sure that those things remain aligned? And if it gets to a point where this is also not best for him because he's not going to be as effective as a pitcher if this blister continues to linger, which we saw yesterday, can you blame it on the blister 100%? You tell me.
Not 100%, but we also had the knee scare a week ago, so I think a lot of things are compounding. The human body can only do so much. I mean, that's why Shohei Ohtani is not just kind of an outlier. He's like an outlier of an outlier of an outlier. In today's modern baseball, the amount of workload to be a pro pitcher is, to say a full-time job is an understatement. The amount of workload you have to do off the field, the amount of recovery you have to do, the amount of just basically warm-ups you have to do, the amount of bullpens and management of your arm that you have to do. It is a full-time job, and it's also a separate full-time job to be an offensive player the way he is. So the fact that he's doing this without breaking down constantly is mind-blowing to me. Forget the numbers. The fact that he's been healthy as long as he has is actually maybe the most astonishing thing about Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah, you you know this from experience, like, that each of these things is like a full-time responsibility. Mm-hmm. And to do both of them at an MVP level is absolutely insane. I mean,
Crazy.
it's that's why we keep talking about him in the way that we do. I still, they're going to definitely have to think about what's best for him that also then feeds into what's best for the team. My guess is he wouldn't have pitched yesterday, knowing that blister could potentially be an issue if he wasn't determined to continue to pitch.
Yeah, and by the way, it was concerning. The blood was coming out of his finger, and he came back and pitched the next inning, so he kind of got it under control. But I don't like seeing blood.
Right. So help me understand.
Let's do it.
Why blood is okay to get on the baseball, but a baseball player wearing a Band-Aid is not okay.
I should specify that. Blood is also not okay to put on the baseball.
Like, why do we have a rule that doesn't allow a pitcher or a baseball player to wear some type of taping or protective something on an open wound?
So sadly, you can't. You can't put anything on your hand as a pitcher. You can't have a Band-Aid on your finger. Now, keep in mind, I will admit, a Band-Aid on the finger wouldn't help the pitcher anyways, because you need to be able to press off that finger and have touch of the ball. So that would be problematic to even pitch with it, but you're not allowed to even put a Band-Aid on your hand, your finger. You're not even allowed to put super glue to close a wound. It is technically a foreign substance in Major League Baseball. About 3-4 years ago, had a very massive crackdown on foreign substances because players were using them. Players are still using them, but they were definitely using them more back then.
Yeah, so that part alone, makes it difficult to, in basketball and other sports, like, you're able to, like, create, taping or wrapping or, there's a product called Second Skin.
Yes,
that you can
love
use.
Second Skin.
Yeah, so if he does,
I feel bad for pitchers because I could use it,
right,
but they can't.
If he doesn't have access to some of those things to kind of control how it could impact him during performance, it's tough to see a scenario where he just, maybe if he's not hitting and he's only pitching, then that'll give him, 5 to 6 days per outing to maybe try and get that blister under control, but they don't want to shut him down entirely from pitching and hitting.
No.
So then you're not even really – I mean, I guess he can wear gloves then when he's hitting, and then he could wrap it up and protect it a little bit more.
Yeah, the blister won't affect him because it's where it is on his finger. It won't affect him nearly as much as hitting. So, and plus, you can wrap it up. What you can't do as a pitcher is, wrap it up and put things on it. As a hitter, you absolutely can. So it wouldn't really affect his hitting all that much. It would just affect his pitching. But here is Jeff Passan talking a little bit about where the Dodgers currently are.
Will Smith struggling compared to what he usually does. Mookie Betts struggling. Kyle Tucker has not been a $60 million player, and yet because of the depth, the Dodgers have been able to sustain themselves, and they're on the verge of surpassing the Braves for the best record in baseball and home field advantage through the postseason, and I think that's an important thing for the Dodgers.
Yeah, and he is absolutely right. Of course, that was yesterday's show, Jeff Passan telling us what the Dodgers are looking to do. And make no mistake, the Dodgers do want to have the best record in the National League. They do want that bye. That bye is very, very necessary. And now I feel like a lot of ever since they introduced the bye in Major League Baseball playoffs, and I firmly originally agreed that I hated the bye. Not because I didn't like it for baseball. I didn't like it because kind of putting a team on ice for 5-6 days I think is a little trickier because I really think that rust is a big thing in baseball because of your timing issues with hitters. But, you can have sim games and get as many at-bats to try to simulate it. But since the Dodgers have learned how to play with that bye, and now we've seen other teams kind of figure out how to play with that bye, I think it's become kind of the norm in Major League Baseball. So now I'm fine with it. Now I think a lot of teams, not unlike the NBA, value that time off. They just got done with 162. They'll take the week if they can.
I mean, the Knicks definitely proved that rest can be a very good, opportunity to continue to perform at a high level as the playoffs go on. And that was a goal we always had as well during our championship runs. Like, we wanted to get the series over as quickly as humanly possible. Phil believed in the idea of, the least amount of games you can play. You're able to avoid some of those random injury situations or something coming up that could impact a player going into the following series.
Yeah.
So every game after 4, if you don't sweep the team, the chances of something happening that a knee-to-knee contact, a hamstring strain, a back spasm or something that could limit the performance for the next round, that was always a goal of ours, was to get it over with as quickly as possible. So in baseball, having that week after the regular season to basically kind of get yourself ready to go on this run sounds good. But to your point, the timing and the hitting and some of the things that come with playing baseball, I would imagine probably similar to golf. Like, if you take a week off from golfing and then the next time you show up to golf, you're going to suck.
It's going to be a mess. Which, by the way,
you suck beforehand, but
yeah,
you suck even more.
We should actually mention that no one's good at golf. Everyone has a varying degree of sucks.
Correct. Other than the pros.
Unless you have a 0 handicap, you suck too. I suck at 9. I'm a +9 right now. That's my handicap.
I'm still working, man. I'm at like 13.6.
Don't worry. I'll ruin it this Saturday somehow. I'll get myself to a +11 again. But here's the other reason why I do think it would be a good idea to kind of shut down Shohei for a couple. It's not just because it's June 18th, and honestly, you can lean on him as a hitter, and I think they have enough pitching depth that they could do this for just a couple of weeks. But it's also, he's not out of the Cy Young. He is not. But Jacob Misiorowski is going to win the Cy Young. If he stays healthy, I don't see a universe he doesn't win the Cy Young. Because as of right now, comparing their stats with each other, they both have comparable amount of starts. Right now, Jacob Misiorowski is 8-2, Shohei Ohtani's 7-2. That being said, that's a lofty stat that is not all that important. 14 starts to 12 starts, not as super important. Innings pitched, 87 to 79.2, no problem there, pretty comparable. ERA for Jacob Misiorowski, 1.34. For Shohei Ohtani, as we currently stand, 1.81. Now, that is still an incredible ERA and very well could do that. But then you get to the strikeouts. 83 strikeouts for Shohei, 131 for Jacob Misiorowski. And also just the game efficiency from Jacob Mizorowski. We talked about it yesterday with Jeff Passan. He mentioned his last outing was the single greatest pitching performance he had ever seen in his life, and he's been working in this job professionally for 20 plus years. And I got to tell you, I agree with him. It was probably the greatest pitching performance I've ever seen.
But Derek Fisher, who was the first one on the show to bring up the Miz back in our early days?
Back in our early days.
You mean 3 weeks ago?
Yeah. I don't know. Does he still work here?
Kinda.
Technically.
Who was that?
It was Rod. Rod just wants to pump himself up. He's
guy.
like, Cody, what about the Miz? And everyone's like, WWE Intercontinental Champion? why are we talking about him? But listen, we are talking about Shohei Ohtani and the Dodgers in the spot that they currently are right here on D. Fisher Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan. And let's get over to the calls. 855-97 LA Fan. Hey, Mitch, break the seal. You're on with D. Fish and Decker.
How you doing, Cody, Derek, Raj? Hope everything's well.
Good, man. Good.
I don't like that New York celebrating today.
Oh, well, it's once every 53 years. I think the city can afford it, right?
Right. What do you got? Talk to me, Mitch.
Hey, I would love to see Ohtani win both awards, MVP. That would be 4 years in a row. No one's ever done that again. And he's also won in both leagues consecutively. I think that's the first, too. But you got so many pitchers. I don't know why we have 14 pitchers. You can afford to rest them, one or two. And don't forget Yamamoto and Rabos can give a run for that side, too, so they might take votes from him. And go get Tariq Skubal. Just Derek, you're familiar with the Lakers. Look at what the Lakers had. They traded for Kareem. That was a shrewd. I think they got the best of that trade. Somehow they got top 2 pick, get Magic Johnson. Then, Horry fell in love, and they somehow got Kobe, and he was picked 13. I don't know what else everybody else in that draft was thinking. And then, of course, Shaq signs with them. They always get their man. So let's take a page. We're not breaking the rules. We're giving them players. We're giving prospects. I know not even half of them turn out, but hopefully they get more than a cup of coffee. Right, Cody? And let's get it. I mean, they're not going to do what the Angels did. The Tigers are going to have to trade them.
No, I'm with you. The Tigers are going to trade him. If the Tigers didn't trade Tariq Skubal, I would use the same phrase that I used for the Angels when they didn't trade Shohei Ohtani. That would be malpractice. And you shouldn't be doing your job. And by the way, I don't believe that was Perry Manassian, the GM of the Angels, that didn't trade him. I believe very much what everyone else says, that it was Artie Moreno, the owner, not allowing the trade to actually take place. It's criminal that man was not traded and the Angels didn't get to replenish their minor league system, especially with the trade proposal that was put in front of them by the Tampa Bay Rays. Basically, this current Tampa Bay Rays team would be playing for the Angels right now, and that would be a pretty damn good baseball team. That being said, the Dodgers have the prospects, as we learned yesterday from Jeff Passan, who joined the show. The Dodgers have a cupboard of just incredible top prospects in Major League Baseball. Why? It's not because they drafted high. It's because they develop these guys every single time. And it's not even just the guys they develop themselves that they draft themselves. They get other guys in trades too that are nobodies, and they develop them as well. I'll give you one great example just right out the gate. Max Muncy. Max Muncy makes $10 million a year. Max Muncy, I think, has more playoff home runs than any Dodger of all time. Max Muncy was released by the Oakland A's and was a cast-off and picked up by the Dodgers. Another one, Justin Turner. Justin Turner was a cast-off and was going to retire after he left the Mets. Dodgers revitalized his career in such a way that the cat's still playing right now in Mexico. Like, the guy just loves playing, doesn't want to stop, so he's playing in Tijuana. Why not? This is what the Dodgers do. To say that they just spend money and buy championships is so lazy and disingenuous. In fact, if you do think that, slap yourself. I'll give yourself a minute. Yeah.
All right, we'll wait.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
Have you done? All right, welcome back. Thank you. I'm just saying that the Dodgers just do. The reason why the Dodgers are where they're at is because they do everything great. And that's a lot of fans in baseball just don't like hearing that.
No. Why should they?
Because their guys aren't doing it.
Yeah, no, it's. I mean, most fans. I mean, most fans don't have the time even to dive into the nuances of why things happen in terms of sports teams, and especially at the professional level. And part of even the responsibility that we have in discussing these things is to kind of efficiently try and offer some of that additional perspective, just so that, like, regardless of what the feelings are, like, at least you can kind of draw some of those feelings from a place of reality and some information that's actually real, and not just the headline or something
or
that you
talking
read,
point or the narrative
something that was tweeted or posted that can kind of convince you that that's actually what it is. And so there's always been more to winning than just how much people are getting paid. And that's in every sport. We see that in sports that have a cap system, the same team doesn't win every year necessarily. And even, the Dodgers haven't won every World Series ever invented.
No. They sat flat. If that was the case, the Dodgers would have won like 15 World Series in a row. And that's just not the case.
No.
And I want to remind people, two years ago, before the Dodgers won the World Series against the Yankees, that World Series was the Arizona Diamondbacks versus the Texas Rangers. And everyone and their cousin told me that Major League Baseball was dead because of it. Like, you can't have it both ways, man. It's like we love underdogs, but no, we don't. We actually don't love underdogs. We tell ourselves we love underdogs, but I think the fact is, and just look at the ratings of this last finals, we don't love underdogs. We love the stars. We love the big cities. We flat out do.
Yeah, TV and movies will tell you that. Like, there's about 20 to 25 actors and actresses that have played in all the movies and TV shows we've been watching for the last 30 or 40 years. We don't want to, yeah, sure, it's okay for a new person to pop up and become something, but there's a reason why the commercials are filled with the same people.
Exactly. Exactly.
That's who we want to see.
Guys, we got so much more to discuss today, and of course, the Lakers. The Lakers. We got to discuss the Lakers. Rumor and innuendo, or a realistic possible future on a new big man, or perhaps a new old big man back over here in Los Angeles. We will discuss on the new 97.1 The Fan. Welcome back. The new 97.1 The Fan. You got D. Fish and Decker, the legendary Derek Fisher, and the not as legendary Cody Decker with you guys for the next 2.5 hours of your Los Angeles drive and commute. And of course, you can get in the chat right now on YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch at The Fan LA. And of course, our phone number 855-97-LA-FAN. That's 855-975-2326. And in the 8 o'clock hour, we will be giving away more Sparks tickets. And get ready for that, of course, because we are celebrating the 30th anniversary of the Sparks. So very excited to give out some more Sparks tickets today. So be on the lookout for when we announce that. To call us again, 855-97-LA-FAN. We just talked a lot about Shohei Ohtani and the blister situation that he currently has. Dodgers are rolling, best record in Major League Baseball as we currently stand. 2 games ahead of the Atlanta Braves, which does lead to a lot of questions because the Braves are going to be in on Tarek Skubal just like the Dodgers are going to be, and the Dodgers want that bye. So lots to discuss and plenty of show to do it, not to mention a legend sighting perhaps in the 9 o'clock hour in here that you do not want to miss because last I checked, he's still Dre. Do you know that?
Always will be.
He will always be Dre. He is still Dre. So I'm looking very forward to possibly seeing a living legend in Dr. Dre right here live on The Fan LA. But man, we got to talk about them Lakers. But we really got to talk about them Lakers because there is a lot of rumor and innuendo all around the place of what the Lakers are going to do. I know everybody's really focused on the LeBron of it all, but if you believe current reports, it seems like they're getting closer and closer to making a deal, getting a Laker extension happening, not to mention the Austin Reeves of it all. But now it's leading to so much speculation on what the Lakers are going to do. And once again, our favorite sources coming out of the woodwork left and right to make sure we're all aware of what the possibilities for the Lakers' future can be. And apparently, the Lakers have had internally considered pursuing Walker Kessler per The Ringer. Walker Kessler, who reportedly rejected a 5-year, nearly $140 million offer from the Utah Jazz, and his camp is seeking significantly more money. What are your thoughts on the idea? Before we get to the money and how we're not positive that mathematically can work out, how would you think of him as just the fit? Say we do get those 3 back. Is Walker Kessler a type of guy that you can implement into this system and be someone to really take this Laker team a little bit more forward?
I mean, he possesses a lot of the things that that the Lakers would benefit from for sure. His best attributes are really his shot blocking, his shot changing, right? He alters a lot of shots that he doesn't even block just due to the length. It's kind of like when people feel Wemby nearby, like they don't even attempt a shot. And so he has that effect in terms of rim protection where players, realize I'm not even going to get the shot off over this guy. So let me try something else. Mm-hmm. He's not as dynamic athletically in terms of the lob threat and the pick and roll that, I think Luka and Austin and even LeBron to some degree would benefit more from. But his offensive rebounding prowess is also another area where the Lakers would really benefit. And so if you think about the Lakers defensively, sometimes it's their perimeter defense that breaks them down. You saw teams target Austin Reeves at time as a defender, right? Trying to go at him and force him to have to work on that end. And sometimes, we like to talk about players not being as good on defense, but it's also sometimes, even if they're pretty decent and they're an elite offensive player, you're also trying to engage them and make them work and expend energy on the defensive end. So sometimes that's also why they get targeted, not just because they're not that good at it, but also we're going to make you use some energy on that end, not allow you to rest on defense just so that you can attack us on offense. And so Walker Kessler within that conversation, he would have the ability to kind of clean up some of the mistakes that happen on the front end. So if you have a guy that just is like an eraser behind you, anything that he's like a goalie, right?
Interesting.
So anything near the goal, he's just blocking and changing and deflecting and tipping off, and and then that allows everybody else to just get out and run. And LeBron is still one of the best in transition in the NBA. Luka is great in transition. Austin's great in transition. So now you talk about the Lakers being effective defensively with his rim protection, shot blocking, and shot changing. It then can accelerate their ability to play an offense, and those are the most efficient points you can score is before NBA defenses are set. So he checks a lot of boxes. I just don't know if financially, unless it's a sign and trade type scenario where the Lakers and Jazz can get in alignment on a trade. But we do know that Danny Ainge is a guy that helps run the Utah Jazz, right?
And I do seemingly remember him not being happy about the Luka Doncic trade that he was kind of duped into being a part of.
I don't know of any type of.
He actually came out and said something about it. It's like, I was not aware I was helping this.
Yeah, so I just don't know. I could see the Jazz continue, because he's a restricted free agent, the Jazz can match any offer that he receives. So even if the Lakers, which I'm not sure if they can or what the plans are, even if they offer him $180 million and he wants to come to L.A., if the Jazz decide to match it, and this is typically what happens in restricted free agency. It's why players' associations don't really love this aspect of free agency. Mm-hmm. When it's restricted, your current team gets a chance to match any offer that you receive from an outside team. And what happens in those situations is your current team knows that you're not most likely going to be able to find a deal out there that they can't match. So they don't actually make you an offer that you're really worth because they know other teams don't want to jump out and have to overpay you to come to them. So your current team offers you a little less, knowing that nobody out there is going to pay twice as much for a house, knowing that we don't really have to sell it. Like, we can match the offer anyway. Mm-hmm. So that's probably the frustration that Walker Kessler and his representative are having, is that he doesn't feel like the Jazz are really opening up the checkbook all the way. The checkbook that Raj doesn't have anymore, and Cody doesn't have a checkbook either.
I definitely don't.
They're not opening it all the way. And so it can kind of impact your market as a free agent. And so I just don't know if there's a scenario where the Lakers are going to so far overpay what the Jazz can and will offer him that this deal could work, unless it did involve a 3-team or 4-team scenario where the Jazz don't realize that Walker Kessler is going to end up in L.A. Danny Ainge is not agreeing to trade anybody to Los Angeles.
Yeah, I'm having trouble getting there too. But that being said, you mentioned the potential 3-person trade, 3-team trade. Well, there is a rumor out there about a potential wild 3-team trade. The problem is the Jazz would be involved in it. And I'm agreeing with you with that whole agent. I don't see that happening. But we are talking about a potential between the Lakers, Wizards, and Jazz. And this is the rumor that's going around. The number 1 and number 2 picks would be involved. Trae Young could potentially be even involved. Markkanen could possibly be involved. And it's basically a path to get things together, to get LeBron, Luka, and AD all back together. And as a guy, when that Luka trade happened, the one thing that I thought got really lost in the shuffle was how bad I felt for AD. Because it wasn't, obviously it wasn't going to a terrible place, but at the time, when he first had his first game with the Mavericks, he was going crazy in the first half. Crazy. He was chanting to the crowd, "I'm here now," and the crowd was way into it. And then the injury happened, and I just feel like it's been a lost journey for AD ever since that took place. I would love to see AD back with the Lakers, Fish.
Yeah, I mean, it would be nice.
But I don't know if it's possible.
Yeah, it would be nice. I think AD, is for sure at a point in his career where, he wants to play big-time, meaningful basketball games. He wants to be on national TV. He wants to play in playoff games and have a chance to win championships. I don't think he's the type of player at this point that, a lot of teams in the league don't really have access to winning titles. They just don't, for a lot of reasons. It's not just about salary caps and player transactions. It's just that the team isn't set up the right way. It's not necessarily being managed or led the right way. So there's some limitations. And so, yeah, AD being back in LA or just anywhere where, like, he knows he's going to the playoffs and he's going to be playing in big games, I think is a much better scenario for him. Because it'll, whatever he has left in the tank, like, you're going to get the best of it if the games matter.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see AD enjoying being in a situation where he's just kind of lacing them up and they're going to win 38 games and he's going to be going home every April. Like, this is not what I see for him. So if it is LA, that would be great. But, if it's somewhere else even, Anthony Davis playing high-level basketball on TV where we all can see it, like he's a great player, not a good one.
Man, yeah, he is.
And we deserve to see him more as much as we can.
Absolutely. But also another name that was kind of thrown out there, it should be mentioned that Trae Young is planning to decline his $48.97 million player option for the upcoming season with the Wizards to become an unrestricted free agent, even though it's currently being reported they still have the inside track to sign him back to a larger deal. What could that do to this whole scenario, do you think?
Yeah, it could help because that $48 million number comes down. If he signs a 3-year deal at a lower number, then that gives the Wizards a break financially, but then it also gives a team that might be interested in trading for him a break financially, and it secures him for 3 years instead of him being on an expiring contract where you make the trade and then Trae Young leaves anyway in 6 months. That wouldn't make a lot of sense. So it kind of helps both sides, and it helps Trae Young to have some financial security for 3 years instead of just one more.
Very nice. Well, everybody, we will be talking about this as the offseason continues and all of these signings approach. Looking forward to everything that the Lakers are going to be doing. Later on in the show, we got a legend coming in. Dr. Dre will be joining us in the 9 o'clock hour. Very excited. In the 8 o'clock hour, we will be giving away some Sparks tickets, so make sure you give us a call at 855-97-LA-FAN. But coming up, boy, oh boy, how much money for you to watch every World Cup game? We will discuss when we hit it or quit it right here on the new 97.1 The Fan.
Oh, what's going on, gentlemen? What's going on? Okay, first one here on the Hit It or Quit It. I'll let Cody lead off on this one since it's his best friend. Stephen A. Smith, he wonders when Kylian Mbappe in France will finally win the World Cup. Quote, he says, this could be the year that they finally get it done and win the World Cup. So let me let you lead off on this one, Cody. Hit it or quit it on your boy Stephen A. saying he hopes France finally wins.
Let's calm your ass down with the your boy comments. Let's start there. Let's start there. Just start there.
Fisher doesn't mind when I misquote him. Don't you start.
Anyways, let's just go ahead and yeah, finally. I hope it finally happens. It's been so many 2 World Cups since it has happened, but let's hope it finally happens. They also lost in the finals in the last one, but let's hope it finally, Mbappe can finally win a World Cup.
He was on that 2018
again. When you're an expert in everything, you know nothing. I just want to point that out.
All right. Fish, any comments on that? Hit it or quit it?
Yeah, no.
Quit it, by the way.
Yeah.
Quit it.
You ain't getting involved in that, huh? Hey,
quit it.
All right. Hey, speaking of the World Cup, and you teased it, 2 fans are getting paid $50,000 each to watch all 104 World Cup games in the middle of Times Squares. So, Fish, hit it or quit it on watching all 104 World Cup games in the middle of Times Squares for $50,000.
How long did that take? How long would that? Well,
it's been a week. It's going to be at least a week.
But isn't this like, since it's an expanded field, it's like 38 days this year.
Yeah, it's going to be a minute. So this last one has just been a week. So they've been out there a week, but you got to watch everyone in the middle of Times Square. So it's going to be. I thought it was all group games. No, they're saying all games.
All games.
All the way through. You're talking about a month. Ooh, wow.
We're over a month.
Yeah, that's
a lot. That's a tall order, dude.
But it's 1 month. But let's say, listen. So a six-figure dollar salary you can do in 1 month for an average.
Right, like in terms of average.
Income. So
I know what you mean.
Yeah,
that's not a bad ratio.
Right.
As long as whatever my bathroom situation is
no, you'll be taken care of. You can eat and use the restroom.
Okay, that's good.
All right, we solid then.
Okay, yeah.
What say you?
I'm gonna hit it just because of the price tag. Why not? That's a good amount of money to watch soccer.
Right.
I'm in for that. Except I'm just looking at the weather report. It's raining today. It's gonna rain on Monday and also next Thursday.
Oh, Lord of mercy.
Oh, the weather's. Oh, it's gonna be in the 80s next week too when it's raining. That means it's gonna be humid over there in New York.
Right.
I'll do it, but I won't like it.
Yeah, it's not very comfortable. I heard you there. Hey, guys, the Celtics, this is reports, or just a theory and a thought I've been seeing, watching all the shows and pundits talk about it. The Celtics, Derek's favorite, Celtics need Giannis to compete with the Knicks. Hit it or quit it, Fish, that they need Giannis to compete with the Knicks. Remember 2 years ago, the Knicks beat them in 5 or 6 games?
Yeah, after Jason Tatum went down, I don't know if they need him to get past the Knicks. I think
they beat him when he was healthy. He was healthy. They were down 3-1 when he was healthy. He got hurt when they were already down 3-1. The Celtics. They were whooping their ass.
Okay.
I remember different.
Yeah, I don't think they need him to get past the Knicks. Like, I think it's more, understanding against the Knicks, like what style of play is going to work the best, right? Like the Celtics are highly committed to the three-point shot.
Yeah.
Yes. And there were multiple games, Fish, when they were up 20 against those Knicks in that series 2 years ago and did what the San Antonio Spurs did and just shot themselves out of a game, and Tatum not driving healthy. The Knicks were whooping the Celtics' ass in that series before he got hurt.
Yeah. I don't know if it's a need thing. I understand the point, though. Like, Giannis would give the Celtics a guy that can just, like, constantly put pressure on the rim.
Yeah.
Sure.
Which could sometimes make the three-point shots even more effective.
Right.
But I don't know if it's a need thing.
Okay. I feel you. What you say, Cody?
I'm going to quit. I don't think they need him. I agree. It would be nice to have somebody go into the glass, but just so they can have some sort of extra aspect of their game, and we don't need to hear about their head coach seeing the town every single other day.
Yeah.
I don't think they need him, so I'll quit it.
Yeah, and the problem is I think it might cost him Jaylen Brown to get it done, so I'm not with
like
it either.
that.
Hey, guys, humans may have hidden regenerative powers. Scientists may have uncovered a hidden regenerative switch in mammals, opening the door to healing that goes far beyond scar tissue. What do you say about Wolverine-type healing fish? And we just got it. It's hidden within us. We just got to
get it unlocked, bro.
Yeah.
Just unlock that
I
switch.
quit that,
No,
bro.
you ain't buying it?
Nah.
No Wolverine
I don't
stuff?
want no Wolverine style healing, because then that's going to give people license to just hurt you more and more and more.
I'm not gonna tell them I have it.
I'm good.
Okay, what say you, Cody? I know you love
I'll
Wolverine.
hit it, dude.
You hit it?
If
All
I
right.
could be Wolverine, I'd be Wolverine, man. Yeah, dude. I would love to have those regenerative powers. That being said, no one's gonna. I'm not telling any
Your
of you.
hip wouldn't be hurting for
Oh,
boxing
dude,
classes.
I wouldn't feel anything. I'd feel no pain. Give it to me.
Where are these things hiding, though? I would like to know that.
It's mystery. They didn't only do aliens. They did weird stuff on the X-Files. You can play it for more than aliens.
It's doing a lot of heavy lifting,
Okay.
Raj.
Scully and Mulder.
I love
Shouts
me some
out to
Scully
you.
and Mulder.
All right, hey, the Clippers. That's right. Report is they're willing to die on the Kawhi Leonard hill amid NBA investigation of the shenanigans going down. Clippers are standing by no matter what. They're going to the wall. What say you? Hit it or quit it, Fish?
No, I hit it. You got to stand by your guy, and especially if you don't feel like he did anything wrong or out of the ordinary. I think franchise players and ownership groups have always, tried to find ways to work together beyond just on the field or on the court. I don't know how far the hill extends that they're willing to die on, but yeah, you can't not support your guy now after all these years where the entire organization has been hitched to the Kawhi Leonard train. So I hit it because you can't jump off now.
I hit it for the exact same reason, and yeah, they very well might die on this hill, but I appreciate them doing it. It actually makes me like the Clippers a little bit more. I was like, yeah, back your guy. I'm all day, all night.
Okay. Let's see. We got time for this one. Hey, Major League Baseball will eliminate the clock from its home run derby next month.
Yes!
They're reverting to a swing-based format for the first time since 2014.
Let's go!
People briefed on the decision. That's what they told The Athletic Wednesday. So you seem excited. Why don't you lead us off with this one, Cody?
That's a win, baby!
So you didn't like the clock format?
I hated the clock
format. So what's
format.
the swing format? Explain that to those of us that kind of watch it.
Yeah, the old school version of the home run derby was way more simpler. All you had to do was basically you got to swing the bat a few times. They were listed as outs. Anything that wasn't a home run was an out.
Okay.
And you got 10 outs. You could be up there forever, but they wanted to kind of change it up, which I understood, so they added this timing thing. The timing thing was fine for a time, but now we've also found out that we've kind of gotten them wrong a couple of times and missed a couple of home runs because we're so quickly getting
Bryce Harper
did
time?
it. Yeah. It doesn't work, and I think it's also exhausting. And honestly, I wouldn't be shocked if guys have gotten hurt with that and not mentioned it, because it is a really difficult thing to do. I actually did try to work this out for Major League Baseball. I went to Dodger Stadium and did the whole thing, and dude, it's exhausting. My obliques are hurting now thinking about it. So I'm really happy they've changed this. The best home run derbies were the old school versions. Careers were launched in the home run derbies. I can't stress it enough. I'm so happy to hear that, because the home run derby's a blast.
Ditto.
My man.
Have you ever
My man.
You ever competed in one?
I have.
Okay, how'd you do?
Not great.
Yeah?
They're hard, dude. I will tell you, it's tricky. No one's on the field but you.
Yeah.
And just the whole crowd is chanting as you're trying to hit home. And to try to hit home runs is not the easiest thing to do, because you're just changing your swing just a little bit, and all of a sudden you're just hitting rollover grounders when you're trying to hit bombs.
Yeah, that's tough.
It's tricky, dude.
Okay.
I will admit.
Hey,
and the pressure.
Let's update the poll on YouTube, of course. You can where else can they watch us if not on YouTube?
Well, you can also watch us on Twitter and Twitch at The Fan LA. Tell us more about said poll, my man.
Yeah, we had a poll earlier. Of course, our boss Andrew upgraded from a BlackBerry to a Razor, I believe. Sent a very grainy meme to me earlier. But the favorite old school cell phone, the choices were the Motorola Razor, T-Mobile Sidekick, or the BlackBerry, and 47% of the people love the Sidekick.
Yes.
The
they
Razor
do.
came in 32%, and the very efficient for your emails, BlackBerry, came in 21%.
I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you. The Sidekick was elite. By the way, you mentioned X-Files. You excited for the reboot, man? Coogler's running it.
What's that now?
Ryan Coogler is running the X-Files reboot coming out.
Ooh, they did a series. It was a show or a series. It was pretty bad. It was,
but they're
movie.
doing an actual reboot. Like they're recasting everybody.
Oh, recasting.
It's a brand new X-Files from Ryan Coogler, dude.
Let me check out who they're casting and all. I'm curious.
Like I've said, man, Ryan Coogler, he don't miss. That is the best director that is currently working out in Hollywood. Well, guys, we got lots to discuss in the show. We got ourselves some World Cup going on later on in the show. We got to talk a little bit about the Dodgers. We're giving away some Sparks tickets in the 8 o'clock hour and a potential sighting of a real legend joining the show, possibly. So much to do and only 2 hours to do it right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages in Los Angeles, California. You're listening to D. Fish and Decker right here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the home of LA sports. Our phone number, 855-97-LA-FAN. That's 855-975-2326. Legendary Derek Fisher and myself with you guys for another 2 hours of your Los Angeles commute. And, of course, remember, you can take us on the go outside of your car with the iHeart app, the Odyssey app, and, of course, get in the chat on YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch. We've been talking with the chat group all show long. We got World Cup to cover. We got Lakers to talk about. And, of course, we're going to get right back over there talking about them Los Angeles Dodgers, because the Dodgers got themselves a real nice home sweep against a damn good Tampa Bay Rays team. Granted, a Tampa Bay Rays team who's really struggling on the road this year. In fact, you said it earlier, and I'm going to completely agree with you. California was not nice to the Tampa Bay Rays. They lose 2 or 3 to the Angels of all team.
What?
And then get their asses swept by the Dodgers. But I will admit, Game 3 of this series was no easy task. Dodgers did have to come from behind with Shohei Ohtani on the mound, giving up 4 runs, all earned in the 5th inning. And then, of course, went out for the 6th and shut the door there. A nice outing, 6 innings pitched. He gave up 4 runs and, of course, 1 walk, 5 strikeouts for Shohei Ohtani. His season ERA has now moved up to 1.81. Not a bad ERA in any stretch of the imagination, but based on what we were seeing from Shohei Ohtani, first 10 outings of the season was historic. I think he gave up 5 runs on the first 10 outings. 4 runs yesterday, 4 runs the previous game. It's not that they're figuring out Shohei. It's just a couple of rough little blips, not getting much losses. They're still quality outings. But if Shohei Ohtani wants that Cy Young award, especially the way Jacob Mizorowski is pitching, he's going to need to kind of get back to the form he was in his first 10 games. However, D-Fish, we might have a little bit of a problem because last week we had the Shohei Ohtani knee injury, which, of course, turned out not to be too bad, missing on only a couple of games. The inflammation seemingly has gone down on his left leg, which you could also make the argument is a good thing because as a pitcher, it is not the leg he's pushing off on. However, it is the leg he's landing on, and that's not a great thing. But I'd also like to remind people he's a lefty at the plate, which means that is the knee he is turning on his backside. So that is something to always watch out for. But yesterday, there was actually blood on his jersey and hand because of an open blister. Obviously, that has been problematic because he has been mentioning the blister in the past. It's starting to look to me, and this is just my opinion, and I'd love your opinion out there in Los Angeles, 855-97-LA-FAN. This is a Dodger team that is built, frankly, D-Fish, just different. And when I say built different, I mean that in every semblance of the phrase. This team's built for October in every way, shape, or form. So much so when the stars aren't picking up their pace, the young cats pick up the pace. Looking at just the lineup yesterday, we had a bunch of young homegrown Dodgers in this lineup. You had Andy Pages in the lineup. You have Rojas in the lineup. You had Call in the lineup. You had Freeland in the lineup. You had Rushing in the lineup. That is 5 names that are not highly paid superstars that everybody wants to talk about when we talk about the Los Angeles Dodgers. This team knows how to develop. They know how to recover. Their depth is outrageous. They got $100 million+ on the IL right now, yet they have the best record in Major League Baseball by 2 games as we currently stand. Why do I mention all this in conjunction with Shohei Ohtani and the blister? Frankly, I think it'd be a pretty good idea to maybe shut Shohei Ohtani on the mound down for maybe 1, perhaps 2 starts, get him a little bit right. I think it's not a pitching issue for him as far as talent goes, obviously, but I want Shohei Ohtani to be as healthy as possible. So if we're losing out on the Shohei pitching aspect for just a couple of weeks, well, don't worry. We still get that MVP DH that's been around for the last decade. The Dodgers are in a very interesting position, but if it were me, and I am certainly not Dave Roberts, I would err on caution because if you lose Shohei Ohtani, That's an actual problem we can actually get into down the road, because if there's one player this team should not ever lose, it would be that legendary man.
Well, I think I would assume, and I don't know exactly how it flows in baseball, but I would assume they've maybe circled a couple dates on the calendar as guys are returning.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
because Snell is close to coming back.
Blake Snell's close. I'm not sure. You know, I think Tyler Glasnow is going to be a little bit longer away.
Yeah,
but,
he just got extended onto the 60-man kind of quietly.
But even like Blake Snell's return allows you to kind of think about how you're managing that pitching rotation a little bit differently, and maybe that gets you through a situation where you can shut him down from pitching. And sometimes that's just part of it. Like, you have to carry a little bit more workload and responsibility while other guys are banged up or out of the lineup until the team can get, more healthy overall. And so if that's another week to 10 days and then Blake Snell returns and then you can shut Ohtani down maybe from pitching, that could be a scenario that they have talked about and considered, because it's also one of those things that's like, okay, maybe the numbers aren't as gaudy, but I don't know, a 75% Ohtani on the mound is maybe better than most.
It is. It is. And you know what's funny?
Still gives you a chance to win.
It's a conversation I always have with a lot of people because, especially we had Dave Roberts on last week. And, early in Dave Roberts' career, we asked him, like, what did you learn as a manager and how did you grow as a manager? And he was talking about the analytics that he kind of leaned even heavier on earlier on in his career. And as time's gone forward, he's used the analytics a little differently while still going with his guts. So it's a combination of the two, which I fully agree with. But, like, the reason why I bring that up is, remember when Clayton Kershaw was kind of mired with this narrative that he doesn't pitch well in the playoffs, pitches bad in the playoffs. The numbers are a little skewed on that because innings 1 through 7, Clayton Kershaw was great in the playoffs. But then he was always extended into the 7th, the 8th, maybe sometimes even further, and that was the problem. Those innings, his ERA skyrocketed because that's when they would finally get him, that third time through the lineup, and it would happen. Now he's kind of mired with this, well, he doesn't pitch well in the playoffs type of thing. But the reason why is a fatigued Clayton Kershaw at the time was still better than everyone else you had in your bullpen. So in that respect, I understand that, not unlike how you're saying about Ohtani. 75% of Shohei Ohtani on the mound is better than just about everybody in Major League Baseball.
Yeah, and it kind of, for me at least, it goes back to even the story we talked about with Kawhi Leonard and the Clippers. It's like when a guy is your guy, there's a point where the results are not as or it's not what you're measuring success by, right? So for Dave Roberts and Clayton Kershaw at that time, yeah, he probably was better than maybe what the available options were in the bullpen, but it was also like, that's my guy.
Yeah.
And I'm going to go down with him if he goes down because that's my guy. And, sometimes it's as simple as that. It's, the analytics say you should take him out in the 7th, but it's your guy. You see the managers go out or the pitching coach go out, have a brief conversation, and those relationships, I would assume, they get to a point where when a guy tells you he's good, like, you believe him. So if Doc goes out and has a quick conversation with Kershaw or Ohtani or whoever, it's like, hey, man, just, you good? Mm-hmm. Just checking in, and he gives you the thumbs up. Like, there are times where it's just like, he told me he's good, and I'll live with whatever comes from that. And so, yeah, again, I think with this, piece of the conversation, Ohtani's beat up a little bit, but reinforcements are coming, especially, on the mound in terms of Blake Snell. And then that might give him a little bit more flexibility to get Ohtani some rest in terms of the pitching aspect.
Yeah, so I listen, it's something that needs to be monitored. Obviously, the question was asked earlier, why can't he put anything on his finger? Well, it's against the rules, sadly. Pitchers cannot use any foreign substances on their hands in any way, shape, or form. And that includes something as simple and rudimentary as a Band-Aid. You can't super glue your fingers shut. Literally nothing. As we learned a couple years ago with the sticky stuff crackdown in Major League Baseball, nothing can be used there. And by the way, that includes blood. So you can't be bleeding on the ball. That is also against the rules. Technically a foreign substance.
Yeah, you would think they would want to allow for a player to cover up something that could get blood on the baseball.
Yeah, you would think that. You would definitely think that. All right, guys. D-Fish and Decker right here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. And listen, we got a lot of World Cup to talk about as well. D-Fish, have you caught World Cup fever yet? Because I have full-on caught World Cup fever.
No, not World Cup fever. I'm getting a little warmer though. My temperature's rising some. You know, just I'm a sports guy, so anytime there's competition happening, I'm definitely tuning in. I want to see, people compete at the highest level, and the World Cup for sure presents that. It's just a lot to keep up with, and you don't know quite sure what to care about and what not to. The star guys are the stars for sure, but just learning more of the countries and who's actually competitive and who's not. And, it's outside of Spain and France and the typical names, like who are you really, rooting for as well. So I'm getting there.
I'm telling here's how you got to do it. And I'm telling you, this is what sold me entirely. And Raj has brought it up. Andrew has brought it up. And it's just one of those things. Being at a pub
at 3 in the morning.
No. I didn't say 3 in the morning.
There's no 3 in the morning games.
There's no 3 in the morning games. They're all in our time zone. It's amazing.
Okay.
For instance, today, right now, we got our first matchup today at noon, Czechia versus South Africa. Then at 3 p.m., Bosnia versus Switzerland. And then you got Canada and Qatar at 6 p.m. And that's it. It's like in the perfect window for us, especially out here in L.A., man.
We're going to get a high school basketball coach on this show that's not me, and you tell me when he's available before 6 p.m. on any weekday.
Well, I'm telling you, if you have not caught World Cup fever out there in Los Angeles, I can't stress enough the way to do it.
And when you see a country like Congo, who's playing against a great Cristiano Ronaldo and Portuguese, who is a great team, and just to get something like this.
Nice.
Electric, dude.
No,
Man.
Not just nice, bro. I'm talking, they showed flashbacks of the country. You would think there was like a state alert or you know what I mean, like something going on, like even just running around in the streets. They scored a goal for the first time.
It's like the Knicks winning the title.
It's something like that. You know what I mean? Except this, instead of 1973, this is ever.
Yeah,
like,
and it's crazy. Like, this is the Democratic Republic of Congo. This is their first World Cup, especially under that name. It's amazing to see, and they tied not just that team, but Ronaldo was there, and Ronaldo, I don't think was having a good day. Hey, Raj, why don't you tell us about the day Ronaldo had? And I got to say, we got to give Brock and Alex some credit, because he said something at the end of the show yesterday that he was predicting in this match. And damn it, that man nailed it.
And there's something I was talking about earlier in the week, is that they're probably better with him coming off the bench.
Yeah.
Right now, he's 41 years old.
And he looked it.
But he doesn't run. Now, Messi doesn't run around on defense either, barely. He saves it for offense, but you see what he can do. Cristiano barely runs around. Remember, I was saying on offense. He just waits for he's a poacher, remember what I said? And he laid a dud. The stars came out the previous day. What was that, on Tuesday? And this dude laid a dud, Fish. So there's a lot of talk now. They say they got to move him to the bench, let him preserve his energy. But he, I don't know if you know about Ronaldo, but he has quite the ego there.
It appears. And it was even said after the game. Was it Henry that said it after the game? Your team needs to score. you don't need to score. And he said it multiple times. And, man, he even gave an example of a play, and it was a great breakdown about how he's in his state and his speed. He needs to break in this one stop, but no, he keeps moving back into this other spot because he needs to be the one to score the goal. It was fascinating to see this breakdown, dude. And, yeah, you can really see the ego on display in the way he's playing.
Pure selfishness.
Yeah, I did not know that about him.
Wild.
So why is he so famous?
What?
Because he was the best alive during his time.
Yeah,
but
in
now
his
he's 41.
prime, he was probably the most prolific goal scorer we've probably ever seen.
But did he always play this way?
Yeah, but when you're that good, you can fish. You know, when you're that good, you can do certain things.
Has he won a lot?
He hasn't won a World Cup, but he's won Champions League. He's won a Euro with Portugal. I mean, he's not like he hasn't won. But, again, those things were a while ago, a minute ago. He's 41 now.
And now he's seeing Messi go out there and put out a hat trick, and he's like, well, I'm the greatest of all time, so I'll do that.
Yeah.
You can't do
that's
it.
basically what Brock said. He was right.
Brock nailed it. I hate to say that on radio, but Brock Vereen, great call on that one, man. Truly nailed that to a T. But that's not the only, obviously, issue right now in the World Cup. It's not just the Ronaldo not doing anything of it all. No, it is also Team USA, which has their second matchup tomorrow in Seattle against Australia. And based on the numbers, a very winnable game for the United States. However, a little bit of blood in the water considering the fact that Christian Pulisic still has not been officially cleared, still being day-to-day. Now, he has had teammates that have spoken to the press and privately. Tyler Adams has told reporters to relax and insisted that Christian will be ready. Timothy Way echoed that exact same sentiment, noting that Pulisic looks normal, he's fit, was the direct quote. But, man, it's still kind of up in the air as we currently stand. We do have a little bit of sound about his calf injury that he's currently with. Raj, we got that sound ready to go, my man? Here it is. Here's a little bit of information about Christian Pulisic's calf.
Well, a similar update to provide in terms of Christian Pulisic and his calf injury. What I can say, he is participating in a modified training session today. You can actually see behind me, and I know the players are here now, but he is on the pitch. He does have a sleeve on that calf. Now, he's been working with the medical staff. This is the most we've seen him on the pitch in action this week. Now, he is day-to-day, but right now a good sign he's moving well, and we'll continue to keep you posted on Christian Pulisic and his calf injury.
I'm still kind of on the fence, man. It has been seven days. With the rumor that he's okay, I don't know, man. Feeling a little gamesmanship here at all, D-Fish?
I don't know about gamesmanship. I think a calf is it's a real thing, and I don't know if it's a strain or I thought I read that he injured it or got knocked on the calf.
Yes, that was originally how it happened in training.
Practice,
yeah,
and then he got hit in the same spot in the match.
And then they took the halftime break, and it kind of cramped up or tightened up on him, and then he pulled him out for the second half.
Yeah, so I'm not sure there's any gamesmanship here. I think a calf is a difficult injury, and especially I would imagine for a soccer player with all of the change of direction and the explosiveness off the field. And, sometimes on the field you're sliding and also trying to push off at the same time. You got guys, sliding into your legs. And so I don't know if there's any gamesmanship at all. I just think that they're trying to figure out the best way to manage this considering the circumstances as well. Like, if the U.S. can secure this win versus Australia, then that qualifies them for the knockout stage. So then maybe you can rest him in Game 3 entirely. But if he's not fully ready for this game, you don't want to take that risk.
Absolutely, especially because they got a 6-day wait until their upcoming game. So if they were to not play him and say they either get the win, then really no problem. That means they win this stage, and he can honestly just sit out the third game too and get roughly 3 weeks off till the knockout stage. That would be the best case scenario, I would think.
Yeah, that would be. I think that's why they're trying to decide, should we play him in this match and go ahead and lock that in? Or do we not want to risk further injury that then starts to put Game 3 into jeopardy?
Yeah.
And then now it's lingering into the knockout round, et cetera, et cetera. So you have to be careful here. So I don't think it's gamesmanship necessarily. I just think they're trying to manage what appears to be something that could linger if they don't, treat it the right way.
Hey, Raj, I do have a question for you because you're a resident soccer expert. So I have to know this because when I hear calf, basically because of my love of the NBA and American sports, when I hear calf injury, I normally start to worry about what that could lead to. Mm-hmm. And my first thought is always the Achilles. Is that a soccer thing as well, or is that specifically?
Not as much.
Okay, just
a lot in basketball, a lot in football, obviously, not as much in soccer, so not a concern. But as you guys both know, of being professional athletes, calf injuries linger, and if you aggravate them, they can just zap you. I saw it happen to Kevin Garnett, really, that year after they won a championship. He had a calf injury that he couldn't really play in the Orlando series.
Mm-hmm. And also, let's keep in mind, I mean, average, and I did look this up because I wanted to know the average amount of running that is done on a 90-minute pitch game in the World Cup.
Yeah.
They average 6 to 7.5 miles per match. So with a lower calf injury, not exactly ideal.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
Not at all. I think especially, again, with some sports, like just the amount of times that you're changing direction as well. So that's not like 6 to 7 miles straight line running. That's 6 to 7 miles lateral movement, explosion, stop, change of direction, accelerate, decelerate. A guy lands on your legs or dives in and clips you. Like, there's a lot of scenarios where calf injuries and lower leg injuries are high risk.
Well, guys, you've heard what we think. What do you think? 855-97-LA-FAN. And coming up, it is that time. Give us a call if you want some Sparks tickets. For the 30-year anniversary of the Sparks, we are giving away 2 tickets right now on 97.1 The Fan. So give us a call, 855-97-LA-FAN. It is going to be caller number
Número 5.
5, baby. So give us a call if you want to get your hands on some Sparks tickets. And later on the show, a potential real legend joining us live on the air.
Doctor in the house.
There might be, and I need a doctor. But coming up, the Rams, baby. What was behind McVay canceling Rams minicamp?
Actually, people say...
We will discuss on the new 97.1, The Fan. Welcome back. D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Derek Fisher, Cody Decker, and all of you. We've talked a little bit about the Lakers' future, of course, a ton of World Cup, and lots of Dodger talk today, plus your calls, 855-97-LA Fan. That's 855-975-2326. And D. Fish, we got to talk a little bit about them Rams, because it seems like in the NFL, it is the Rams world and everyone else might be living in it. We still haven't got any confirmation or news on Aaron Donald of it all. But the one thing we did get is Sean McVay's interesting decision to cancel Rams minicamp. And it did spark a few, ires and irks from certain people, but it seems like the explanation is as obvious as can be. He just thinks the roster is where it is and that where the health is where it is. He doesn't see much reason to put them through a couple of extra OTAs, get everybody fresh for the season, especially last year when they kind of were a little banged up going into the year, dropped a couple of early games that were very winnable. And if there's one guy in the NFL I trust to know his team, I'm going with Sean McVay probably at the very top of that list.
For sure. It's always interesting to me how we feel like we know better than the guy that coaches the team.
Isn't it?
It's like,
hey, did that happen to you? Did other people think they knew better than you while you were coaching a team?
Of course. I don't know what it is about.
Yeah, the New York Post exists.
It's like somebody's house. You know what's going on in their house better than them when they decide. You know what? I'm going to take out the trash today. It's their house. They get to decide when they take out the trash. Like, it's okay. I don't. Sean McVay. It's not just having a feel for your team, but also understanding, like, even as simple as, like, the World Cup is in town. So imagine players trying to travel in from all over the country, getting in and out, flights, security, hotel availability. Are any of the Rams facilities being used for other things, World Cup related? Like that. But you're not going to come out and say, yeah, we're going to cancel minicamp because World Cup is in LA. Right?
And that probably is one of the reasons.
That's probably a variable that they considered, right? And so, because during minicamps, you have guys that, they're going to go out to dinner together. They're going to maybe play some golf together. They're going to do different things. And a lot of those activities could be limited with this world event literally taking over everything in LA. Like, try getting a hotel room from outside of LA right now. Maybe there's one available, but it's going to cost you $8 million to get it, just due to the pricing of it. So, veteran teams, when I first came into the NBA, there used to be more similar to football. There was like a rookie training camp and then a date that veterans reported for training camp.
Yes.
And so this is almost like Sean McVay just saying, hey, you know what? Instead of us doing more like a rookie training camp report date, we're just going to wait until veteran training camp starts later, and totally fine.
Yeah, bring them all together.
We'll still have plenty of time to get ready for the season. Most of the time, veteran players don't play a ton in the preseason anyway. You're managing and trying to keep them healthy for the regular season. There's an understanding that the team has to travel to Australia early.
Oh, man, that's going to be
first game.
And by the way, that first game against the 49ers of all teams, which, by the way, are still apparently very much in the hunt for a Max Crosby. So that game might be even more dangerous than we initially thought.
So you're managing all of those aspects of it as well as you're looking at what your team is going to need early in the season. They play a really tough schedule early. And so all of those things play a role in it. You have a starting quarterback in Matthew Stafford that's, at 38 years old, super vet, knows what he's doing. A lot of returners on this team that was one game away from playing in the Super Bowl last year. So the corporate knowledge of what the offensive philosophies are, the playbook, all those things are pretty much intact, other than maybe some reps defensively for Myles Garrett and getting ingrained in that unit. There's not a lot of new stuff. Sure, there'll be some new plays, some new triggers, some new audible calls, and all of those things. But when you have smart veteran guys, you don't have to reinvent the wheel. So I don't really have a problem with this. And if Sean McVay thinks this is best for the team, I think it's okay for us to assume this is best for the team.
Completely agree. At this point, like, I firmly believe this, and I'm not saying this because we're in LA and I'm being some sort of homer. I firmly believe Sean McVay is the best NFL head coach, and it's how he handles his guys, how he handles the media, and granted, yeah, he's been given incredible teams from Les Snead as well. But it's one thing to be handed incredible teams. You also have to do something with said incredible teams. And Sean McVay has done it year in, year out, including years where we've flat out written them off. Like, written off the Rams after that Super Bowl. It was like, well, their salary cap hits are just going to be disastrous and they can't draft anybody going forward. I bet Sean McVay's going to retire at the age of 35 and run away from all of this nonsense. No, he has stayed there with a steady hand, and he has been phenomenal. Like, the only other guy that I would say has a steadier hand than him has been Mike Tomlin over the last 20 years. And if you're being compared to Mike Tomlin, in my book, that's about as high as I can give you as praise.
Yeah, I mean, I think in addition to, being in a highly, highly competitive division where, the San Francisco 49ers have been a really good football team for several years.
Yeah,
and so
Seahawks just won the Super Bowl.
Yeah, so I think the Rams at times didn't have as bad of a season as it felt like. But it was more so like due to the fact that the 49ers, were able to win the division and able to advance into the NFC Championship game. And so it kind of dwarfed what maybe the Rams had actually accomplished if they still won 9 games or 10 games in a season, 11 games. It didn't make news because the Niners were the team that actually were playing into the NFC Championship games. And so, I think the Rams have done a phenomenal job just kind of navigating a hard salary cap system, maintaining a really competitive football team. And yeah, there was a point it seemed where, Sean McVay was thinking about maybe an earlier retirement, didn't want to burn out doing the job. And
I thought he was going to media. I thought for sure we were going to see him on TV. He handles himself so great with a microphone.
And it would have been his right to do so. But, decided he still had a tremendous passion for coaching and teaching the game of football and being in there with his guys on a daily basis. And, we're glad for it because it's allowed the Rams to continue to ignite the fan base here in L.A. and, football being relevant again, in a way that it had not been for a long time in the city of Los Angeles. So excited for the Rams season, man, approaching, and happy for the players, too.
Big time.
That they get a chance to not have to take some of those hits.
Yeah, go and relax a little bit, man. And it's just incredible what he's done there, what the Rams have done here. The idea of bringing back the NFL to L.A. could have been a disaster if it didn't turn out exactly like this with the Rams. Like, the Rams did everything they could to make this a powerhouse, and I love them for it. And it's just phenomenal. LA football is absolutely back. Guys, coming up, we're about to lose our minds. We need a doctor. Boy, do we need a doctor. Raj, are we getting a doctor?
You can confirm or you can say which doctor it is.
Ladies and gentlemen, coming up, the legendary, the one, the only, Dr. Dre joins us live right here in studio on the new 97.1 The Fan. Let's go. Welcome back, D-Fish and Decker live right here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. And D-Fish, man, I am just fired up. We're getting ready to be joined momentarily by the one and only Dr. Dre. And, dude, I am so fired up for that. I don't know what to tell. When you think Dr. Dre, what's the first thing that pops in your mind, D-Fish?
Cool.
Dude,
Just cool.
Just so cool.
Yeah.
I just think hat, like just the straight up hats that he just used to rock. Because I've never been a big hat guy, but every time I see Dre rocking that hat, I'm like, dude, I want to rock a Dre hat.
Yeah. Some legendary guys are hat wearers. I think that's part of why I'm not as legendary as Dr. Dre or Denzel Washington, who was also a hat guy. But yeah, man, well, I cannot wait.
Dude, it's going to be so great. I mean, there's so many different questions to ask him. Just asking him about the old NWA days. He's here promoting a documentary, of course, about Compton, asking about everything he's done in Compton. And hell, just asking him about Beats by Dre alone. Like, how Beats by Dre is something that is in, like, everyone's pocket right now. And it's almost like, despite every legendary thing he's ever done, like, if you ask kids now, they might know him more from that than anything else, and that's crazy to me.
Than the music.
Right?
Yeah, and I mean, sports and music are so intertwined as well. That's the part that I think is really, really unique about where Dr. Dre is positioned within, like, not just music history, but sports history and the influence and how those things blend and merge. And you know, it's like music is the soundtrack to so many of these great, like, sports moments and times in sport. And so, yeah, you know, the conversation will be fun.
You know, being a little kid in LA, like, watching them, like, rock, like, LA Raiders gear, like, it made the Raiders the coolest thing in this town. It just did. And that, you're talking about that music and sports crossover. You know, we see with Cube all the time, the Dodger games and Laker games, but, like, I just think about all of that straight out of Compton Raiders gear they used to rock, dude. It's just, I am so excited to have this, and not to mention all the other artists that he's helped create from you know, the Cubes and the Snoops in the world, but all the way to the Eminems of the world. And I would love to find out, like, when Dre's, like, chilling on his own these days, like, who's he listening to now? Who's he bumping in his car?
Yeah, I'm always fascinated by, you know, similar to the sports debates of, like, who's the GOAT and you know, comparing eras, like, not comparing it to try to say who's the best, but really more so appreciating, like, what music, who in music, you know, like you said, like, are you even comfortable listening to because you like the sound or you like the voice? And so I'm always fascinated by hearing that from folks as accomplished and with as great of an ear as Dr. Dre.
Yeah, same with, like, influences. Like, Fish, like, what was, like, your influence as a kid? Like, you wanted to be a basketball player. Like, who was your guy?
Magic Johnson.
I can see that.
Yeah, like, that was my guy all day, every day. You know, even the Lakers and Bulls in the finals in 1991, so many guys were, you know, rightfully so, like, jumping onto the Michael Jordan bandwagon.
As they very much should have.
No argument there.
Yeah.
But Magic was still my guy. I had no intentions on choosing Michael over Magic. So, yeah.
Very excited. So Dr. Dre will be joining us momentarily. Until then, man, we got World Cup going on today, and I am fired up for today's matchups. Getting Canada in there. You know, has anyone noticed something? Has everyone noticed how electric everything is in the States? How electric everything's been down in Mexico? Canada, not even a peep. There's like 3 places they're playing in Canada, and you wouldn't even know it. Have you heard?
It's still cold up there, man.
Oh, it's not still cold up there. It's perfectly nice up there right now. Although, you saw that what they did with their, like, Toronto stadium, right?
No, what they do, man?
Dude, it's a big old disappointment. Like, everybody I really think has handled the stadium situation well. Toronto, they're not in a quote-unquote big stadium. They're in the soccer stadium, and I guess they added an extra row, like, seating section for the soccer stadium, as opposed to, like, playing in the Rogers Center because the Toronto Blue Jays can't take 48 days off of their season.
Well, they can't.
Well, they can. I guess they should.
It's a lot of revenue.
I guess I should rephrase that. They won't take 48 days off their season. Go.
Well, yeah, they can maybe move them to another stadium or something like that. But you need to see Vlad Jr. and everybody out there.
Oh, dude, that'd be awesome.
That'd
be awesome. But, like, what's been your favorite stadium so far? Like, have any of these stadiums caught your eye? Because I still can't get over the fact that every stadium's got, like, it's brand new laid grass, and it's, like, perfect. What every NFL player has been begging for. they just proved that they could do it.
Nah, I mean, for me, SoFi Stadium, again, when I was watching Iran and New Zealand.
That was wild.
And, when you go to football games, like the big scoreboard, the big digital board in the middle of the field is like it catches your eye all the time. Mm-hmm. But there's not necessarily as much even appreciation for like the smaller digital boards around the ring. And when I flipped on that game, it was a moment where they had like all the flags up on the digital boards, like on the ring around the stadium. And so it just to me, it created an image of like whatever country it is, it's like their flag on the two smaller rings around the whole stadium.
Yep.
The fans in the stands have their kits and T-shirts in red or green or black or what. Like, it's just cool to see in unison, like 70,000 people rocking out for one team.
It's wild.
Because normally at the SoFi Stadium, there's visiting team fans in there too. Whereas to me in the World Cup, it's like it's clear that there's like one country with like the biggest, heaviest fan base, and it's just drowning everything else out.
Dude, and Raj, I'm telling you, I got World Cup fever, and how I got it, D-Fish, is it's seeing it at a pub with these fans. Yesterday, I had more fun. I meant to be there only for the match. That's all I meant to be there for. The England match yesterday versus Croatia. Went to a pub, hung out with a lot of funny, drunk Englishmen, and just had a great time talking and watching the match with them. Man, it was just electric. Noon in the afternoon, crazy loud noises. Every single time Harry Kane even sneezed, they lost their minds. And there's just something about seeing that type of passion, because we do have that type of passion here in the States, but for them, it's nonstop. It starts from the beginning. There's no breaks. It's just straight up. They're singing chants all the way through.
Did you hear them singing Wonderwall before the game?
Yes, and after the game, too.
Loud as hell.
Dude. And by the way, if you're going to have an anthem, well done. Well done. I saw Oasis in Edinburgh, Scotland last year. It was one of the best things I've ever seen.
English can sing. But getting back to Fish, so I was at that game at SoFi, the Iran game, and just seeing it in person. You're right, the ring around there was great, but just it looked beautiful. I've been there for different venues like football, WrestleMania. I've been there for different things. That was nice to see, man.
Yeah,
so
it's been great, and we of course got 3 matchups today. You got to watch out: Chechnya and South Africa today at noon. We got Switzerland versus Bosnia at 3, and Canada taking on Qatar tonight at 6 p.m. You definitely don't want to miss any of these as the World Cup continues. Not to mention USA tomorrow in Seattle. Still questions over Christian Pulisic's participation. We are waiting to get more updates on that for that lower calf injury.
Aren't you missing something for tomorrow?
Oh, and of course, we got our good friend Charlie Davies, the man who used to be him, is coming back on. What else am I missing tomorrow?
Brazil at 5:30, dummy.
Nobody cares.
Yes, everybody cares.
Nobody cares.
I'm going to PV House. That's right. Playa Vista, Louis. Check them out. I got a table reserved for me already.
Look at this guy trying to get himself some free drinks by announcing where he's going tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm going. They got Brazilian women out there like dancing.
Right,
like seriously.
All right, you might have sold me a tick. How many? How many Brazilian women will be there?
I think there was 2 or 3, and playing the music, and it's a vibe. It's a Brazilian vibe.
All right, listen, we can get those numbers up is all I'm saying.
And by the way, the doctor is finishing with the patient. He is still scheduled to join us.
I'm very excited, very excited. But hey, if it ends up being pushed over to the 9 o'clock hour, worse things have happened, Raj. That being said, stop trying to get free drinks on the show, dude.
I already got them.
Dude, when are you going to come out and actually get to one of these pubs and watch one of these games?
I mean,
actually, is that an issue for you? Do you go out? I've been out with you before.
Not always, but sometimes, yeah. And then it impacts my ability to enjoy fully what I came out to do.
I get that.
That's all. It's not that I don't want to engage with people. It's more, but if I'm coming to join you and Raj and the family or whatever, and we're trying to watch the game, sometimes, and it's not the worst thing in the world, sometimes you end up kind of getting pulled in too many different directions.
Yeah, I get it.
And then you're not enjoying the experience there. So that's all.
What's worse when you like go to a place to watch a game? Is it worse when they come up to you? Because I know because I've watched you. You're extremely gracious with every fan that says a nice thing to you. Or is it worse when they keep looking over at you and like putting their head down and you're like playing that game where you both see each other and you both look away? It's like, that's Derek Fisher. Like, oh, you're like, hi, and they put their head down. It's just you have that awkward moment.
Yeah, I think it's when we were at the Dodger game. Remember, so what I feel like is the most kind of like what is happening here is when someone is literally within earshot of you is like picking up their phone to like take a picture of you like this, and you're right there. And it's kind of like a zoo animal type of feel where it's like, if you want to take a picture, maybe ask. The answer could be yes or no, depending on if it's family time or if I'm busy or whatever. Of course. But it also could be yes. And I'd rather take a photo knowingly than, have a photo taken of me when I'm not actually ready to take a photo. Yeah. That's the part that feels kind of weird, like a person that's this far away.
Oh, yeah, right? Just trying to sneak up a photo from this close to proximity.
What are they doing?
Yeah, dude, it's weird. Fans are weird. I've luckily, not luckily, I guess, I never obviously achieved that goal of getting like recognized in the streets that much, so I've never had to deal with this. But man, I can imagine it being fairly awkward. I probably would do the thing along the lines that I'd make it more awkward, like on purpose.
Yeah.
Just because I figure you might as well have fun with it, right?
That's true. No, you should. But I don't love the additional attention that then, like, because they're not necessarily the only person that has noticed that you're there, but they're the only person kind of making it a thing. So then once somebody sees that,
then it like opens the floodgates.
Yeah, and then now it's a wrap. Like you can't even watch the Dodgers play.
Then it's over.
Because other people are now coming to take a photo, and it's like you're there to actually watch Shohei Ohtani and Mookie Betts, but now you're taking photos, being you and trying to be respectful, but it's a fine balance. I'm not complaining. I just try my best to remember that, people aren't trying to be annoying or do things that, you don't like. They don't know whether you like it or not. So I just try to do my best to be respectful and be cool with people. But it always helps if there's just basic human decency included. Like if I was a stranger, you would still start a conversation with, excuse me, or hi, how you doing?
Or hello.
My name is da-da-da. Like, you don't just walk up to somebody, yo, let me get them glasses, bro. What?
That's a weird way to start everything.
Do you want to introduce yourself? Do you want to say hello? Do you want to ask, is it a good time to speak? Like, you don't just walk up and start.
In fact, would you like the keys to my car? How about my PIN number? Would you like that too? Like, good Lord.
That's it.
Oh, and by the way, not to add fuel to the fire, because earlier we talked about Kevin Love potentially coming to the Lakers, and I do think that's a really interesting idea. Kevin Love has been seen golfing with LeBron James in London. So,
oh yeah, no, that's really cool. We talked about, trying to figure out. I think it's like a handful of guys from that 2016 Cavaliers team that went on a golf vacation together to London. So it's like 5 or 6 guys: Richard Jefferson, Tristan Thompson, J.R. Smith, Kevin Love,
good
LeBron,
group.
Channing Frye. It's a great group. That's that's what golf does too, man.
Brings us all together, man.
For sure.
Really, really does. And it keeps us athletic when we're no longer athletic, which is just fantastic. All right, guys, it is that time. Coming up. Whoo, baby. We need a doctor. Let's get Dr. Dre in the house right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan. Welcome back, D. Fish and Decker right here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports, and of course, Derek Fisher, Cody Decker, and all of you. And yes, momentarily, we will be joined very, very shortly by the great, the one, the only, the legendary Dr. Dre joining us live in studio. So fired up to absolutely meet Dr. Dre and get to know just about everything we can about his new documentary, music, his past. I'm very fired up to meet him. And D. Fish, man, it's gonna be awesome to have him in here. But until that, let's get over and talk about them Lakers real quick because, dude, the rumor mill is hot. And the one thing I want to focus on really quick, because I know we only have a little bit of time before Dre comes in, it's the idea of Anthony Davis returning to this team. And I know that's really, really pie in the sky, but I've mentioned before.
Yes, it is.
I'm a big fan of guys like returning back kind of home. And when I think of Anthony Davis, I still think of him as kind of a Laker. That, like, I know he's been in multiple other places. I know he spent a lot of time in New Orleans, but man, I think of him as our guy here.
I mean, when you win a title in a town, as the Knicks are finding out right now.
Oh, God, I wonder who's the drunkest.
Yeah, when you win a title in a town, man, you kind of do, create that feeling of, you belong to the city and the city belongs to you. It's a special experience. Sports is one of those rare things that, like, makes people feel like we're all a part of it, whether you're a fan, a member of the team, you work for the organization, you carried the trash can that was at the building at the same time the game was won. Like, everybody somehow feels like they played a part. And so, I think, how realistic it is that Anthony Davis returns to the Lakers at some point. I mean, yeah, that's definitely sources, rumors, et cetera. And so, I'm not really going to heavily dive in there. But, there's a reason why I think there's still some feelings of, like, certain guys, I think fans would want to see back or enjoy seeing back. And I think AD would be one of those guys.
Do you think there's bad blood might be an over-exaggeration, but, it was kind of an interesting and slightly ugly thing that kind of happened on his side probably a little bit. Do you think there are any mending of bridges that would ever need to be filled between him and Rob Pelinka, or do you think, man, business is business? We can just do this.
Both.
Yeah.
It's kind of like, remember Chapman from
Oh, yeah. If he said he wants that apology.
Yeah, you might want it, but you still need to just focus on playing baseball and until you get it, maybe.
Of course.
It may not be something that is a prerequisite to returning to the team. And so I think sometimes, even if it's still a little cold and icy to begin with, you can sit down, have a conversation, try to clear some of the air as best you can, but you're still impacted by the experience. But business is business. And again, if something like that happened, that same person is also responsible in some ways for, helping you get back to the team. Mm-hmm. So you do have to take and give that person
account.
Take that into account as well. So we'll see. Like I said, it's
very pie in the sky right now.
There's so many different scenarios, but that's one thing about the NBA offseason. Like, there's so many different scenarios and possibilities. That these types of things are going to come up from time to time.
Absolutely. Well, the other report that's out there, the Lakers apparently have internally considered pursuing Walker Kessler. Per The Ringer, Walker Kessler reportedly rejected a 5-year, nearly $140 million offer from the Jazz, and his camp is seeking significantly more. But how you describe that is due to the fact of his free agent status. Do you think that this initial offer of $140 million is the realistic offer, or do you think this is just the beginning of what the Utah is going to actually offer because somebody else could offer something more?
Yeah, probably the beginning. I think teams, when players are in restricted free agency, and even unrestricted free agency, they're not going to jump out of the gate necessarily with their best offer. In particular, if you aren't a max player. Max players they usually don't mess around with. Like, it's clear that he's a max guy. He's earned the contract. That's the offer. Let's get this done. Other guys, you have to be more intentional about exactly what number you come to agreement on. And if you can save yourself, even in today's sports world, even $100,000 makes a difference in terms of, first apron, second apron, luxury tax, salary cap. Reading about, Jim Dolan with the Knicks saying it's not an option for them to go into the second apron in terms of the luxury tax. And I think right now they're about $200,000 close to it. So as they're re-signing their free agents and trying to figure out what the right numbers are, like, you're talking about that much of a difference, where in luxury tax in the NBA, if you go over the luxury tax, those dollars start to compound. So you could sign a player for $1.2 million, but he could cost you $10 million. So, yeah. So, Walker Kessler's number matters. So if the Jazz can sign him for $140 instead of $147, then that helps keep them away from getting too close to the luxury tax.
Yeah.
So all those things are being taken into consideration in all these scenarios.
Well, of course, there is this rumor and innuendo that is out there about the possibility of bringing back AD.
We love rumors.
We love rumors and innuendo. We love unsighted sources on this show.
Some of us.
Two of the three of us are huge on these unsighted sources. We will not tell you who the third one is. That being said, there is a rumor out there about a potential mega draft deal in the NBA. Yes, maybe with a grain of salt, mainly because we know who runs the Jazz. But it would be a wild three-team hypothetical trade proposed that would really shake up the top board involving the Lakers, the Wizards, and the Jazz, and it would involve a lot of moving parts. And that would be number 1 pick, the number 2 pick, Trae Young, Lauri Markkanen, and a path for LA to bring back Anthony Davis. Again, there are so many things that need to happen before you can even consider this. That's also considering that the Austin Reeves of it all has been taken care of. That's considering the LeBron of it all is taken care of to even get to the conversation of this. But I will admit, it'd be pretty sweet, wouldn't it?
Oh, man, we like eating this pie that's way in the sky.
Yes,
don't
we do. I love some pie in the sky stuff. Dude, we got to do something to beat OKC and the Spurs. I'm throwing anything at the wall I can get my hands on at this point.
Yeah, no, I mean, here's what gets interesting about, Anthony Davis. Like, sometimes your value is recreated, based on certain situations. Like, think about what Jalen Brunson has just done for smaller guards, right? Mm-hmm. Like, we were told you probably couldn't win an NBA championship anymore if your best player was, 6'2" and under. The Knicks have now done that. Let's think about what Karl Anthony Towns was able to do defensively, actually, versus Victor Wembanyama, not just offensively. So if you're the Lakers, it's not bad to think about scenarios where Anthony Davis comes back to the Lakers, because it is now clear that you need somebody that you can match up against that guy in San Antonio. So,
and how many guys are even in the league that can match up to that guy in San Antonio?
Yeah, I mean, it didn't appear to be many. I think Karl Anthony Towns did a really solid job. But some of it also is like the more they see him and the more teams get a chance to play against the Spurs, like they are going to start to build their rosters, build their offensive and defensive philosophies around how you beat the Spurs with him on the court. I mean, every team is going to be looking into those scenarios this offseason, not just from a roster construction perspective, but also like offensively, how do we manipulate the Spurs defense to move Wembanyama into certain areas that allow us to get points at the rim. And I thought that like the Knicks did a pretty good job of that throughout the finals, where it was much more difficult for him to protect the rim compared to the way he did against Oklahoma City, because OKC's offense became so heavily one-dimensional around Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, partially due to that's how they play. That's why he's the MVP. But secondary to that were also the injuries to J-Dub, Jalen Williams, and to A.J. Mitchell, like two other guys that were ball-dominant guys that could create plays for themselves and others. So teams around the NBA, including the Lakers, in the Western Conference especially, are thinking about how do we match up with the Spurs, how can we do things offensively and defensively, what are the types of players we're going to need in order to compete against those players. One team, honestly, that should feel pretty darn good is the Houston Rockets.
Really? Because of the age?
No, the size.
Oh, God, yeah. Everybody on that team's like 6'8" and above.
Steven Adams will be back and healthy in the lineup. He could do a pretty good job banging Victor Wembanyama. Alperen Sengun, he could do a pretty good job banging Victor Wembanyama. Kevin Durant, he's a pretty good offensive player.
Last I checked, he's not bad.
Yeah, so like from a personnel perspective, there are tons of teams that physically have the things that you need in order to be successful. It just all has to come together. So, yeah, the rumor thing around AD, I think AD's value almost went up while he was out and or away, because the Western Conference now runs through San Antonio. And if you can find a guy that can kind of help offset how he impacts the game, and he being Wembanyama, then yeah, you try to get those guys if you can.
How much of that is a worry, though, also with the AD of it all, the injury scares? Because listen, I mean this from the bottom of my heart. I've loved Anthony Davis since he's been in this league. I loved him in LA. But there was a time where his nickname, sadly, was street clothes. And I hate that he got labeled with this, but he has had some banged up injuries since leaving the Lakers. Any concern with the health aspect of Anthony Davis?
I think the health aspect in ratio to the amount of money invested, right? Like if health issues could be a challenge no matter what, right? Sometimes it's age. Sometimes it's just the way a guy's physically made up. But when you then have like $170 million over the next 3 years committed to a player, that's where the injuries could prove to be problematic, because the salary size and commitment is in some ways impairing your ability to like do other things on the roster. So if you have that much money committed to a player that's going to be relatively unhealthy and unavailable, but then you also are kind of blocked from adding other players or completing other transactions that can give you the depth that you need to be good, that's where the challenge really comes in. And so for AD, teams taking on his number, it's going to be two types of teams. And we talked about this with De'Aaron Fox the other day. Two types of teams. Young teams like the Washington Wizards that have a bunch of guys on rookie deal contracts.
Yes.
Where you need a big salary guy like Anthony Davis, like Trae Young, in order to make sure you hit that 90% salary cap floor, which is the minimum of the salary that you can spend. So then you need those big contract guys like AD and Trae Young
to kind of balance out those young
everybody
guys.
else's contracts are rookie young guy contracts. So that's one team that big contract guys will be on. The other team is a team that's like, we're going for it now. So we're salary cap, luxury tax, et cetera. Like, we're in our championship window. We're going for it right now. We may not stay in this luxury tax window, but we are going to go into it in order to go after a title. And those are teams you can maybe look for, maybe adding a bigger contract guy.
Well, there are reports out there that the Lakers are currently prioritizing bringing back Jackson Hayes and Rui Hachimura. The question just becomes who's going to be available out there if they are to get another big man. I think you and I have discussed Mitchell Robinson has probably been priced out because of the finals he just had. What about someone like Robert Williams III?
Not a bad choice. He's had some health and injury-related challenges in recent years as well. But in the right role without having too much responsibility, he could be a great, if Jackson Hayes essentially is the starter, and then Robert Williams III is a cost-effective and cost-efficient backup player with some pretty good upside when he's healthy. Like he can give you starter-like offensive activity in terms of being a lob threat and running pick and roll. Also has some shot blocking and shot altering capabilities on that end of the floor as well. So financially, I like it because financially I don't see the AD, Walker Kessler, Mitchell Robinson, Hartenstein type scenarios where you're paying a guy $20-30 million in the middle. That's not going to align with where the Lakers are right now. I don't think. But Jackson Hayes, Robert Williams III type guys, that combination of salary gives you flexibility within the rest of the roster to build it right.
Absolutely love it. We will keep you guys updated on what the Lakers are going to do going forward. We're actually going to take an early break because it is apparently that time. We're going to get a doctor in here and looking very, very forward to having the legendary Dr. Dre right in studio in the new 97.1 here for D. Fish and Decker. And you want to be right here for it. Looking forward to having him. So stick around right here on 97.1 The Fan. Welcome back. The new 97.1 The Fan. D. Fish and Decker with you guys right here all the way to the 10 o'clock hour right here on the new 97.1. Of course, Derek Fisher, myself, Cody Decker, and all of you. Get in the chat at The Fan LA. And, of course, our phone number right now, 855-97-LA-FAN. That's 855-975-2326. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, the Dodgers get themselves a very nice victory yesterday in the afternoon. Great two-run home run to take the lead by the one and only Freddie Freeman. And it was a game where Shohei Ohtani decided to start and not hit offensively. A move that I gotta say, I really do kind of appreciate. I keep looking at a Shohei Ohtani D-Fish, wondering, worrying, and yes, I'm knocking on wood as we speak. There's no universe I ever want to see anything bad happen to Shohei Ohtani. But I just know how this game kind of works, man. And I know how quickly arms go down, and I feel like they want Ohtani to pitch as much as they possibly can during the window while he can. Because I would say in like 5 years, at some point, something's going to maybe break on him where he's just going to be a full-time DH that point forward. But also, man, carrying and working on his workload, I think is going to be paramount, not just to his success, but to the Dodgers' success. And by the way, Dave Roberts said as much on our very show last week. That being said, the difficult balance, because there are no real metrics to back it up. Everyone's kind of walking in the dark in this situation.
Well, as heavily invested in Ohtani as the Dodgers are, and he is in the Dodgers, like they are definitely going to manage him
absolutely
to the best of their ability. And there are certain seasons where you kind of have to push it a little bit more. They're already kind of working and running on fumes anyway in terms of like having played in the last two World Series and, gone to Game 7s, and they played a lot of baseball in the last few years.
And he pitched through the entire thing this last year.
Yeah, so you're already managing those aspects of not being as fresh maybe as some of your competitors because they played less baseball. So that's one thing you have to consider, from the beginning. But then, yes, with Shohei Ohtani being like the ultimate two-way player of all time that we've ever seen almost in any sport. I mean, outside of Deion Sanders, maybe. Like a guy that was elite on both
ends.
Like, come on now. And so, I think the Dodgers for sure are going to try and manage him properly. Even this season, I think some of the additional injuries to other guys have increased the workload. The goal is to win the Cy Young in the National League. I think that's a goal of his.
Mm-hmm.
If their pitching rotation was healthier, I don't even know. If Glasnow was in the rotation, if Snell was in the rotation.
He might already be out right now, just kind of getting a couple of weeks.
Right.
Yeah.
So,
which I think they need to give him anyways.
Right. So he's already, kind of ahead of where he probably would be in terms of total games pitched, even though you're saying win-loss is not always the biggest barometer of Cy Young winners.
But it's still getting wins when he's pitching.
Yeah, to me, that's vital. Like, if you haven't pitched enough games and won enough games, I don't know how you're like a Cy Young guy, to be honest.
Completely agree. It happens.
And so, and I don't think they ever want to see a scenario where he's only DH. Like, again, he is the attraction. That's like if people were paying to see the Lakers and Kobe only played on offense.
Yeah.
Like, nah, that's not the same guy. So I think there's going to be a point where even as the Dodgers have to start getting younger or bringing in their development guys into the rotation, and you're not asking Freddie Freeman to do as much. You're not asking Mookie Betts to do as much. They're going to take a few more days off during the season. I could see Ohtani getting to that point where maybe he doesn't play as many days, but when he plays, we get the full Shohei Ohtani experience.
Yeah, I completely agree on that. But listen, you're a former head coach. Like, how do you handle that as a manager / head coach, especially because even somebody that seems as kind-hearted and great as a teammate as Ohtani is, everybody involved still has one hell of an ego. And I'm not saying that he's an egomaniac, but yeah, Ohtani's definitely got to have an ego. How else could he be here if he didn't? It's just, how do you strike that balance of like a guy that is that good and might have at least a semblance of an ego while also trying to tell him that you kind of know better and looking out for him as his head coach?
I mean, the best way that I could probably describe it is relationship.
Mm-hmm.
That's
thank God it's Dave Roberts.
Yeah, that's really, it's relationship, and some of it, like I think for Phil Jackson coming into LA, the credibility that was already there coming in allowed an open door to a very strong or like a manageable and healthy enough relationship with Kobe and Shaq from the beginning, because like you coached Michael Jordan. You coached Scottie Pippen, Dennis Rodman, like you guys won NBA championships.
It's an impossible cachet to walk in with.
Yeah, so it's like there was a credibility there that opened the door to like, I probably should listen to what this guy is asking me to do, offering me to consider in terms of offense, defense, etc. But then, and so Dave Roberts has that in terms of like, he's a former player. He's managed successful teams that had played in the playoffs and in the World Series prior to Shohei's arrival. So there was that respect and credibility there, but Dave Roberts has a much different leadership style than a Phil Jackson or other coaches or managers. And I think that's his special sauce in terms of relationship development, is that he's as like down to earth and relatable of a human being as you can find. And so then it's almost like more of a Greg Popovich type of feel, where we can have a glass of wine and go to dinner and talk and really connect as men outside of the game and find some of our commonalities in just who we are as people that then allow me to offer some things for you to consider. I'd be curious to find out where the language barrier comes in. Obviously, Shohei's interpreter,
of course,
is always there, but that there's a delay in that. Like you're speaking to someone else to speak to the player, and vice versa, but they've had to be intentional about their relationship being one that has developed into like really strong trust. And when Dave Roberts is trying to encourage guys to consider taking a certain approach, they know it's coming from the right place.
It's funny. In 2016, I almost signed with the Dodgers. I was between three teams. I was between the Royals, Cubs, and Dodgers. And at the time, the Dodgers haven't hired Dave Roberts yet. But the Dodgers were also doing due diligence, so they actually did call me and ask me how I thought Dave Roberts would be as a manager. My first thought was, well, incredible. But there was a part of my head going like, but he's such a nice guy. Like that is either going to be his greatest thing or his biggest detriment, because he's such a nice guy. I'm like, if you put him in a room with egos, I wonder if some of these egos would try to take advantage of how nice he is, that type of thing. So that crossed my mind. I'm thrilled that got squashed immediately, because Dave Roberts is just that type of cat you just want to play for. And there aren't a lot of guys like that. I think when I think of Dave Roberts, I think the most close comparison I can think of in sports is Greg Popovich, because he seems like he's created, despite all the numbers that we hear thrown around and despite all the contracts we've seen thrown around, he really does seem like he's created a family kind of culture within this Los Angeles Dodgers juggernaut that they've built. And as far as something that's like hedge fund money in a juggernaut the way it is, having that like family atmosphere is mind-blowing that they were able to pull it off. And that's really, in my opinion, all on the back of Dave Roberts.
Yeah, it's special what they've created. I sometimes people can take niceness for weakness, and I think it's very, very clear that niceness does not always equate to weakness. There's a very inner strength in being a nice person consistently, showing up authentically as who you are, whether you want to call it nice or a good guy or whatever. It's authentically who he is, and I think that's the more important thing. Like Greg Popovich, he's had some moments of like he holds guys accountable in a certain way in front of people, or has done it, and that's a different leadership style maybe than some other guys, but people have received it because it's him. They don't feel like he's being performative or showing them up in front of people differently than he would in private.
Yeah.
And Dave Roberts, I think, leads that way as well. Like, he's the same guy all the time. So the same conversation and the way he talks to you in private, it's the same way in public. And that's the key to the whole thing.
Have you ever had a head coach or manager just tear you a new ass? Because I have definitely had that done to me
Yeah,
a couple times.
I was like so terrified of having that happen.
Really? Oh, yeah.
That
I was very lucky it was behind
like,
closed doors,
yeah,
but boy, oh boy, Bud Black tore me to shreds once.
Yeah, I mean, like my high school coach stopped the drill one time. Jerry Sloan, when I was with the Jazz, I was whispering on the side. He was talking about something on the other side of the floor, and I guess he could maybe hear me a little bit, and he just turned and was like, do you want to include everybody else in the conversation?
Oh, he went like school teacher.
Yeah, you want to share with the class?
Yes.
You passing notes?
Yeah. And man, my high school coach, like he blew a whistle, and like we were doing like a 3-on-2 fast break drill, and I threw a behind the back pass. It was successful pass, but he blew the whistle like, don't you ever even think twice about doing that.
Did you ever do it in the league, though?
In the league, yeah.
Yes,
sure.
I'll take that, college
For
coach.
Sure.
And then do you get on the kids now for behind the back passes or a little showboating?
I do, but what I try to help them understand is there's a time and place for everything. Behind the back passes when it's a tie game in the first quarter is not the time to try something.
So when is it?
If we're up by a big score and the game is pretty much decided, you got a little bit more leeway. But even then,
yeah, how do you do it without showing up those guys?
Yeah,
now?
so that's the difference, though. Like, I'm not going to embarrass you in the game, but they just know based on my body language and how I move on the sideline whether I approve or not. So they know, like, as soon as they do it and they look at the bench, and it's not a big demonstrative movement. It's just
just something small.
Something small.
Subtle,
and
so
they're
they
like,
know.
Coach is not feeling that at all.
But by the way, you know the unwritten rules of baseball, like all those nonsense things that are really created to protect fragile egos out there. Are there any unwritten rules of basketball that are similar? Like, don't pimp a home run or else you're going to wear one in your ribs your next at bat type of thing.
Oh, yeah, no. So there were a few of those this past year where when the game is decided, especially the team that's ahead, it's kind of turned into both teams now, which is weird. But the team that's ahead, you're not supposed to, like, try to score again if you have the possession last. So if you're already winning 100 to 90,
yeah, you dribble it out. And there were a few times this year where I think Giannis dunked the ball in Chicago against the Bulls. There were a couple other games guys went and scored. Ruined some parlays, too.
Yeah, and it led to some face-to-face, conversations.
Yep.
No fights, but it definitely led to some unwritten rule type of things.
Man, gotta love the unwritten rules, man. Those always come up to bite you on the ass. But the Dodgers get it done. They get a sweep, by the way. Very, very nice job by the Los Angeles Dodgers. I believe they are starting their next series. I'm sorry, not today, but tomorrow, Friday, June 19th. They are starting a series at home against the Baltimore Orioles. It's going to be a pretty good series. Looking forward to seeing the polar bear out here. The Orioles kind of underperforming this year thus far, but we are going to go ahead and take a quick little break. And coming up, perhaps a doctor? We shall see right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan. Welcome back. The new 97.1 The Fan. D-Fish and Decker right here with you for one more segment. And of course, by the way, I know we've been teasing Dr. Dre. He just came in and we got a bunch of stuff for socials, so pay attention to our socials today. And check us out at The Fan LA, especially on Instagram. We'll be posting a great thing with D-Fish and Dr. Dre later today. Awesome to meet him, man. And he just said something pretty awesome. He was talking about how he's been doing this for 41 years, and he's looking forward to a vacation. I think that guy's earned one hell of a vacation.
Yeah, I would say he's done pretty well for himself, and he's earned a little time away for sure.
I definitely would agree with that. Oh, man, just such a huge fan and just being in the presence of an icon. So check out our socials later on today at The Fan LA, and you will get to see some great stuff with D-Fish and Dr. Dre cutting it up. So looking very forward to you guys checking that out. Listen, we got World Cup going on. We got 3 matchups today in the World Cup, and as we are currently standing here, we already have a 1-0 goal. Chechnya is up as we currently speak. We're against South Africa, and then, of course, Switzerland versus Bosnia later, and then Canada versus Qatar. A full day of soccer matchups in the World Cup, so plenty to look forward to on that. Not
Is
to
it
mention
Qatar or Qatar?
That's actually a funny thing. I've heard it both ways, but here's the thing.
I think Qatar.
It's Qatar. I've been told dozens of times.
I think it's one of those things, like if you're in the area, it's Qatar, I think, and then we call it Qatar. I think.
I'm just constantly put in a bad spot when it comes to Qatar or Qatar, but I'm going Qatar, and here's why I'm going Qatar. I've been told to go Qatar. Oh, Brock and Alex are walking. You guys want to come on the show? We are live. It's pure chaos right now.
It's all right. The doctor prescribed that we just kind of do our own thing.
Yeah, the doc came in and said,
I gotta tell you, I have a story from the hallway.
Oh, I cannot wait to hear this Dr. Dre story. By the way, there's like 100 people in the hallway.
Oh man, I was like, got it.
Oh, it's Dr. Dre.
Okay.
Is that an entourage or a posse?
No, it was Odyssey staff members.
Yes. Yeah, I don't know if he brought anybody.
It wasn't all his people.
Everybody in this building found their way on the second floor.
Yeah.
Trying to get a glimpse of Dr. Dre.
Oh, and we won't give the name of the one that tried to say Doe Diggity.
You guys are about to have no diggity on.
But she was right that he produced that song.
Yeah, we gotta put her in a bad spot.
But I'm not gonna call him. Hey, Diggity.
I'm not calling him Joe Diggity.
Yeah, we're not gonna call him that.
No.
He did produce that song. Yes.
Okay, so you guys check out the socials, and they'll be coming up quickly as Mitch and Nick and everybody, and everybody gets them situated. We got a mid-inning shift change and someone dropping stuff.
Yep.
I mean, what's going on,
dude,
Alex?
it's perfection.
Damn.
It's perfection.
See what happens when someone's first place in the pool when all her team's got 3 points and she's first place.
It's pretty embarrassing.
Raj, why would you do that? Why would you just blow her up like that?
Rub it in. Is anyone else undefeated, or is it just me?
Well, I'm actually technically I am.
Literally in life.
Wait. I am too undefeated as well. So, boom, take that.
Why, your team hasn't played yet?
I had one tie.
A draw.
More points then.
Undefeated though.
And you guys say hi to the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air if
Yeah,
you're watching on YouTube.
What is going on? Dude, I gotta say, dude, what is happening
Crazy
here?
how they hate on us, D-Fish. Ain't that crazy?
No,
That's
what
crazy.
I said is I didn't know we were dripping today. I would have dressed up. You got to tell me when we're going hard on the
So
fist.
the story behind this is actually very
Zipped
funny.
all the way down.
I
Just met
am.
Dre.
Well, I may or may not have slept in the shirt. So, my family is in town. They are staying up in Valencia, where the in-laws are, and which is my hometown. I will be commuting from there for today and tomorrow and through the weekend.
Boy.
And therefore, I packed a bunch of stuff. But when you pack for a stretch of days, you forget to pack for the day.
Yeah.
And so, thankfully, I always keep these shoes, and this jacket is hanging up by the door. And I said, you know what? We're just doing it today.
Yeah.
We're doing it. And here we are.
You look good, man.
I mean, I would wear that.
It's
Can I borrow that?
not a bad
borrow
look.
it.
I'm not
Can
here
I
for the
borrow
Raj.
that?
I'm not here for the Raj. Hey, dude. I'm
Crooked
actually kind
Raj.
of digging this. Yeah, that crook
I
over
think
there
it's
is after
great.
everybody.
I thought he was dressing up for Dr. Dre. And I was like, you got to tell me, because I had no idea that he was here today. I just walk in the studio. I'm like, what's going on over at the Wave? There's like 25 people in that room, you guys.
And they're all just people who work here.
No, there was he had a good amount of entourage, but he was excited to meet you, D-Fish. That's all I heard.
Dre?
Yeah, he was just really excited to meet you.
Dude, it's wild. I'm sitting here just like starstruck looking at Dre, and he's starstruck talking over to D-Fish,
so
man. It's wild.
And vice versa.
Very, very, very cool. And again, check out our socials at The Fan LA. We'll have great stuff with Dr. Dre and D-Fish later on today. By the way, Alex, you do deserve some congratulations. But I'm trying to decide, and D-Fish, what do you think? Who deserves more congratulations? Her opening with 3 victories in her pool, or Brock nailing what Ronaldo did yesterday? Nostradamus over here, my guy.
I was kind of like, when he was saying that yesterday, I was like, dang, that's aggressive. He really for real like
nailed his ass.
It was exactly what happened.
And in those of you who don't remember what he said, Brock, please take the floor and say exactly what it was.
I told you it would be a, quote, disaster class. Ronaldo, the goal chaser that he is, and it's been to his benefit whether you love him or don't, he is among the Mount Rushmore of soccer players.
But he's also 41 now.
But he is 41 years old, and he cares about his legacy more than he cares about winning. So when he was sitting at home watching Messi go off for a hat trick, watching Erling Haaland and Kylian Mbappe both get 2 goals, he was sitting in his hotel room thinking, I have to go get goals tomorrow. And yesterday, Portugal does not win that game because he was goal chasing, and that's what happens. That's what happens when you care more about your legacy than winning.
See, I didn't know that about him. I know who it is. I've heard obviously like how great he is, but I didn't know that aspect of his game that he kind of just tries to just get buckets all the time, and that's
his
it.
team cannot stand him.
Wow.
They cannot stand him. If you just go back and look at body language and eye rolling and those exasperated hands going in the air, they cannot wait until he is off this World Cup roster.
And by the way, you saw Henry's comments on his breakdown of the actual plays specifically where he was hunting goals was a masterclass of how to break it down. He's like pointing,
I want to look that
up.
it's
I'll send the video. He's like drawing lines like, look, he just needs to move in this place and let the ball roll to this guy. But nope, he keeps falling back in the box over and over and over again. And then he used this quote, which I immediately thought of you, Brock, because it was like, nailed it, Brock, nailed it. He said, your team needs to score. You do not need to score. And I was like, my man, Brock was ahead of the game, man.
That burns.
Which is kind of like the polar opposite of how everyone feels about Messi, too. I don't know if you saw when he got subbed out of that first game, his coach is on the bench crying, like just tears. Of
Standing
just,
ovation, too.
Everything. There's just a respect. And even after he won, Messi's quote was like, I'm just happy for the team. I'm happy that we're able to do and continue to perform at this level and win. It's just polar opposite stars, superstardom. And that's why like the GOAT debate also, I think that comes into play for a lot of fans and a lot of people. It's like, well, Messi is like one of us. He even though he's not, he feels like, oh, but he's one of us. Ronaldo has put himself on a pedestal, and that's where he likes to be. That's where he likes to stay. It's the image, the vibe, the cherry picking goal scoring. Like, it's just completely different people.
It is
style of people.
It is, and the story of Lionel Messi is also a great one. Just being the smallest guy all the time, but finding a way to make it work. And I feel if you are a young soccer player, you can look at Messi and find some sort of inspiration in his story, whether it's on the pitch, whether it's off the pitch. Like, he's just, I don't see how you can't root for him. That being said, I have Argentina, so I'm also incredibly biased. And I want them to win. I want them to win every single match.
I can really use Spain getting themselves right, please. So let's not sleep on anybody else, please, Spain. We also have, not in LA, obviously, but we have a parade going on the other side of the country.
Is that Timothy Chalamet?
That is Timothy Chalamet on one of the floats in the parade.
Love that.
Oh my God.
D-Fish and I opened up speculating, and I got to get you guys' thoughts on this. Who do you guys think will be the drunkest Nick today? I threw out my theory, Josh Hart, but then as I kept thinking a little bit, man, is this the day Jalen Brunson finally lets it out?
And
Just
like,
finally lets it out.
He won't.
Not
He said
happening.
no.
He won't.
No?
He's too composed. He's too self-aware.
I'm like, come on, Tom Brady gave us the avocado tequila that one time.
Fish, did you? 'Cause I don't ever see you as someone getting out of control, especially in public.
Yeah, no.
Any of the parades did you let loose, or any of the celebrations?
Not let
Yeah.
loose like that. No, not. Yeah, no. That's not happening.
Yeah.
Even that's
I see in life. You're
that's
not
for
that
at
person.
home. That's just not
That's
me.
not a public
Like
thing.
that. No.
Do we know
I ain't scared.
what
I ain't scared at all.
What are you doing? Cake stands, first one there, taking shots with everybody.
You tell me what
dancing
you
on the
want me to
bar.
drink, and you tell me which article of clothing you want off first, and let's go.
So I do not know what the route is that the buses are taking, but Jose Alvarado is the prince
That
of
was
Puerto
on your
Rico.
list. That was on his list.
If they go
It's
to the
a
right
good
neighborhood,
one.
Alvarado's
You know what? I don't know why I didn't think the Puerto
Yes.
Rican aspect.
Yes.
That's going to be a big one.
They are showing up big time for him.
That's going to be a big one. Oh man, I'm looking forward to us getting an answer, and we will discuss in tomorrow's crosstalk and who was right.
Dude, that's incredible.
Follow-up question, because obviously, Shohei Ohtani, big start yesterday, gets the win. Granted, not the best Shohei Ohtani outing, 5 strikeouts. His ERA is now up to a staggeringly awful 1.81. I know, horrifying. What are we going to do? However, the blister is a real problem.
Yes, it
and
is.
it's a problem that he's been dealing with already this season. And I kind of opened up talking about this on the show today, and I would love your guys' thoughts. I think you need to shut him down for 2 weeks on the mound. I think we're in June 18th. I think you can go ahead and give him 2 starts where he can just miss it. Let's go and lean into MVP DH for just 2 weeks. Get yourself right. Honestly, I would shut him down pitching-wise till after the All-Star break.
I think the hardest thing, though, is with baseball, it's one of the few, especially as a pitcher, you can't do anything about it. You can't put anything on
You
it.
can't.
You can't treat the blister. And that's where it becomes a factor, because once it's open, we all know, especially
reopens, man.
it's as an athlete, especially if it's touching whatever you're doing, pitching the ball, swinging the bat, basketball shooting, like it's going to constantly keep getting ripped open. And when they were talking about it during his last outing, they're like, oh no, it's not that big of a deal. But he was getting it checked out in between every inning.
He's
Kirsten
bleeding on his
Watson-
jersey.
Well, now you can't hide it. Now you can't say it's not a big deal. We see it.
Yeah.
We see the blood.
Yeah.
We see that it's happening.
I did not want him to pitch yesterday. I don't see the risk reward being ratioed to where it's worth it right now. And the big thing for me is, as an athlete, the injury is always worse than you're willing to say it is, right?
Always.
Because you love what you do, you want to be out there, you get paid well to do what you do. Like everything points toward just fight through this. But I feel what differentiates baseball is you have 162 opportunities. So yes, sitting down and not doing what you love for 2 weeks feels like a prison sentence. But at the same time, we are thinking about October. Now, Shohei, being one of a kind, is a guy who, when he's sitting, really you have to sit 2 players. But the idea of him still being able to hit, my understanding is it doesn't affect the blister when he's sitting, right?
It legitimately shouldn't, to say the least. And also, unlike on the mound where you can't put anything on your hand, no bandage, no Band-Aid, no super glue, you can do all of that when you're hitting.
Yeah.
Right. I'm just nervous. Like, the blister is not going to heal until you stop throwing a baseball.
Exactly.
But even with the behind the knee inflammation, like that is such a scary place where it is so close to the calf, which is close to the Achilles. It can work up to the hamstring. Like, I do not see the point of pushing through anything when you have now, an 8.5 game lead in the NL West or something like that?
And a 2-game cushion in the best record in Major League Baseball now.
That's right, because the Braves are without Acuna,
That's
so
right.
you could imagine that gap to increase as well. Now is the time to take advantage of, hey man, just rest up, hang out with us, give pointers, whatever you have to do. But I just don't see the risk being worth it.
I completely agree with that. Here's the other thing. Like, I know I was listening to you guys on the air yesterday, and you guys were, and I've heard you a few times talk about kind of, you were disappointed when they started hitting Shohei a little bit more when he was pitching.
Yeah.
I totally understand that. Makes sense because it's like kind of deviating from the set course plan that they put out there. But also, my only pushback on that, which is not really a pushback, it's just, we're all flying blind here because this is an unprecedented thing that we have never dealt with. So it's almost like no matter what decision the Dodgers or Dave Roberts make, it's damned if you do, damned if you don't.
But the thing is like he has been here before. It was just different results because when he was with the Angels, he was healthy and he was a two-way player with the Angels. However, they were playing to get to October opposed to playing for October.
Yes.
So it's a different mindset. It was like, okay, throw him out there. He made every decision. They literally looked at Ohtani and was like, do you want to do this today?
No. We've seen the Angels. We know they don't make decisions.
So this is the first time in his career that he's, again, fully healthy on a championship team where he's not the one making all the decisions. He now has to listen to a Dave Roberts, who is also in uncharted territory because it's like he's getting load managed. And we don't usually see that in baseball. We see that a lot in basketball, but we don't see it in baseball. But this is, again, neither of the Dodgers and Dave Roberts or Shohei Ohtani have been in this situation. Even though they've won back-to-back championships, he wasn't at full strength on both of those runs. And so this is Brock always says you got to protect the athlete from himself. I have a hard time, and I'm like, let Ohtani cook. But now that he has these kind of injuries, this is where you got to protect him from himself.
Yeah, but here's the thing. The other reason, guys, that I think he's not going to win the Cy Young.
No.
It's not going to happen.
No. That's
Jacob
fine.
Mizorowski is going to win the
fine.
Cy Young, provided something bad happening. So you know what?
That is a filthy man right there.
Let's go ahead and pull him back. Just go win another MVP. You'll be fine.
Which that's a funny thing to be like, well, just go win the MVP. It's okay. Cy Young will wait.
Yeah.
That'll be there. You can do that at another time.
We'll try again next year, but right now, just go win another MVP.
New theme song for Brock.
Hey! Getting Jacob in a na.
Don't make me rap this verse word for word.
Please, let's not. Guys, that is it for D-Fish and Decker today. D-Fish, another day, man.
My dude.
My guy.
In the books.
Bright and early tomorrow morning, we will be back, and you don't want to go anywhere because Brock and Alex are next right here on the new 97.1 The Fan. That's it for us. Kick rocks. Enjoy some sports. See you tomorrow.
up, LA? Welcome to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here at Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch. We appreciate you being here, and it has been a morning, you guys, here at Odyssey and on The Fan LA. We come in, and let me just paint the picture, you guys. There are people everywhere, and there's a certain kind of energy when you're in a radio studio because, you know, we got K-Rock, we got The Wave, we got K-Earth here, and then we got 97.1 The Fan. We're the only sports station here. And you can always tell when there's a big name in the building. We walk in, I kind of walk into our morning meeting, I'm like, what's going on? Is someone here? And not only is someone here, you guys, Dr. Dre was in the building.
He was?
And
yes, he was.
I was like, what, did I get that wrong? Like, we just met him, right? I just met him. I didn't just make all that up in my head. Brock, you have to realize I'm the most gullible person there is. So
it was all in your head.
It was all a dream. Anywho, so it was just like this beautiful, chaotic morning of he was on the Wave, and then he came over to meet D-Fish because he was so excited to meet D-Fish, which I love that, you guys. That makes my heart so happy. And we got to watch them kind of have a moment in here, and then he came out in the hallway. We got to talk to him. He got to see, if you guys are just listening, you guys, Brock is wearing the most Fresh Prince of Bel-Air fit today, where I walked in the room and I was jealous. I was like, why didn't you tell me we were dripping today? Like, I would have stepped up my game. I love an overdressing moment, and this is just like, he is so fresh.
You are
right
giving
now.
me way too much
credit. It is like 80s, 90s bomber jacket, incredible vibes that I kind of want to steal his jacket. I'm like, can I borrow that? Let me borrow that.
You are
anyway,
free. You are free to rock the jacket whenever you wish.
It was the perfect fit to meet Dre. We got to kind of have a moment with him in the hallway. I got to tell you, man, my selfie light has helped me connect with more people than I know what to say, because I brought this out to take a photo while he was taking a photo with someone else, and then for our photo he's like, where'd you get that? That is it. And then someone was like, yes, queen, let's go. And I'm like, oh my god, my day is complete. It's gonna be amazing. So I turned that, now I've influenced Dr. Dre to go get the selfie light. I'm telling you guys, it's everything.
Selfie light out here saving lives,
dude. But that was fun.
That was great.
That's a vibe.
And to your point, I was told, I don't even know how many years ago, but ever since it was pointed out to me, I can't not see it. Never underestimate how much musicians love athletes.
Yeah.
Like, and it brings up a good point, because D-Fish, I mean, how many highlight LA Laker moments were done to the soundtrack of a Dr. Dre produced song?
Facts.
And vice versa. How many Lakers moments may be inspired or were the base layer for a Dr. Dre song? You know, like it's a symbiotic thing. And yeah, musicians love athletes. Athletes love musicians.
And it's crazy because we have a couple, obviously, like within the culture and in the group, whether it's Ice Cube or Snoop Dogg, that are very visibly at a lot of sporting events. Whether it's Snoop Dogg, when we were growing up on the sideline at USC, he is now going to be the face of the LA Olympics. He was the face of the last Olympics. And then you have Ice Cube, who's just been the celebrity face of the Dodgers
forever.
But especially their back-to-back World Series runs, driving his lowrider out with the trophies, performing. Like, he had a bobblehead. He threw out the first pitch. So sports and music are my life.
Yep.
So it's like, I love a crossover like this. I think it's the two best things in the world. So today has been a fun day already, guys.
We are already, how did Les Need say it with Aaron Donald? Full? Is that what he said? Like, it's 10:07 a.m. and we already feel full with the amount of things that have happened today, and we still get to talk sports for 4 more hours.
I know, you guys. It's so fun. And like today's match between Mexico and South Korea, we've been hyping up, you guys, I think, since we saw the Koreans land in Mexico and this bromance. It just this, not even bromance, this beautiful relationship between the Koreans and the Mexicans have just blossomed into one of my favorite stories of the World Cup, because we saw them like immediately, all the Koreans taking beer bongs, passing around the tequila bottles. Like, they have become like family, and they're playing each other together tonight. And what did you call it?
It's a civil war.
And where's the best place to go watch it if you're in LA?
Seoul International Park. Be sure to get there early. There will be food trucks. There's music stages. I drove by during Korea's first game, and it was pandemonium. So now that it is Korea and Mexico playing each other instead of playing at the same time on different sides of the world, yeah, they're going to combine forces here, and I cannot wait to see it.
It's going to be insane. And I think it's going to be a probably pretty 50-50 split of fans there.
Yeah, Koreatown, I would argue, is a 50-50 split between Koreans and the Latino community. So yeah, I am expecting a peaceful chaos.
Ooh.
Like both.
I call it beautiful chaos.
Okay, I like that better.
That's kind of like when it's just like it's happening and it's not scary or bad, but you're like, oh, kind of like the hallway was just kind of beautiful chaos. You're like, there's so much happening, but it's all really fun and really good. So you're just kind of taking it all in. When you get to be a spectator of it, you're like, I'm just taking a step back. This is awesome. This is insane, but I love it.
Yes, there will be no animosity between either fan bases. The bond that they've built over the last week and a half is too strong. They're definitely going to be rooting for their squad, but I feel like it's going to be the perfect place to see any kind of sporting event. Seoul International Park. Get there sometime this afternoon. I think they kick off at 6 p.m.
Yeah, 6 p.m. our time. I mean, we have a game on right now. Czechia versus South Africa. Do you have your iPad?
Yeah, I'm going to whip it out right now.
Mr. World Cup man. And then we have Switzerland versus Bosnia at 12, Canada versus Qatar at 3, and then Mexico and South Korea, I think, the match of the day tonight at 6 p.m. And then following that, Orioles at Dodgers, 7:10. So, yeah, we've got another fun day of sports. It's crazy because normally this time of the summer, it's just baseball going on, especially since obviously NBA finals are done. The parade is going on right now for the Knicks in New York, and I've just seen little clips of it. Timothée Chalamet is definitely a part of that parade. I love when celebrities just kind of... They're not bandwagoning, but they are. They feel like they're a part of the team.
To the team, yeah.
They're like a 1A, 1B. Like this is our little homie we're bringing along with us.
I was gonna say it's very much like, okay, mom and dad have to go do something this afternoon. You need to watch your younger brother. So if you're going to go play basketball, you have to bring him with you. And then before you know, he's like the mascot. Like Chalamet is just the Knicks mascot right now.
Is there anyone else that we like know that's on there? Is it just, I mean, Chalamet's been like the most like public figure that's like he missed the Met for it. He's missed everything. To be courtside. Like that was more important.
What I think separates him is the Knicks have not been in this position in 50-something years, and they haven't been to the finals in 20-something years. So he's kind of the face of the younger generation, right?
But he's been a fan for a while. Like there's little kid photos of him
being a Knicks fan.
But so is Taylor Swift. She was getting some slack too, being there.
Oh, I didn't know that.
And she has like old school photos, like as like that is what like that is a team.
So
for her.
Whereas you look courtside at a Knicks game, it's Ben Stiller, it's Tracy Morgan, it's Tina Fey, but that's the older generation who remember the last time the Knicks was at the finals. I feel like Chalamet is rallying the youth behind him. Of we are now going to be what they are now going forward. So
a Chalamet. Do you know the Nikki Glaser stand-up she did? She's like, if it's Adam Sandler going, and a Chalamet. That's all I think about every time we say Timothée Chalamet.
She's hilarious.
The best. Like that Tom Brady roast.
Was it no, she did the roast, but she did an award show recently that she killed.
She does all of them.
Yeah. Okay, maybe that's what it is.
But it's the roast that she, that she was all, like, she's been in the game forever, and she's been crushing it forever. But the roast is what put her in the limelight in the best way possible. Yes. And she's so humble about it, too. She's like, I know this doesn't last forever, so I'm going to do everything I can right now to have a great time. But I think the Gronk, that Gronk line is what, when Tom lost millions, I think it was like over 20, an insane amount of millions of dollars in crypto.
Oh, yeah.
And she looks at Gronk, and Gronk even goes, me know that no real money. And that blew up. Everyone understood that. But anyway, yeah. Okay, so much going on today. Right now, obviously, the Knicks parade in New York. We were talking about in Crosstalk, who do you think is going to be the drunkest player? We already saw OG on Good Morning America.
Yeah, I think he needs to settle down for a little bit.
No, that didn't feel like drunk. That felt like either like mad anxiety, like on some beta blockers and like just try not to have a panic attack, or, you know, maybe some other substances that make you very calm and not wanting to talk.
Calm and peaceful, yes.
Yeah. So it's going to be fun. I love seeing celebrations because it's like, this is everything that you have worked for your entire life. Your entire life. And this is the one moment where, like, let it all loose.
Yeah.
Like, everything you've dreamed of, every practice, every missed celebration, to put in the extra work, to get to where you wanted to be, something you dreamed about as a kid. Like, this is that moment. And this is when you finally get to do whatever you want.
A parade float is like international waters. Like, for this temporary moment, there
That's
are
a
no
good way
rules.
to put it.
Drink
Yeah.
whatever you want, throw things at the crowd. The crowd is allowed to throw things at you.
Dude.
And there are no rules here.
Have you been on a parade?
I have not. My brother won a Super Bowl, and his story. Initially, I was going to fly out there to be with them, but I was like, one, I do not drink enough to be able to properly contribute to this.
Yeah.
Because
were you
it
still
was
playing
Boston.
at the time?
I was playing at the time.
So that's tough too.
Yeah, so it was after the season and everything,
okay.
but it was just the standpoint of I'd rather hear the stories about this, and boy, were there stories.
Yeah.
Woo, were there
It's
stories.
fun. I obviously like never played professionally, but I covered a couple of championship runs, and I got to be a part of the Kings Stanley Cup parade downtown LA and through the South Bay, and it is just it's a month-long party.
Is it safe to say, and maybe this isn't known, but I feel like it is, that hockey players go harder than probably anyone else?
Dude. They can but they handle it really well.
True.
They handle it really well. And they are the most, I will tell you, out of all the athletes, the most calm athletes off of like the ice court field. And I think because they can let it all out, you can literally get in fights. And that's always kind of been like the way I thought about it. Like, yeah, in football, you get to hit someone, but if you hit too hard, like, you get fined, you get a foul.
Yeah.
But in hockey, you literally drop gloves and you throw punches. You go to town, and they leave it all out on the ice.
There's no rage left in me because I just left it on the ice.
They're just chill.
You are onto something there. Yeah.
No, I was trying to wrap my head. It was also the first time I really got to know Canadians, and I was like, I've always heard you're really calm and you're really kind, but then it's like scary on the ice. Then after, they're just like, they're probably the most like normal people athletes. Like, the only reason you'd point them out on the street, it's like, you're missing teeth. Athlete, right? You look a little too nice to be missing teeth right now. A little too put together to be missing like 4 of your front teeth.
If you have a perfect untouched set of teeth, it's a sin to be a hockey player.
It's normally like they could be like a veneer, what are they called? Retainer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, a lot of them have that.
If your natural teeth are still intact.
Different though.
You have not played enough hockey.
It would be the enforcer, and now they have like the helmets changed over the years.
The face shield.
Yeah. I mean, I have fake front teeth. Does that give me street cred? I knocked out my 2 front teeth.
Did you do it during soccer?
No.
Oh.
I did it during theater.
Oh, you do not get street cred for that.
Yeah, I know. That'll be a story for another time. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Well, let's get to the game that was happening during our show yesterday, which was Shohei Ohtani's start for the Dodgers, and they swept the Rays. It was I think it was like the last segment of our show was that 5th inning for Shohei Ohtani, and it was a tough one. All the Rays runs came in that inning, but the Dodgers, 3 one-run wins.
There you go.
In a row. First time the Dodgers have won 3 straight one-run games since 2022. 3 perfect games for the bullpen. So there were a lot of positives to take away from yesterday and this series.
Yes, the bullpen is definitely one of them. Through those 3 games, only 3 hits, as you mentioned, no runs. And the point of emphasis coming off of the White Sox series, where they dropped 2 games that, quite honestly, should not have been dropped in any world. And bench coach Danny Lehman said the biggest key for the bullpen and the point of emphasis for this upcoming series is getting up in the counts, making sure that that first pitch is a strike. We found ourselves too often with a 2-0 count, with the 3-1 count, and it's just hard. It's hard to be successful in those scenarios, and that is exactly what the bullpen did. They threw strikes early. They got on him. They put all the pressure on the batter, and every time that the starting pitcher passed it off to the bullpen, you grew in confidence as the series went on. So the biggest positive for me is the bullpen, but among many, I mean, Kyle Tucker, Alex Call, Tommy Edman made his debut for the season yesterday, but the bullpen for me is the biggest thing to hang your hat on.
And boy, did they make it interesting, though, in the ninth, because bases were loaded for Vesia, and he ends up striking out Cedric Mullins and gets the save and the win for the Dodgers to complete the sweep. But Cedric Mullins, man, he was playing center field when Freddie Freeman hit that home run and just kind of over his head. So it was like... That
was close.
It was close. He almost had an opportunity there and then had an opportunity to rebuttal with bases loaded in the ninth and strikes out. So tough night for him. But let's get back to Shohei Ohtani, because... toughest outing of his season, you could argue. But I think the biggest factor that comes out of this is now they can't deny that this blister is a big deal, because we've been talking about it his last few outings. We know it's been there. And Kirsten Watson had reported, I think, one of his last outings that they were checking on it between
each inning, yes.
Between each inning. And the thing with baseball, especially a pitcher, you can't do anything about that blister. You can't put a Band-Aid on it. You can't glue it. You cannot put any outside substance on that blister to help it heal. Now, when he's batting, you can, but you can't when you're pitching. So now becomes the question, what do you do moving forward?
You have to rest him. You can continue to pitch, but until the blister is fully healed, it's going to re-tear time and time and time again. A blister is like a hamstring. Until you properly let it rest entirely, if there's so much of a nag, of a 98%, well, then your hamstring is going to pull again. You have to let it heal. So that's the case we have with the blister. And of course, with the pitches that Shohei likes to throw, where that blister is right on the side of his top tip of his finger is crucial. It's going to be up against the laces. There will be friction, and there's nothing you can do about it. And the frustrating thing is when you think blister on the scale of injuries, it's not even in the top 100.
Not for pitchers.
But as a pitcher,
not for pitchers,
it's in the top 3.
Yeah.
It's such a helpless feeling of this thing doesn't even hurt. This thing is so minor, but it's so major to what he wants to do.
As an athlete, once a blister opens, that's when it hurts. That's when it can get infected. That's what you have to let it heal. It's not going to be able to heal if you're constantly putting a ball on there and flicking it out of your hand to throw pitches.
That is as frustrating of a thing as you can experience as an athlete, right? Like imagine being an NFL punter and you stub your toe, right? Like a stub toe for most people is not going to ruin their career. But I can't punt in this game because I have a stub toe. It's just the one thing that you can't have. Frustrated for Shohei, but I feel we just need to be smart here. There is a massive lead across the NL West and now a 2-game lead across the entire MLB. Now is the time to just let this thing heal, as small as it may seem.
Dude, stubbing your toe sucks.
Stubbing your toe really hurts.
All around. Like, I don't know if we pay enough attention to that, because it happens to everyone constantly. So, yeah, that was a pretty good comparison there. I'm into that. You said that, and I'm like, yeah, dude, that's the pits. All right, we're going to take a quick break here, you guys. But when we come back, Dodgers are now facing the Orioles. So we are bringing in the co-host of Inside Access, Ravens pregame and Orioles pregames on 105.7 The Fan. Tim Barbalace is joining us next. Don't go anywhere. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch. We appreciate you being here. And today, the Dodgers are kicking off a 3-game series against the Orioles. And what we like to do before a series is bring in someone from the other side of the dugout, the opposing team, so we can educate you, LA, so you can understand kind of what the Dodgers are coming into, what they're going to be facing. So right now, I am so excited to bring in the co-host of Inside Access, Ravens pregame, and Orioles Road pregames on 105.7 The Fan. Please welcome Tim Barbalace. We got him?
Thanks for having me on, guys.
Yeah.
Thanks for having me on.
There he is. Thanks for joining. So, Tim, describe for all of our LA fans here, where is this Orioles team at right now coming into this Dodger series?
Well, that can change by the day. If there's one thing that's been consistent about this Orioles team is the inconsistency, right? Like, it's been a roller coaster ride for this team. It's looked like they were going to turn the corner at multiple points, but they've just been unable to sustain success this year. They haven't had a win streak longer than 3 games. They've done that 5 times, so 4 has just been impossible for them. But they just went on their best stretch recently, winning 10 of 14, and then immediately followed that up with losing 7 of 11. So they're coming off a big win last night. They're 5 games below 500, but the American League has just been so poor that they're still a game and a half out of the wild card spot.
That's wild. It's wild.
Tim, in 2023, the Orioles make the playoffs. They get swept in the ALDS. 2024, they get swept in the wild card. Last year, no playoffs. As you mentioned, there's a brutal thing going on across the American League right now. No one can really figure it out. So all that being said, is there still a sense of hope despite the inconsistencies over there in Baltimore?
It's tough, guys. Look, the fan base is very upset, and rightfully so, because as you were just mentioning, we bring up this date a lot on our show, Inside Access, June 20th, 2024. At that point, the Orioles were on top of baseball, right? They just beat the heck out of the Yankees. They won by 10 runs in the Bronx, and they had the best record in the American League going back to the beginning of 2023. Oh my gosh, their farm system is so loaded, all of this young talent. Their payroll was nothing. There's a new ownership group. They're going to be spending money. Like, it seemed like they were on such an upward trajectory. But since that point, since June 21st, 2024, like, this is an extended run at this point. And you wonder if things do not turn around this season, and if they were to miss the playoffs again, could there be a big shakeup in this front office? Because Brandon Hyde, their manager last year, he got fired before Memorial Day. It's a rookie skipper in Craig Albernaz this year, but you're just looking for this team to get on a roll, but they just haven't.
So when you have a group like this, as you said, a lot of young talent, and they're going through these inconsistent struggles, what is kind of the vibe and the mindset when you're coming into LA and you're coming to play the back-to-back champs? Does that kind of elevate and motivate them to hopefully get back on track?
I would definitely hope so, right? And a couple of off-season acquisitions that the Orioles went out and got, Pete Alonso being the headliner. That was the biggest contract they've given out since Chris Davis re-signed in 2016. And this clubhouse really has lacked that type of leadership. And Pete is someone that has had big-time moments in the playoffs. He's made multiple All-Stars, and he's been swinging a red-hot bat in the month of June. He's gotten better and better since that slow start in March and April. Between him and Chris Bassett, I think the leadership is much better inside of this clubhouse to where, it should be a little bit of a rallying cry where, okay, you're going into the best team in baseball's house. Not a lot of people are expecting you to win this series, but this is a good opportunity for this club to really make a statement.
Tim, we know Tim, we know the names Pete Alonso. We know the name Gunnar Henderson. Who is another Baltimore Oriole that Dodgers fans should be looking forward to maybe make a play or two for the Orioles?
Well, I would say this. Their catching tandem is by far and away the best catching tandem in baseball. That's been the biggest bright spot on this team. Adley Rutschman has been a stud, and that was after him really struggling over the past year and a half, where he was the face of this rebuild. He was Mike Elias's first overall pick. He's been fantastic defensively. He's been awesome offensively, but a young player that the Orioles ended up extending last year, Samuel Basallo. He's just 21 years old, and typically when he's not catching, he's DHing. And despite being 21, this kid has so much power, and he is off to a really, really good start during his rookie campaign. Those two guys in particular, absolutely keep an eye out.
Well, back to Adley Rutschman, because I spent a lot of time talking about him when he first came into the league. What do you think? Because as you mentioned, he kind of had a little dip. What's been the biggest turnaround for him to get back on track?
I think when it comes to Adley, look, in the first half of 2024, Adley Rutschman was fantastic. He was in the All-Star game. He was borderline MVP candidate. And then the second half of the year, he fell off a cliff, and last year was really rough for him. But I think injuries have been the biggest thing. He ended up straining both obliques last year, which really torpedoed his season. He ended up getting hit on his hand, wrist area in the second half of 2024, and I don't think he's really recovered from that. They've kind of handled Adley a little bit with kid gloves, right, where they've given him a lot more off days this year because it was such a big plan and a big priority of this new manager and coaching staff. They want to keep him healthy throughout this 162-game season. And he had one IL stint the beginning of April. He missed a couple games recently with a hamstring injury, but the production is there. I'm telling you, last night he put on a clinic, throwing out base runners, had a couple of successful challenges. Adley defensively is top-notch right now.
Tim, as it stands right now, the Dodgers are expecting to see Trey Gibson, Trevor Rogers, and Brandon Young on the mound. How have those three been so far this season?
Yeah, it's an interesting three that are heading to Dodger Stadium, to say the least. Trey Gibson is a very young player. I believe that will be just his fourth start. And a reason why he's even in the starting rotation right now is because of injuries. And Gibson was seen, he's one of their top prospects, but probably brought up a little too soon. A lot of people anticipated he would be back in the second half. He's coming off a really rough start against the Padres, and we know that Padres offense has really struggled this season. He was able to get some swing and miss, but they hit him around, so it's going to be a tall task for him against the Dodgers. Trevor Rogers, and last year, guys, he was spectacular. In 19 starts, he had a sub-2 ERA. He was arguably the best pitcher in baseball in that stretch. Now, this year, much different story. He got roughed up a ton, where his ERA was over 6 at one point. But you look at this last 4-game stretch for Trevor Rogers, he's been pitching better of late, has about a 3.8 ERA. And then Brandon Young is a player that I'm sure not many people know outside of Baltimore. He's been, I think, their biggest bright surprise this season. Brandon Young was their number 8 starter heading into the year. And last year, he made his debut. It was rough, ERA around 6.5. He's been fantastic this year. Doesn't have electric stuff, but pinpoint control. His fastball is around 94 miles per hour, but he gets a lot of movement on it. He recently changed his grip on his splitter. That's a really good pitch for him right now. Brandon Young's their best starter. He's been their most consistent starter of the season, and you'll see him Sunday.
So let's talk about the Friday and Saturday arms that you're going to see, because you're going to see Roki Sasaki and then Yoshinobu Yamamoto. Obviously, Yamamoto, one of the more dominant pitchers in baseball, was the World Series MVP. When you're facing a guy like that, what's going on, you think, in the clubhouse, the dugout, and how are these guys preparing for that?
Well, I'll tell you this. The Orioles don't have to look back too long in terms of going up against Yamamoto because he was 1 out away from a no-hitter on September last year. It was the 21-31, the 30th anniversary of 21-31 Cal Ripken streak. He was 1 out away from the no-hitter, and the Orioles ended up winning.
Was you guys.
Yeah, he ended up winning. The Orioles ended up winning in a walk-off that game. So they know that Yamamoto is an absolute dog. And this offense, much like this team, guys, like, it's hot and cold. You look at the names in this lineup, and it's not to say that they've been bad. They're top 10 in runs scored per game. They're top 12 in a lot of metrics. But heading into the season, a lot of people thought that this offense could be this superpower for this Orioles team. But Gunnar Henderson hasn't had the season that he would have expected, especially coming off the WBC. Taylor Ward, the power has really been zapped from him. Those two guys really need to get going for this top part of the lineup.
Tim, as you hope that the Orioles can get back on track, who remains the biggest threat in the AL East? Of course, Aaron Judge has been banged up. I don't know what's going on with the Blue Jays. I don't think they know either. If the Orioles can get back on track, who do they need to be gunning for?
Well, you guys just saw the Rays, and they've been in a bit of a free fall. I know they just ended up getting swept against the Dodgers. I think they're 7-15 in their last 22 games. And it's funny, we joke about the Rays on our show. We call them cockroaches. You just can't kill them. You know, you think that they're
so true.
You think they're going to be bad. Yeah, you think they're going to be bad, and they just somehow figure it out on a shoestring payroll. But, like, they got off to the great start and were leading the AL East for a long time, and the Yankees just overtook them. But you wonder if they're going to start coming back down to earth. And really, the AL East has kind of been a disappointment. The Red Sox firing Cora before May was crazy. No one could have seen that coming. They're going to be big-time sellers. The Orioles have been a disappointment. The Blue Jays have dealt with a lot of injuries. They've disappointed, and I think the Rays are going to fall back. What the Yankees are doing is pretty remarkable considering they're doing this and have gone on a run without Aaron Judge. So right now, in a very weak American League, you got to be looking at the Yankees right now for sure.
Always. I think you always got to be looking at the Yankees. Now I'm going to switch gears real quick and talk some football because I know you cover the Ravens and the AFC North. You guys have to be so excited that Myles Garrett is no longer in your division and now he's in LA.
Yeah, I mean, being out there at, I think it was mandatory minicamp when the trade went down last week or so, and Lamar was asked point blank about that question, and he just lit up. He was like, yeah, hell yeah, like, this is amazing. But for sure, but this division, guys, is the AFC's as wide open as it's ever been, but this AFC North is so fascinating because you look at the Ravens, you look at the Steelers, obviously bitter rivals. These are two teams that absolutely hate change. They hate everything about change, and it's been an off season of change for them. No Mike Tomlin, no John Harbaugh. You got Mike McCarthy. You have a rookie head coach in Jesse Minter, where the Bengals, Zach Taylor, he's the old head because Todd Monken, he's the head coach in Cleveland now, and he was, of course, the Ravens offensive coordinator. I think the Browns are going to stink, that's for sure. But the Bengals, I think they're due for a big bounce back year. I really do believe the Bengals are primed for a bounce back. The Steelers, I know they won the division last year, but they just love living in the mediocrity, man. Like they haven't won a playoff game in a decade.
You're not on the Rodgers farewell tour bandwagon?
I like Aaron Rodgers, like, what's the ceiling for him at this point? What he did last year, he wasn't good last year. His two best games came against the Ravens.
And Rodgers.
Tim, thank you so much for your time. We have one more for you. One more for you here. November 16th, the Chargers head to Baltimore. I'm referring to the game as Harbaugh's revenge, if Jim can get revenge over the team that let go of his brother John, but facing a familiar face in Jesse Minter, who coached under Harbaugh. But what is the hope for the Ravens this year? I understand that you have the most dynamic man in football still in Lamar Jackson, but maybe similar to the Orioles, is there a feeling of, okay, when is this thing finally going to get to where it needs to be?
I think last year was such a gut punch for this team, right? That this time a year ago, everyone is they're falling all over themselves saying how great the Ravens roster is. Best roster in football. They're the odds-on Super Bowl favorites, and they ended up being arguably the biggest disappointment in all of football last year. So
Yeah.
I think this is going to be a very motivated team. I expect Lamar Jackson to absolutely ball out because that contract situation, those talks are going to continue to ramp up. He's entering a contract year in 2027, so only one more year under his deal. I expect this Ravens defense to be so much better under Jesse Mentor. I just think Zach Orr was not a great fit as defensive coordinator, probably not ready for the spot. And we've even heard Mike Green, one of their young pass rushers, basically say that, hey, we weren't put in a position to succeed. And I don't think that's going to be the case under Jesse Mentor. So I expect, assuming health for Lamar Jackson, and he was not healthy last year. Look, you can look at every single year of his career. When Lamar Jackson's healthy, they're competing for the top seed in the AFC. So if he's healthy, I expect it to be the same.
Tim, we appreciate your time so much and for that insight. And I know LA fans do too, because we just got, we got a little update, little lesson on the Orioles coming to town. So Tim, thank you so much for joining us.
You got it. Anytime, guys.
We'll take you up on that. We take you up on any times. Yeah, it's interesting because I remember a couple years ago, I was hosting a baseball show and we were talking about the Orioles as they could be that team that you have to watch out for in the AL East. They're the ones that are going to overtake the Yankees, that are going to overtake Toronto. They have, like you said, Gunnar Henderson, Adley Rutschman. They had these young names that were so exciting and just came out of the gates just on top. And then had a big dip, and they have not lived up to the expectations. Obviously, picking up Pete Alonso this offseason was a huge thing. So it's gonna be interesting because again, everyone always has their biggest game when you're coming to play the back-to-back champs.
Yes, they do. And the Oriole fandom is in a strange place, as you mentioned, because they make the playoffs in back-to-back years. Everything's on the rise, as you mentioned.
It was the future.
They're a bunch of young guys. Jackson Holiday was a great story, but they have no playoff wins to show for it. They got swept in both series. So, like you said, it is always a World Series when the Dodgers are on the field, and I expect the best version of the Orioles this season.
Yeah, it should be a fun one tomorrow when the series kicks off. We're going to take a quick break here, you guys. When we come back, do you care, LA? More on Brock and Alex coming up next. right, welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch. We appreciate you being here, and we want you to be a part of the show, you guys. If you're watching the live stream, get in the chat. You can also call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326, and you're going to want to save that number, you guys, because we are giving away Sparks tickets in about 10, 15 minutes. All you have to do is call in, be the fourth caller. You call 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326 for your chance to win a pair of Sparks tickets. That's going to be happening in about 10 minutes. But right now, it is time for Do You Care LA, Shay. Take us through
What is
it.
up, guys? How we doing? Crazy morning here with Dre and
Epic.
everything going on. I was super
Epic.
happy about that.
Really? I didn't even see you. You
I
disappeared.
know. I was in here. I was in here.
Where did he go? I couldn't find either of you guys. It was mayhem.
Yeah,
and I was like,
it was mayhem.
Brock, where are you? Brock! And he's just casually in the room like, what's happening? I was like, get out here now!
I'm sad I had to leave too because I really wanted to see him and like say what's up and all that. But then I came at the last second and I was like,
Dude,
oh, whatever.
I did. He loved my selfie light, you guys.
Yeah,
My
he
selfie
said.
light has like helped me meet more people than a lot of things.
It's an attraction.
It
It's like
is.
Andrew was saying. It's like we're all flies and
Yeah,
like
yeah,
it's like
yeah,
that
yeah.
the sun basically,
Yeah,
and we're all
it's
just
hilarious.
attracted to it. But do you care, LA
All right, let's
people?
go.
It's the segment where I ask Alex and Brock questions and stories from around the sports world, not just in LA. It could be anywhere.
Okay.
And they tell me if they care or not. They are the voice of LA. Let's see our first story of the day. Trae Young is heading to free agency. Washington Wizards star Trae Young reportedly plans to decline his $48.97 million player option for the 2026-2027 season and become a free agent Monday. Washington is still considered the frontrunner to keep him, but multiple teams are expected to have interest once he hits the market. Do you care?
We care not because he will be a Laker, but because if he decides not to be a Wizard, that can affect who will become a Laker. So draft night is Tuesday. We are officially under a week. Names like...
Oh, snap. It's
how
next
crazy
Tuesday?
is that? Yeah, it's Tuesday and Wednesday.
I was saying yesterday we're under 2 weeks away.
Yeah.
I didn't realize we were under a week.
Tuesday and
away.
Wednesday. And Giannis is expected to be moved before the draft. Jaylen Brown is expected to be moved before the draft at the very latest draft night. And Kyrie Irving is also a name that's lightly being floated around along with Zach LaVine. I name all these people, not that I expect any of them to be Lakers, but anytime a superstar is on the move, craziness falls behind it, and the Lakers can take advantage of that or the Trae Young situation and find picks, find some role players. Usually to move a guy like Giannis or Jaylen Brown or even for Trae Young to sign somewhere, it takes multiple teams to get involved. So the Lakers, we'll see what they can get out of it.
It's interesting because I didn't care. I was going to say I don't care because like it doesn't fully affect us. But like now I'm hearing you kind of break it down. I guess I care in the trickle-down effect.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I don't like
if
the
he doesn't
immediate.
yeah.
And like, it doesn't really affect us. Sure. Like, again, like go be where you want to be if you can. But yeah, it's going to be one of the domino pieces in the, okay, where's Giannis going to go now? If Trae Young's going to be on the market, where's he going to go? And then that's kind of like, it's going to kind of part the seas to like,
There
okay,
we go.
what's going to happen and be available for the Lakers?
There we go. So,
All right. So
in a roundabout way,
I
we
guess
kinda
kind
care.
of care. We mid care.
We mid care. Laker
mid
fans
care.
should care, but we mid care.
we mid care.
We mid care.
Yeah.
Do you care, LA? On to the next one. We're going to the FIFA World Cup for this one.
Okay.
Ronaldo went scoreless
Yeah,
in
he
his
did.
World Cup debut.
Yeah, he did.
Cristiano Ronaldo was held
I don't mean that,
scoreless
sorry.
in Portugal's 1-1 draw against
That was a mean
Congo,
laugh.
missing a chance to become the first player to score in 6 World Cup tournaments.
Yeah.
Do you care?
So the only reason I'm laughing is because if you guys heard Brock's take yesterday, he was talking about how Messi's performance was going to negatively affect Ronaldo's performance because what was he going to do? He was going to try to get close to what Messi did, which was a hat trick in his World Cup opener. And it just, Brock, you nailed it. You nailed it.
You know, I hate being right about some things. Oh, no. But I love being right about this. I love being right about this.
I was like, what do you mean? This is beautiful. This is perfect.
Cristiano Ronaldo is undeniably one of the greatest soccer players to ever grace the earth. But I don't know if there will ever be an athlete that has reached the heights that he's reached that will be more damaged by how people remember their final years.
Yeah.
He's 41 years old, and what he can contribute as an athlete, as a 41-year-old, should be celebrated.
Yeah.
But we can't celebrate it because we can't overlook just the antics and the goal chasing and the gimmicks and the fact that his team hates him. Like, the watch. Okay, I don't know when Portugal plays next.
I don't mean to be laughing at negativity, but it's like it's so obvious. It's so
I
obvious.
don't know when Portugal plays next, but I'm sure it's later this week. I challenge anyone. Probably early next week. I challenge anyone, just watch his teammates, how they interact with them, how they don't interact with them. Even post-game, he didn't want to shake hands with the Congolese team. It's just, yeah.
It's crazy because Messi has like the complete opposite reaction to it. And when you saw Messi get subbed out of that game after having a hat trick, his coach on the bench is like tearing up, crying, like gave him a hug and just sitting there. Like he knows that like this is the last dance for Messi in a way that is just going to be so iconic as the defending champs. And he just feels more humble about it.
Yes. There are so many stories of him walking around Miami, which is the MLS team that he plays for. And granted, he's not the level of celebrity here stateside as he is overseas.
Which he might actually like.
Which he likes, but to that point, he doesn't have to travel everywhere with armed security and stuff. So people just approach him, and there's an infinite number of pictures he's taken with kids at the grocery store, at the gas station, and there's a level of not relatability in regards of who he is, but he wants to be seen as a relatable figure as opposed to a Ronaldo who
quite the opposite.
Doesn't even get along with his teammates.
It's like when you get put on a pedestal by fans and you don't want to be there, it's like, okay, great, this is awesome. But then Ronaldo was like, here, let me build my pedestal. I'm going to stand on top. Nobody come near me.
We are hate watching Portugal from here on out.
It is like, it's just, how do you root for someone like that? I know a lot of people do, and I know he's one of the greats, and there is the GOAT debate, but I just think Messi in this World Cup is going to kind of put all of that to rest.
Right there with
for a lot of people. And if you want anything to laugh about, just look at the Ronaldo statue. Okay? Let's look at the Ronaldo statue. That's going to make everyone feel better about this whole situation. I'm just new to this, you guys. I saw it this week. Coming up next, you guys, we're giving away some Sparks tickets, so don't go anywhere. You have a chance to win those in about 7 minutes. More Brock and Alex on Hour 2 coming up next here on 97.1 The Fan. What's up, LA? Welcome to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen, hour number 2. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch, we appreciate you being here, and we want you to be a part of the show. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat. You can also call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. And hey, guys, save that number right now because we are giving away Sparks tickets. Right now, all you have to do is be caller number 4. Call 855-975-2326. That's 855-975-2326 for your chance to win a pair of Sparks tickets to Sunday's game on June 21st when Sparks take on the Liberty. There's going to be special guests like Warren G, one-of-a-kind giveaways. It's going to be an insane night celebrating their 30th anniversary of their first ever Sparks game. So right now, call in. Be caller number 4. 855-975-2326. We have had such a crazy day already here at the Fan LA, you guys. I mean, we just watched, we had another draw. Czechia in South Africa, they finished, was it 1-1?
They finished 1-1. Czechia was winning for the majority of the match. South Africa scored, I want to say, in like the 78th minute.
Okay.
But that draw is considered a significant upset for Czechia. They were expected to win that match.
Ooh, we've had a lot of those.
Yes, we have.
We've had a lot of those, and I love that here in the World Cup. We have Switzerland and Bosnia at noon, Canada versus Qatar at 3, and Mexico versus South Korea tonight at 6 p.m. That one's going to be like a banger. Like, it's going to be raging. Like, everywhere. I am so excited for that. If you haven't been following along some of the stories around the World Cup, the Koreans in Mexico have just been the most heartwarming, fun, just joining of two cultures that we've seen throughout this World Cup experience.
Yes.
They have just like, they've become family. They have become family. Like, they love each other.
And here in LA, of course, there is a significant Korean population and a significant Latino population. And both of those, when both of their first matches were on, I could just hear from my home, like whenever Mexico scored, everyone went crazy.
Yeah.
'Cause, of course, just the community. And then when Korea was on and whenever they would score, I could hear people screaming and going crazy. So the fact that LA hosts a significant part of both of those communities. Make sure you are at Seoul International Park tonight. Technically, it is a watch party for South Korea, but it being in Koreatown, which is also a heavily Latino area, that is going to be a 50-50 split. It is going to be a party. It is going to be food trucks and music, and of course, the match is going to be on. If I were you, I would get there.
Dude, it's going to be insane.
And
in the best way possible. Like, parties all over the country today because obviously it's also the Knicks parade and it is in full force right now. I was just showing Brock during the commercial break that someone ordered Chick-fil-A in the middle of a parade and you see the delivery people just holding the giant boxes of Chick-fil-A above their head as they're trying to weave through the streets of New York. And honestly, iconic. Like, whoever did that, like,
there has to be a commercial from Chick-fil-A about that. Like,
well,
if you are willing to deliver in there,
they're family owned and they're not open on Sundays. So like, I don't think they care. They don't.
Maybe
they
don't
have
care
like
at all,
their commercials are all the cow saying more chicken. Yeah, I don't like that was on its own like the best advertising that they could have gotten.
It was solid. So, do you know the Mandela effect? Have you heard of that? That phrase?
I have. Remind me.
So it's when you fully believe that something was one way and has always been that way and is not anymore. So an example is the Fruit of the Loom logo. Some people swear that there was a cornucopia that was part of the logo, and some people swear that it used to be the Bernstein Bears and not the Bernstein Bears. So things like that. I bring this up to say people swear that Chick-fil-A used to be spelled CHIC filet, not chick with a K, just CHIC filet. I swear I remember it being that. Yeah.
Oh, you're one of those believers.
I am one of those people. I am one of those people. So whenever I think of Chick-fil-A, that's the first thing I go to is I know that they switched their name, but they're not telling us.
Dude. That's a wild.
I know.
I mean, but that's your reality. That's
know.
your perspective.
That's the world I'm in.
Like, I get that.
Maybe I was in a different dimension at one point, and then I landed
There
here.
he is.
You know?
There he is. There's my alien believer. You know that's my favorite topic. I'm here for all of that stuff. No, it's been a really fun day, you guys. If you were listening off the top of the show, we had a very special guest. This is something that's really cool about being the only sports show in a music studio because we have K-Rock down the hall, we have the Wave right next to us, and these are the two that I've seen a bunch of like big name guests come to. And Dr. Dre was in the building this morning. And you walked in, and there was just kind of a different vibe in the studio here. And I had no idea. I don't know if you had any idea.
No.
But you walk in, you're like, who's here? Because you always know, like, there's got to be someone here when there's like 20 people in the hallway. You walk by one of the studios because we all have these little windows that you can see in, and you're like, okay, I didn't stand there and stare because I didn't want to be awkward, but I saw that there was like 15 people in the studio. What's going on? And then when we heard it's Dr. Dre, you're like, oh, iconic. This is incredible. And it was so much fun to see him. He's a big Derek Fisher fan and was so excited to meet D-Fish. And I love when you have athletes and the music world collide and you realize they're both like equally as big of fans as each other. It's so much fun.
What is it? Immovable object meets a. What's the phrase? Like when an immovable object meets a.
Brock, you know I'm not good
wall?
at these things.
Oh
I'm
my
not,
God!
like,
I'm
words,
butchering this
Words
so
are
bad.
hard for me. You read the dictionary when you go to
When
bed.
an unstoppable force meets an immovable object. That's what I'm trying to think. Is when two. Shay was about
in
to
the background.
say,
He's like, sure,
I gotta save this guy.
He's gonna be your hype man today.
But that is when two people who are so used to everyone fawning over them meet one another and they realize, oh, I'm allowed to be a fan too. Usually people are fans of me, and seeing him and D-Fish have an exchange was great.
That was so cool. That was fun. Could not be nicer. Like Dr. Dre. If we weren't big fans before, we are even bigger fans now. So thank you for taking the time to come and to hang out with all of us on D-Fish and Cody Decker in the morning, and then taking a moment with Brock and I in the hallway on your way out was just so awesome. We're going to be posting a bunch of that content to our socials at The Fan LA in just a bit. So if you want to get kind of like an inside peek of our time with Dr. Dre, we're going to be posting it there. But so much fun. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. Thank you guys for being here. Remember, we want you to be a part of the show. You can call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. But let's get to last night's, I would say yesterday, because yesterday's game had a noon pitch, so it was live during our show, and Shohei Ohtani was on the mound. And the biggest conversation for Shohei Ohtani this season, coming into this season, was he really wanted to win a Cy Young. Mm-hmm. And the way it started, first 10 starts, sub-1 ERA, he looked lights out. And there was the conversation of, okay, but he's not pitching as often as every other starter because, they're adding an extra day of rest, not only because of him, but Yamamoto and Naoki Sasaki and the Japanese pitchers are used to having a week in between starts. So that was kind of the first real, I don't want to call it a hurdle, but the first, would this affect that race for him to get to a Cy Young? But now, after his last few outings, they have not been perfect. They have not been bad, you guys. He still has a sub-2 ERA, a very low ERA. But he's dealing with the blister. Really tough fifth inning, giving up all those runs. And I don't want to say he's out of the race when you're not even halfway through the season. But after last night, after yesterday, where do you stand?
I stand that if this was any of the previous, we'll say 5 years of MLB baseball, Shohei is still firmly in the lead or at worst second in Cy Young odds. But it just so happens that this year coincides with Christopher Sanchez for the Phillies not giving up a single run until, June 1st or something like that. Paul Skeens, of course, is the reigning champ, and the Pirates are having a disappointing year, but Skeens is still doing his thing after a tumultuous start. He's gotten back on track. But Jacob Mizorowski for the Brewers, he doesn't know how to throw a pitch that's under 100 miles an hour. This is just his moment. So Again, if Shohei was doing what he's doing this year and any of the previous 5 years, he's firmly in the mix. It just so happens that this coincides with 3 guys having incredible seasons, and there's no reason to expect that Shohei is going to pitch better than he has so far. With that blister, he needs to sit, he needs to relax, he needs to say 2027, that Cy Young is mine. For now, I'll just take an MVP because I'm running out of place to put those in my home, but I'm going to have to add another one.
Which is crazy to be like, oh, okay, it's just like, he's just an MVP.
I guess
like,
I'll take the MVP.
That is wild, you guys. I do not want us to get Shohei Ohtani fatigue, and I do not want us to get like the greatness and the MVP, the unanimous MVP fatigue that he has been. And even when he isn't having a quote Cy Young pitching season, he is still a front runner to be the MVP in the National League, because what he does both on the mound and at the plate, and I think yesterday is a good example as to why Shohei Ohtani needs to be in the lineup when he's pitching. It's what he knows. It's how he's able, I think, to stay focused. We've seen his best performances both on the mound and at the plate when he's two-way playing. That iconic and legendary postseason game where he struck out 10 and hit 3 home runs. And even this season when Dave Roberts wasn't having him in the lineup on days that he was pitching for a stretch, the moment he got back in the lineup, what'd he do? Lead off home run. Next start, what'd he do? Lead off home run. And Ohtani's the kind of guy that's not going to complain about certain situations, but what he's going to do is lead by example. Actions speak louder than words. And this is what I think, and again, blister comes into account, the knee injury comes into account for the yesterday situation. And I think after we saw blood on his jersey, they can't hide the fact that the blister's a thing now. You got to give him some rest.
Yes, and if you look back at the previous 3 starts before yesterday, on June 10th, he takes a loss at Pittsburgh. That was the first time that, thanks to Kirsten, who was in the dugout, we realized, oh, this blister is not just a little nagging thing. This actually needs some attention, and we saw the lack of control that he had. The start prior to that was June 3rd, a win against Arizona. He had some wild pitches. There were four pitches that nearly hit a batter to where a batter had to dive out of the way or jump out of the way to not get hit through 3 innings. So that was before we knew the blister was a thing, but that explains the lack of control that he had there. And then the game prior to that was the win against Colorado, where he had not given up any runs, but he had already thrown 100 pitches, so he got pulled. So there's a clear decline. I'm using the word loosely because it is Shohei standards, and a lot of pitchers would love to have the performance that he had yesterday, even though it's the worst one he's had this year. But the control is a problem, and the blister is the reason that the control is a problem, and it's just not worth it, knowing that the only way to get the blister better is to not pitch.
And that's the crazy thing too, because in Major League Baseball, as a pitcher, you cannot put anything on that blister. You can't put a Band-Aid on it. You can't glue it together. You can't put on any outside substance on your hand. I don't remember if you guys remember a couple years ago, the sticky stuff.
Yes,
and every pitcher was getting checked. They still get checked coming on and off the mound, but there's nothing you can do for a blister except let it heal, because if you're pitching with it, you're just going to keep reopening it. You're going to keep aggravating it. And it's hard too, because as you were saying, like, we're talking about an outing that a lot of other pitchers would be like, okay, not bad. He still has a 1.47 ERA, 78 strikeouts in under 74 innings. Like, his opponents are just hitting 167 against him. Like, he still could be in the Cy Young conversation. And there is so much of the season left. We're not even at the halfway point, which I don't know if like numerically it's exactly the halfway point.
It always
but
feels
we
like
always
it, though.
just talk about that the All-Star game is like, okay, halfway point, back end of the season. This is where you really hit the ground running. This is where awards are won. This is where seasons are made. This is where stars are born. And the most important thing, I think, for Ohtani and the Dodgers is to be at full strength come September push to be at your best in October.
There's also a mental aspect to it. Shohei has basically been bred to do this since he was 8 years old, or however old he was when he went to that baseball academy. And part of that whether on the Angels or the Dodgers, is he always seems under control. In high-pressure situations, he's calm, he's ready to deliver at his best. But in these recent pitching appearances, it's kind of been the first time that we've seen visible frustration from him, right?
Yeah.
Swearing out loud, clear body language and mannerism showing his frustration over his lack of control over the sweeper, which is the pitch that the blister affects the most probably. And yesterday was the first time I've seen an actual brain lapse. It was the 5th inning. It was the start, maybe just after the start of the 4-run meltdown that they had.
Yeah.
There's a slow-ish grounder to Freddie at first base. Freddie initially looks to second base.
Yeah.
He decides that I can't get the ball there in time to Mookie, so I'm going to go back to first base, where the pitcher, who typically when a grounder is hit to first base, if it's not close to the bag, the pitcher goes there to cover. And Shohei wasn't running there. So they don't get an out in that situation, and instead of a 4-run inning, maybe it's a 2-run inning, right? It was the first time where I realized Shohei does not have mental farts. This is not him.
That was a PFP.
Frustrated.
That was fielding practice. They run these so much in spring training.
Day one stuff. Would you argue? So for Shohei to be so frustrated that day one things are now being overlooked, I just realized he is so frustrated with that blister. Just set him down because he's not going to get over it until it heals.
I mean, you were preaching you didn't want him on the mound yesterday.
I didn't. No.
I was preaching. Give him the White Sox series off. I mean, they gave him a game.
Right.
But it's hard when you're dealing with the best of the best. I mean, you talk to any greatest player of their sport. There's no way that you're telling Michael Jordan you ain't playing. There's no way you're telling Kobe you're not playing. There's no way you're telling LeBron James when he was in his peak form and not no.
Especially against a team that may be a World Series preview,
yeah.
right? It's the biggest game since the Phillies probably.
It's tough because, again, it's hard to tell Ohtani what to do, but this is the first time, and we talk about this often, this is the first time that both Shohei Ohtani and the Dodgers are in this situation. It's the first time that Ohtani has been fully healthy with the Dodgers, even though that he has won back-to-back World Series titles, even though he has won back-to-back unanimous MVPs. He has not been a fully healthy two-way player in this position. He was when he was with the Angels, but that was a completely different mindset. The mindset of, we need to do whatever we can to get to October, while the Dodgers are, we need to do whatever we can to keep you healthy for October. So this is a tough balance right now because it's Shohei Ohtani obviously wanting to be in every opportunity and chance that he can. And as I know you preach, Brock, you got to protect the player from themselves. Ohtani has been the one kind of dictating his workload, his schedule, everything that goes into what makes him him.
Let me ask you, if you know what, you don't even need both. If one of Tyler Glasnow or Blake Snell was healthy, do you think it would be a very easy decision to sit Shohei, but because they're so banged up, they maybe extended him further than they should have, or do their injuries not really factor in?
Interesting. No, I think you gotta, Ohtani's in his own category. So whatever's happening with everyone else on the roster, Ohtani's here because he's 2 for 1.
Right.
And that's really hard. When you shut him down, you're losing one of your hottest bats and you're losing one of your top pitchers. Yeah. So, this is, again, this is why we are not. No, we're not the manager. And we're just going to kind of sit around and see what happens, see if he's going to be out of the lineup, if they're going to give him some rest. But right now, you guys, we have the winner of our Sparks tickets. So let's give it up for Richard from Pasadena. Congratulations.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Pasadena in the building.
Oh.
Yes, I listen to you guys all the time. I'm excited for you taking that selfie with Dr. Dre this morning.
Dude, I can't wait for you to see the photos and the videos. We had so much fun. He is so rad. He is so rad.
Oh, my God, I was in my car. I was like, oh man, she is so blessed.
Yeah, I know. I feel blessed. I felt blessed too because he was so kind, and like when you're around a legend like that, you truly I so appreciate when they're a humble legend, and he really was.
Oh my God, I can't even imagine. I'm so happy for you guys.
Oh, thank you. Me too. I'm happy for us too. I'm happy for you. Have you been to a Sparks game yet?
I was there. I'm 50. I'm 65. I saw Lisa Leslie, and I have never won nothing on the radio. And I'm sitting here, and I'm like, well, let me call it in. And I won. I was like, you gotta be kidding.
No way.
I love this for you, Richard.
I never won anything on the radio.
Let's go! Congratulations, Richard. This is gonna be so awesome.
Who are you going with?
Well, you know what? My son and his fiance is Sparks fans, and I made some prizes for his birthday and give him the ticket.
Oh, that's perfect.
How honorable, Richard.
That's awesome. Richard, thank you so much for calling in. Congratulations. I just hope you have the best time, whether you're gifting them, whether you're going. We appreciate you for listening and for calling in, and
Thanks,
congrats
Richard.
on the win.
Thank you guys so much. I love your show.
Appreciate
it.
Pasadena, stand up. Let's go.
My favorite part of these Spark ticket giveaways
What's
is
that?
meeting all of the people that are listening and hanging out with us every day.
That is so great. Richard ran to the phone.
Yes.
And he won them.
First time, have you ever won anything in a contest?
Not really, actually.
I
Now
don't
that
think I have
about it.
either. That's got to be such a rad feeling.
Are we allowed to call in?
What do you mean? You're gonna go in the hallway and call in?
I
we're doing a show.
But I want to win a contest.
Maybe call in on
on our
D-Mac
show.
and Reiter.
Got to be calling number 4.
Hey, he calls it.
Shay says as long as I'm number 4, I can win.
What if Brock calls in on D-Mac and Reiter? Hopefully they're not listening right now. Do you have an accent? Could you do an accent? Could you do a different voice?
I can't tease it because then they'll know.
Okay, but
I'm
also
definitely
you have
gonna
to be
call
caller
in.
number 4. So it's again, you don't know if it's going to happen, but
I'm gonna call in
I
today.
feel like
I'm definitely calling in.
a lot has gone our way today. Your fit is the most fresh I've ever seen you. We got to meet Dr. Dre this morning, who was just so kind. I feel like this is going to be your things come in threes.
Oh, yeah, there we go. I'm calling in and I'm winning.
Brock.
I'm winning.
All right, we're going to take a quick break here, you guys. When we come back, Luka. He's getting ready for the season. What did he say about the Lakers? That's coming up next. welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, or the iHeart app. We appreciate you being here. And if you're watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch, we want you to be a part of the conversation. Get in the chat. Shay, how has the chat been going on today? Are people having a good time? Oh, he's not listening to us at all. Yes, he is. There he is. How's the YouTube chat going on today? Are we having some fun?
Yeah, it's going on good. We actually put a poll out asking,
okay, tell me,
which award will Shohei win?
Oh.
The Cy Young or the MVP?
Well, yeah, we just talked about this.
Of course. I'm letting the other fans know that
okay,
just
so
tuned in.
we won't share our take yet until we get back to that. But yeah,
Exactly.
what do you think? Head over to our live stream on YouTube at The Fan LA. Do you think Shohei is going to win the Cy Young, the MVP? Are you one of those people? It's like, I mean, if he's going for it, he's going to win all of them. Mindset of a champion.
He doesn't know anything other than MVPs at this point. I mean,
I love that for us.
And the number of them that have been unanimous, and it's miraculous how much he has accomplished at the age of 31.
Is that how old he is?
I think he's 31 years old.
He came in, so he's in his 9th season.
Okay.
And you have to remember a lot of the Japanese players come in older than we're used to seeing because they have to play a certain amount of years for their team. And then you kind of like, it's confusing.
They can be released. Yeah.
Yeah, you can pay the Japanese team to get them earlier, which I think is what Roki did, and then you take less money. But like if you want to make more, and Ohtani might have done that too. I don't know.
But as a 31-year-old who's only played 9 years to accomplish all of this, and
a 4-time unanimous MVP,
back-to-back
World Cup champ,
and
World Series. I was looking
Shohei
at all
does it all. Shohei does it all, man.
I was literally looking at the Japan flag on the table with all of our World Cup flags. He can do it all, you guys.
If Shohei dedicated his life from here on out to being a soccer player, I can't count him out. I can't say that he can't go out there and win a World Cup. But no, he can play at this level for the foreseeable future is what I'm getting at. Despite being 31 years old.
Yeah.
We can sit here and comfortably say you would not be surprised if he wins 4 more unanimous MVPs, right?
No.
There's no slowing him down.
If he's playing at this level,
it's magical.
He will.
Yeah.
Thank you. He's a magical unicorn. And that's why we call him the unicorn. Well, speaking of playing at the highest level, you guys, Luka, we finally heard from Luka when asked about this past Lakers season. He said, well, I think it's bad. Whenever you don't win, it's a bad season. So if you don't win, it's not a good one. And like, yeah, duh. This is the exact mindset that I want from my superstar. This is the mindset that every great player should have. But it's also the way of the Lakers. It's championship or bust every single season, which is why when we've been talking about this offseason and why it's such a... I mean, this is an offseason that's going to determine the next 5 to 10 years of the. I would say closer to 5 because we have Luka for sure for 3, and you hope you can get him for the long term. And if he wants to finish off his career with the Lakers, you know that's something that you can try to build around. But this season, this offseason, after seeing what the Knicks just did in the NBA Finals, not only gives, I think, Laker fans hope, but it's gotta have the Lakers front office just wheels turning right now.
Yes, the Knicks team does not strike fear in any other team. Like they deserve and rightfully won the NBA title in pretty dominating fashion. But all that being said, no one is looking at that roster saying, well, how are we ever going to get over that mountain, right? The Spurs, as dominant as they were when they were at their best, showed a weakness of sustainability, which comes with immaturity, and they will continue to get older. And you may be worried about Wemby for the future, but you can't say you're worried about the Spurs for the future. So Luka's sitting here saying, well, in 2024... me and Kyrie Irving dragged our team to the NBA Finals, and they lost 4-1 to the Celtics. They were clearly overmatched, but Luka recently has been there. He knows what it takes, and he made it there with a team that people did not think much of. When the Finals came around, plenty of media personalities were picking the Mavs to win it all, but by all means, they were considered overachievers up to that moment. So Luka is like, I've made it to the finals on a team that people overlooked, and the Knicks just won the finals as a team that people overlooked. Even Game 5, the Spurs were 6-point favorites, right? So he's saying, no matter what team we assemble, I know that we can make it there. And I love him saying this early as the roster shakeup begins to happen with the draft a week from yesterday. Anyone signing on board knows what the standard is, and Luke is setting that tone.
And again, like we've been in the conversation like since the Lakers season ended of the two big names that we are under the impression are most likely going to come to a deal with the Lakers. And obviously Luka Doncic is already like, he's there. That's the for sure one we know that's going to be a Laker for the next 3 years. But then you have an Austin Reeves who is eligible for a max contract. We have been told that they want to find a common ground and they want to make this work. And we know that Luka Doncic wants Austin Reeves to be here. And it was being reported that he told the front office, like, I don't want Austin Reeves to be a part of a trade. I don't want him to, I don't want him to go anywhere other than right here and be my number 2. And then yesterday we had the reports and we were talking about LeBron James, and the Lakers have started contract and negotiations. But I mean, we also know LeBron James is having a time right now with his 10-year reunion with the Cavs and that 2016 championship team. If you guys are following any of them on social media, Kevin Love and Richard Jefferson is giving us, both of them are giving us the best behind the scenes content of the, like, I mean, a dream trip.
Helicopter from one golf
They're
course
in Scotland, in a
Scotland
castle
to another. Their home base is a castle in Scotland. Every morning they wake up, they board 3 helicopters, and the helicopter just takes them to some other magical course that is only open for them because they buy out the course for the day when they go there.
But the best part is like the giggles, how much fun they have. Like you can tell, like this is a group that became family.
Yes, and J.R. Smith, who I would argue caught the golf bug. Okay, so Steph Curry was the first NBA star who was notably a golfer. He's in pro-ams all the time. But I would say J.R. Smith was actually second. So I need to see results. J.R. Smith is a dang good golfer, yeah.
It's funny because they're like, how many, are they doing multiple courses a day?
They have to be, right?
It's insane.
They're playing so much golf.
Channing was complaining about it, and they were making fun of him. Like, oh, is this too much golf for you, buddy? You want to take a break? And like, while they're drinking like the nicest wine, having the best meals, like, that would be an insane fly on the wall trip.
I can't believe that was 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
I know. I got a fun story about that a little later in the show.
Okay.
That I'm going to share.
Looking forward to it.
Yeah. And there's also been some rumors now that from that team, Kevin Love is also on that trip. We're going to talk about that a little later in the show. But it makes me think, because we were talking about LeBron yesterday and the contract negotiations are starting. And even just looking at this Knicks championship team, the chemistry that they have, the friendships that they have, and then look at this trip we were just talking about with the Cavs, that friendship and that chemistry, you guys, that matters for a championship team. And that's why Luka wants Austin to stay, because I think they have that. And I don't know how much of LeBron is a part of that, like as altogether. Like we know he has that relationship with a different relationship with Austin Reeves, just kind of helping him become the player he is from his rookie season. But if LeBron was to come back, he needs his guy too. So I'm not surprised that like someone like a Kevin Love is being floated around in the conversation, especially if you're watching any of the videos now and you see the relationship that they have. But they're going to have to assemble. Again, they're going to have to get creative because they need this is no shock to anybody. They need a big center. They need a starting big man center. And then they need a couple more pieces that they can. It's probably not going to be through the trade because they're never going to be as high as you need to be to get that star player. But they got to be aggressive in free agency.
Yeah. And LeBron laid it out. And I actually find this interesting as a counter to what Luka said just recently. But about a month ago now, LeBron on his first podcast appearance after they got bounced against OKC, he said, OKC, we were not outworked. They did not out-physical us. They didn't outsmart us. I feel like we were just out-talented by them. They just possess so much more talent.
Yeah.
And I don't see Luka loving that comment. Obviously, he wasn't out there because he was injured.
Yeah.
But I also see Luka saying, well, I'm the face of this franchise now, and now you are making it very clear that we weren't good enough. So let's get motivated and let me set the tone, saying anyone who comes here, we're winning a championship, and there's no team that is going to be able to out-talent us going forward. So I understand why LeBron said that because, one, it was true. Two, he was probably a little more emotional at the time regarding whether he should be a Laker going forward or not.
Yeah.
But I love the timing of Luka kind of resetting the tone of like, okay, guys, mope time is over. We're gearing up for next year. This season starts on Tuesday.
Yeah.
It's game time, and it's championship
this
time.
is kind of like the last day of, I guess, the celebration of living in this season because it's the parade. And then after the parade, it's, okay, you got a couple days, and then you have the draft next week, and then it's go time.
Yeah.
So the question is, do you think the Lakers can assemble a championship team in this offseason? Is it possible?
They can. It won't be a team that will wow anyone. It won't be a team.
But neither did the Knicks.
Exactly.
Like the Knicks,
exactly.
up until you guys, even as you mentioned, Game 5, people were like, yeah, no, the Spurs can still do it. This is the Spurs' chance. They can do it. Spurs in 7. Like literally up until they won the NBA title, people were still doubting them. Even after, it's like, well, it was just a fluke. It wasn't like, it's like, excuse me, what?
I am as big a Knick hater as they come, and even I have to say they earned every single bit of that, and the fact that they did it without a crazy impressive roster on paper actually makes it better. But why I bring that up is because I don't see a world where the Lakers have a roster that on paper is some far and away favorite to win the finals. What I do hope we see is a roster that has LeBron James, Austin Reeves, and Luka Doncic on it, and a bunch of role players who have experience, who are in their 7th or later year in the NBA, and who are athletic, or players who lead with athleticism and don't have the experience, but we know when as the season goes on and you get your reps, you're going to lead with that athleticism when LeBron needs a game off, when Luka needs a game off. So I expect a roster that depth-wise is full of role player all-stars. Like we already have the all-star in Luka Doncic. I want some depth role player 6-men all-stars, and that's not going to wow a lot of people, but that's what's separating the Lakers from these other teams.
And you also have to remember, you got to plan for injuries. They're going to happen.
Yes, they are.
Like, that's what we saw, and that's why it was so important that LeBron James was such a big piece on this last Lakers team. There's no way you're winning that first round of the playoffs against the Rockets without LeBron James absolutely putting the Lakers on his back.
Yeah.
So that's another reason why I think it's very important they get the LeBron, they get the Austin done, and then it's not running it back, you guys, because it's building up around them. We only saw, how many games of them together? You talked about it yesterday.
Yeah, fewer than 30 for the past 2 seasons.
That's insane. So, yeah, it's possible. We're going to dive into other possibilities and other moves that the Lakers could be doing a little later in the show. But when we come back, you guys, what is ruining these World Cup games? Okay, don't go anywhere. More on Brock and Alex when we come back. Hey, welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio. You can also listen on the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watch us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch. And we appreciate you being here, and we want you to be a part of the show. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat. We got a poll going on right now, something that we've been talking about a lot today. Obviously, after Shohei Ohtani's, I don't want to, it was a tough outing yesterday. Just compared to who Shohei Ohtani is and what he has done at the plate and on the mound this season, had a tough fifth inning. And now the question comes into play, like, is the Cy Young out of reach? So we have a poll going on YouTube. You can watch the live stream and you can be a part of the conversation at The Fan LA. And we want you to vote. What is Ohtani winning this season? Shay, am I getting it right? You had, is it Cy Young or is it MVP?
Yes.
How are we looking on there?
So it's which award will Shohei win? The
Okay.
Cy Young or the MVP? And it's a very long shot. Cy Young is at 14% and the MVP is at 86%.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
Well, there you go.
Duh. So today, LA is on it. Today, LA is very smart, and we love that for us. Yeah. So, okay. Also, you guys, it has been, who has caught World Cup fever here? Raise your hand, even if you're listening. Okay. Listening at home, like, we're all raising our hand with you guys. I think the most beautiful thing about the World Cup being in the Americas is just watching how many people, especially the United States, who were just casual, like, oh yeah, like, I know soccer, but like not soccer fans, and had an experienced World Cup level soccer. It's almost one up from the Olympics. It's different because, again, the Olympics, a lot of these sports happen just every 4 years, while soccer is year round, and it is everybody else's, like our NFL, that is their football.
Yeah.
And it's just so incredible to watch all of these just sports fans who might not have been soccer fans just get it. It's like this aha moment of like, oh yeah, this is so sick.
The universality of soccer too is what makes it so beautiful. It is the most accessible sport that exists. If you want to run track, you need to be near a track. You want to play tennis, you need lessons. Golf, you need a lot of gear. Baseball, you have to travel. Football, you need gear. Soccer is played on fields of dirt with trash cans as goals, or it's played,
you just need a ball,
at SoFi Stadium, right, in front of 70,000 people, and that is what makes it, just elevates it to a level that no other sport can reach.
It's been so fun, and there have been so many great stories surrounding this World Cup, you guys. I want to point out a couple of the positive stories before we get to the other side of the spectrum here. And I'm going to share a couple. I want you to share a couple of your favorites.
Yeah.
Obviously, I think everybody is very aware of the Tartan Army taking over Boston, and it's everywhere they go, there is just this, and they were one of the teams, you guys, who they haven't been in a World Cup in almost 3 decades, and they hadn't won a World Cup game in almost 3 decades. And so to see the passion and the respect and the excitement that they have had here, I also started like following a couple like Scottish influencers, and they were explaining what it's like in Scotland, and they're like, I've never experienced this in my lifetime. It kind of feels like your birthday met Christmas morning, met the best day of your life, and that's just how everybody is, like, out in the streets the entire time. And then I think the other big, as we all know, we've been talking about it, Cabo Verde's goalkeeper, he has become a national treasure. They have painted a giant mural of him where when you're flying into the country, it's him. I think I sent it to the group chat last night. He also went from 40,000 followers before playing Spain, and then when he got a clean sheet against Spain and shut them out, he is now up to 13.6 million followers. The world has fallen in love with him.
And this is just after one performance.
Match.
He's guaranteed 2 more. So, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
That is great. 2 things that have stuck out for me. As I said, when I was on the flight to Houston to see Germany play Curacao, there were so many members of the Asian community that had German gear on, and I could not figure out what the connection was. But I did some research to find out that Germany has a significant presence in Japan, and there are a plethora of Japanese players that play in Bundesliga, which is the Premier League of Germany.
Yeah.
And because of that, when the Japanese players are in Germany playing for their club team, Japan supports and follows them. So now, as long as Japan is not playing, they all just pull for Germany. And finding out that connection was great. Secondly is the story of Curacao, who, yes, they got dominated by Germany, but the fact that they made it an island of 150,000 people being represented on the World Cup. And the story of their head coach, his name is Dick Advocat, and he initially was the head coach. Then he had to step down because his daughter got super, super, super sick. But she started getting better, so the head coach that took his place resigned so that was the only way that the initial coach could get his spot back. And they showed it in Houston. I'm sure they showed it on the broadcast as well. Germany scored first, and then Curacao scored. When Curacao scored and it was tied, for like the whole 15 minutes that they were tied, he was just sitting there crying. Like the entire time. Like not that they didn't expect and train to win, but there was a moment of like an island of 150,000 people.
Yeah.
A lot of people feel we have no business being here, and the entire country is behind us. And then here's this guy who, for personal family reasons, didn't think he would ever be there, and now he's sitting there. And those are moments that really only the World Cup can create.
That's so wild. It also shows you what it means to a lot of these small countries. So there's so much positive coming out of the World Cup. And I don't want to say this next part is a negative. I'm just not a fan of it.
Okay.
So FIFA added mandatory hydration breaks to the World Cup to protect players. Now, the breaks are supposed to be like when you're in an outdoor stadium and temperatures are above 100, and it's hard to play for 45 straight running without having some water in those conditions.
Yes.
And for that, I understand. However, it has turned into a commercial break, which is not what soccer is. And that's not what the halves are. And we are watching the U.S. broadcasts turn it into like quarters and turn it into like what we're used to, whether it's football or basketball, of this is a commercial break, and then we resume. And for that, I have a really hard time wrapping my head around it. I'm not a fan just because it feels forced, and it feels like it's ruining the flow of the game.
It is, and the big pivot that's going to happen is once some of the bigger favorite teams start facing one another, if they all make it to the next round. Like England dominated Croatia, France dominated Senegal, Argentina dominated Algeria, Germany dominated Curacao. Those are lopsided matches, so ruining the flow of the game, quite honestly, probably helps the teams that lost, because Germany put up 7 goals. They maybe would have put up 9 if there weren't breaks in their flow. But when Germany and Argentina and France and England start facing one another and the flow gets interrupted with higher stakes, I feel that is when the public is really going to light their torches and march in the street of this is not soccer.
Also, like, are all these stadiums outside? Is it really that hot? I haven't checked the heat and the temperature across the U.S. right now, because like it's kind of chilly here. I mean, we're in LA. I think it's like raining in New York. Like, are we having hydration breaks like when it's cold? That's also, I got some questions, but I think they have to, because once you do it, it has to stay consistent across
for all matches,
all the games and all the cities. But yeah, I'm not a fan. And that's that. All right, more Brock and Alex, hour number 3 coming up next. What's up, LA? Welcome to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Hour number 3, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch, we appreciate you being here. We want you to be a part of the show. You can get in the live stream chat on YouTube at The Fan LA. You can also call us 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. You guys, we are having a day. I think we have another kickoff right now. It's Switzerland and
I
Bosnia.
have Switzerland.
Do
Switzerland
you?
is one of the teams I drafted.
Excuse me, Brock. You are supposed to be our World Cup TV.
Yes. I'm doing a terrible job.
Sir, we have been a little behind on everything today.
I've been a terrible teammate today.
No, not just that. Let me just tell you, Brock lives in his own world, you guys. So he wears earplugs underneath his headphones. So before the headphones come on, he also cannot hear you. He is there, but is he really there? He's kind of in his own world. And if you were listening to us earlier, we were all extremely lucky that we got to meet a legend today who was in the studio. This is one of the cooler things about working at Odyssey radio stations all around us. We're kind of on Radio Row here. You got K-Rock down the hall. You got the Wave right next to us. And Dr. Dre was in the building today. And there was a lot of buzz. None of us knew before we came in he was going to be here, but there was so much buzz. The studio felt alive. The hallways felt alive, and he was doing something on the Wave. Then he was really excited to come meet D Fish on the D Fish and Decker show, our morning show, and then we were coming in right after. It was about a 15-minute window of when he came in here to when our show came on, and I was like, "Hey, when he comes by, Brock, we're gonna take a photo with him in the hallway." He's like, "Yeah, got it." And it was going down, and it happens fast because when you have a crew with you and when you're a legend like Dr. Dre, they take you from place to place, and it's okay, now we got to go. We're out. So you have a very small window. And I'm like, I'm going to yell your name. I'm going to yell your name when he's in the hallway. And I'm literally, Brock, nothing. I don't see him moving. I peek my head in. I'm giving someone, you guys, I have a selfie light that goes everywhere with me. No joke. This is never not with me, because if I'm taking content, the lighting's got to be perfect. It's all about lighting. I tell everybody, that's all that matters. Okay. It's all about lighting. So I'm handing it to someone else to take a photo of them with Dr. Dre. And I peek my head in, and finally I'm like, dude, Brock. What? Come on. Finally get him. I was like, oh, I didn't hear you. There was just so much going on.
I've been a bad teammate this morning. I will finish the day good.
It's fine. We got you out there. We got a really awesome moment with Dr. Dre, who could not have been nicer and was so kind. And we all got the laid back vibes today, except for Brock, who decided to come in just with a fire fit. If you guys are watching, he was wearing the sickest bomber jacket. I'm just jealous. That's all. I'm just jealous.
Anytime
today
you need to borrow the jacket, it's yours.
Yeah.
It is
Are
yours.
you saying that for real? Because I will take you up on that. I wear my husband's stuff all the time. I love a double XL. Even though we're closer to the same size, I think I will oversized everything. That is my thing. So yeah, it's been a really fun day. So yeah, Brock didn't hear us when Dre was in the hallway, and then we've been a little off on our having the match on, but we just started.
All we can do is get better.
Thank you. Every single day. That's all you can do. One thing every single day to make yourself a little bit better. Let that be your life advice of the day from Brock and Alex. But yeah, we are scoreless in the 6th minute of Switzerland and Bosnia, and Czechia and South Africa this morning actually ended in a draw too, right?
And a draw, which is considered a major upset for South Africa, who was expected to lose that match.
Ooh, yeah, that was big. I saw the celebration out of the corner of my eye on your iPad when they scored. Was that like late? Was it late in the game?
Yes. Czechia was up for a while. No, I'm sorry. South Africa was up, and then Czechia tied it. I want to say the 78th minute.
Okay. That's sick. And then we have Canada and Qatar at 3 p.m. And then the big match of the day, Mexico and South Korea. And the reason I say big is if you've been following any of the World Cup fandemonium or the watch parties or just the stories of like different cultures meshing together and like finding this new appreciation and love for each other, Mexico and South Korea have been up there as one of the coolest ones to witness and watch just on social media. But they like talk about two cultures that like you would think or could not be more opposite.
Yeah.
Falling in love with each other.
They are one and the same. Quite honestly, even before the, I guess we'll call them influencer type people who are visiting and have gained big followings from overseas about their experience in America. Even before any of those names popped up, the very first video I saw of the World Cup starting was someone landing in Mexico City, and they walk out of the terminal, and it's a Korean gentleman, and within 30 seconds, he gets pushed into a circle, and they make him do a keg stand. I was like, okay, the World Cup's here, and the Koreans and Mexicans are getting along.
So when you say influencers, are you talking about your boy Freddie?
I'm talking about Freddie. Yeah, what's a better word? Like Freddie, there was a woman from, I want to say Sweden or Switzerland, who was trying ranch for the first time,
which is the reason that tomorrow.
Is that how we got here?
That's how we learned that Brock has never had ranch before. And tomorrow on the show, we are going to get some ranch. And it's got to be, you guys, this is not like store-bought ranch. Very specific about my ranch. Like, there's a couple pizza spots and a couple wing spots and burger spots that have really good ranch. So I'm going to, like... I think I know what ranch I'm going to bring in for you, but then we got to know what vehicle you're going to use for the ranch.
I didn't realize ranch is like wine. Like there's like depth
oh my
here.
Gosh, yes.
Okay.
I love ranch. I put ranch on my pizza, obviously my wings, my French fries, my burgers, like anything, any kind of potato, my tater tots. Like I'm really excited for this moment, and I just got to make sure I get the right ranch for you for tomorrow, and some French fries. No pizza, wings, or French. I felt like French fries would be an easier trying it on air for you, because wings are going to get stuck in your teeth. It's a messy situation for your hands.
Napkins.
All right, you still want wings over French fries?
Yes.
All right. Fine.
I can never turn down either of those things.
That's fine. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. We are talking about all the crazy stuff going around and surrounding the World Cup. There's also, like, we've been talking about Scotland a lot here.
Yeah.
And not only because of what the Tartan Army, that's their, right? Am I saying that right?
Yes, you are.
Their fan base is called, and they have just, I think, won the hearts, and it just made everybody smile and laugh at like their crazy drinking antics, but like respectful, crazy partying, drinking antics. And then on the other side, we have LeBron James and the Cavs having their 10-year anniversary of winning the championship in 2016. They're celebrating and on like a crazy golf trip in Scotland right now. So Scotland's just like taking over our feed.
Scotland is on top of the brain right now.
Do you want to know?
Many reasons.
Do you want to know? Because we've been talking about Scotland a lot. Now it's in my feed, and influencers are in my feed. There are some really weird laws in Scotland.
Lay them on me.
Okay. It is against the law to refuse someone to use your bathroom or toilet at any time or any moment. Against the law. Middle of the night, someone knocks on your door. You're not allowed to sing on the train. It is illegal to draw on their money.
Okay.
You cannot be drunk and in charge of a cow. And it is illegal to be drunk in a pub.
Oh, that is...
How? Maybe that's why they're going so ham here.
Okay, that is weird.
But like, when you think about it, like, you can't be drunk in public here, so maybe it's like that level.
Okay, so it's a law that they don't strictly enforce day to day. It's when someone deserves to be arrested, you need to have some kind of protocol in place. Okay.
So yeah, just some weird random things that are now popping up on my feed because my phone is hearing us talk about Scotland so much.
How bad was the person singing on the train to where they had to say, you know what, this is never happening again?
That's such a good point. What were they singing?
We're gonna
and they
find
were
out.
probably, you know what? That's probably where all of these came into one. He was probably, or she was probably drunk in charge of a cow, drunk in a pub,
brought the
and
cow
was
on the
singing
train.
on the train. So they're like, let's just knock all three of these out at once, so we never have to worry about this again.
Shout out to Scotland.
That is hilarious, and I am here for all of that, you guys. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. We'll keep you updated as all these games continue to happen today. We are scoreless as Switzerland versus Bosnia. Czechia and South Africa ended in a draw, and then Canada, Qatar are coming on later after our show at 3 p.m. Mexico, South Korea at 6 p.m. That is going to be the one that you want to watch. I am so excited for that energy and those vibes. But let's get and talk some Dodgers baseball. They have an off day today. They're picking up the series tomorrow against the Orioles. And we had... Who do we had Tim on.
Yes, we did.
Barbalace, who is a part of the Orioles pre-post game show in the first hour. And it's crazy because a couple years ago, the Orioles were like the hot new kids on the block.
Yeah.
They had some young, exciting players. And they've kind of just... not only have not lived up to the expectations, but have been dealing with a lot of injuries, trying to make big moves this offseason by signing Pete Alonso, bring in some veteran presence and a big bat. Still, they've been inconsistent, which I think is really good for the Dodgers right now to kind of... They're coming off a series sweep, all 1-win games. We don't totally know the status of Shohei Ohtani yet. We know that he's dealing with a now open wound blister that was bleeding on his jersey yesterday. So we know it's a bigger deal than what they might say. So when you look at a team like the Orioles coming in and the season they've had and the Dodgers and where they're at right now, what are you hoping to see tomorrow night?
I would expect to see from the Orioles a level of desperation that they haven't shown so far. And as you mentioned, the roller coaster of the past 4 years for the Orioles, it has been kind of nuts. As you mentioned, they were a team that was on the rise.
Yeah.
They were the Spurs through the first two rounds, right? Like, because through the second round of the NBA playoffs, it was, okay, the Spurs are actually kind of feeling something, okay.
Yeah.
But they never made it to the final. They kind of got stuck in that second round of, we can make it to the playoffs, but then we get swept whenever we get there. But there was an understanding of, this team is young, we're going to make a change at the manager position, and we're going to take that next step. And coming off of back-to-back years in 2023 and 2024, where they made the playoffs, the ALDS and the wild card, but got swept in both of them, then last year you take a massive step back to not make the playoffs at all. You make another manager change, and here they sit with a losing record. But why I say level of desperation is if they are going to make a playoff push, it kind of has to happen now. The Blue Jays really have been a mess all season, even though they've sort of turned it around, but they're not really threatening anyone. The Rays are going to be in World Series contention. That's just kind of who they are nowadays from year to year. But the Yankees not having Aaron Judge, if you're the Orioles, you're sitting there thinking, we have to maximize these final couple of weeks that Aaron Judge is not on the Yankees. If we are going to be at the end of the year as a playoff team, it's going to be because we handled business from now until the rest of the All-Star break. And so the Dodgers, despite being much more talented than the Orioles and having a much better season, they should expect the Orioles' best.
Yeah, and they're going to have Roki Sasaki on the mound on Friday. He's coming off of a tough last outing. So I think this is going to be a really important game for Roki to get back on track, because the 3 outings before his last one, we were having the conversations of, oh, okay, he's here. We got it. This is the Roki Sasaki that we had heard about from Japan, the level of greatness, the control and command of his pitches. We heard Roki say he finally felt like he was himself again, that he was pitching with confidence. And so my biggest key for tomorrow's game is, are we going to see Roki not let this last outing kind of knock him off the path that he was on those previous 3?
That's the big question. And Pete Alonso is probably the most consistent and most powerful bet that the Orioles have. And when Roki, I would say, starts to spiral, is giving up that bomb, and Pete Alonso, for obvious reasons, is the guy who can do that. But if you look down their lineup from day to day, that's the only at bat that I would say I'm nervous for Roki, because that level of power is what can snag him. I feel that Shohei having the outing that he did yesterday, and the pitching lineup being what it is, super banged up, Eric Lauer having a pretty impressive performance just before that one, there is a level of pressure, and there is a level of Eric Lauer is kind of the Band-Aid, the piece of tape that is holding this whole thing together. At one point, I was considered...
He's holding the whole thing together?
Not holding the whole thing together, but we are desperate right now, and you on paper are our weakest pitcher, and you are performing very well.
I was going to say, I was like, no, I would definitely say Yamamoto's holding it together.
Who needs Yoshi? Trade
Ohtani, hopefully? Oh, my gosh,
no,
never.
Lauer filling in the role of we are desperate as hell right now.
Yeah,
can you give us something? And him coming
Makes
off
way more sense.
Yes, and him coming off a strong performance. I feel that puts Roki in a spot of, hey, your expectations are much higher than we had for Eric Lauer, and he's holding his end of the bargain for the most part.
Yeah.
So let's see more of what we saw 2 starts ago than what we saw against the last start. So we'll see how he responds to. I would call it a decent amount of pressure when you consider everything.
Get back on track. So Roki Sasaki is the first thing we're going to be keeping an eye on. Second thing is Shohei Ohtani.
Yes.
Like, is he going to be in the lineup? Because obviously he wasn't in the lineup while he was pitching yesterday, and the blister has become a bigger factor. Now, he can still hit, and I don't think it affects the blister. You can also cover it when you're hitting. You just can't put anything on it when you're pitching.
Right.
And the only way that blister is going to heal is to give it rest, because the moment you throw the ball, it's rubbing it again, it's going to open, it's going to stay open.
Yes.
So keep an eye if Shohei Ohtani is going to be in the lineup. I imagine he'll be hitting, but I hope that he maybe, like, they give him, I don't even, who would they have? It would just have to be maybe a bullpen game if they decide to skip a start for him, so that blister can completely heal. And then Tommy Edman, who made his season debut yesterday. He went 0 for 3, but had a walk. He looked great on defense, so that's got to make Dodger fans feel good about that ankle, because we saw him make a sliding catch.
Yeah,
like,
we did.
He was very mobile over at third base. Muncy ended up coming in and having an at-bat after his 3. But I think Tommy Edman, if he's able to get hot, and again, he's not notoriously the best regular season at bat, but if he can get things going, I think that's going to be something to watch out for too.
Yeah, I'll be looking at Alex Freeland as well, who shared with the broadcast crew 2 games ago that when Tommy Edman was going to be activated, he had essentially come to terms that he was going to be sent back to Oklahoma City, and wasn't happy about it, but realized that was the state of things. So when it was actually Santiago Espinal getting DFA'd, he responded very well to that. And they showed this during the game yesterday, but Alex Freeland ranks as the 3rd highest second baseman in the MLB right now.
Wait,
for defensive runs saved.
Oh, okay.
Now, what I see there is that the most important stat? No. But there are a lot of one-run wins that Alex Freeland can directly say, hey, I'm directly contributing to us winning. So I'm looking at Alex Freeland to continue his incredible, to go from having a so-so spring training, but having Haesung Kim get the nod over you to start the season, and then they flip you about a month in, and you got to show what you can do over the course of this week, or Kim's coming back, and he has taken it and run with it. And a situation like this where if Shohei is not batting, you're looking at Freeland, you're looking at Alex Call, you're looking at, okay, collectively we need to be able to recreate that type of offense that Shohei brings if he's not there. So
I mean, I don't think you can replicate Shohei's offense and his presence in the lineup, but they have some good depth if they need to at this moment.
They have to be in a situation where the Orioles' starting rotation is not striking fear in them, and the bottom of the lineup has to go back to being a strength, which it was for the first month and a half of the season, and have cooled off for the most part. But it hasn't been an issue because Tucker has come alive, and Freddie Freeman is doing Freddie Freeman things. Mookie Betts is heating up over the past week or so. But the bottom of the lineup, I would love to see them shine once again if Shohei is not able to hit, which quite honestly, I don't want him to do anything for at least a week.
Yeah, and that bottom of the lineup has Dalton Rushing in it, who's been behind the plate while Will Smith is still recovering from the neck stiffness. Now, he went through a full workout on June 16th, but is unlikely to be activated from the IL as soon as he's eligible. So that also right there kind of...
Not the best sign. Missed, I believe this was the 7th game in a row that he's missed yesterday, and they brought up Chucky Robinson so that Dalton Rushing could get a break every now and then. Chucky's doing everything that he can, but I think there's an understanding of, you are the placeholder. Let's see what you can do. Rushing's cooled off a little bit, but again, if the rest of the bottom of that lineup can up their game a little bit, then I don't see it as a point of concern just yet.
You know what else I was thinking? Because, Ohtani's last outing, right? Not this one, but the one before also, wasn't one of his best, right? These are the first games that he's been pitching to Dalton Rushing this season.
Okay.
And that has a really big factor. You hear pitchers saying, if they have a great game, I got to hand it to the catcher for calling such a great game. They're so in sync, everything there. So I'm wondering how big of an impact not having Will Smith behind the plate is having on Shohei Ohtani in these last 2 outings.
Completely fair question. Will Smith is the zen, cool, calm guy, similar to Shohei, similar to Yoshi. Dalton Rushing is that little nephew who's jumping on the couch, has Reese's peanut butter cup smeared all over his face and his fingers.
Wait, what? Rock?
He's just a reckless
what are you
chaos follows Dalton Rushing everywhere he goes. There is a little brother of one of your friends that Dalton Rushing reminds you of.
Dude.
I will not explain that further, but enough people listening to this know exactly what I mean.
God,
he is just a
funny
ball of
that
chaos.
You're painting a really funny picture. Okay?
But it's accurate.
Yeah. Okay. We're going to take a quick break here on Brock and Alex. When we come back, we were telling you we were talking a lot about Scotland because who's over there? LeBron James, Kevin Love,
Channing Frye,
Richard
J.R.
Jefferson.
Smith.
Could one of those guys, besides LeBron James, end up back on the Lakers next season? We're going to talk about that next. Don't go anywhere. What's up, LA? Welcome to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch, we appreciate you being here. We want you to be a part of the show. We've had a really fun day on our show. If you've been listening, you guys, Dr. Dre was in the building today, and it has just been, I mean, talk about a legend, talk about an icon, and a humble icon.
It set the tone.
Dude,
it set the tone
really
for the
did.
midday, and we have taken it and run with it. Things are feeling good right now.
I'm also going to shout out Brock, you guys, like all show. He's looking fly today.
We're trying.
The fit is on fire, and I am just jealous. I literally walked in this morning. I was like, you got to tell me when you're dressing up, okay? Because I literally came as casual as I have ever been, and Brock just like stole the show, and I love that for him, but I also want to steal his jacket. It's so sick. It's so fire. What else is fire, you guys, is this 2016 Cavs 10-year reunion that they're having in Scotland right now. So what's funny is we were talking about LeBron James yesterday and how the contract negotiations, we believe it's being reported that they have started with the Lakers. And you're like, oh, have you seen he's been on vacation? He's like on a golf trip with all of his buddies now. And I was like, no, I haven't. And it wasn't until I got home and I did like a little deep creep on social media and was like, oh no, this is a dream trip. This is a 10-year reunion dream trip from that 2016 Cavs championship team. It's like a family vacay with LeBron, Kevin Love, Tristan Thompson, J.R. Smith, Channing Frye, Richard Jefferson. And between Kevin Love and Richard Jefferson's stories, you guys, if you just want an inside glimpse of the relationship and the friendship and like the family vibe that this team had, it's still like just as good.
And it is also letting us know with certainty that Kyrie Irving is not going to be a Laker anytime soon.
Whoa. Like, and the drama that's still surrounding it, you guys. They had to put out, I forget who actually put out the tweet, was just like, you guys, he was invited and he decided not to come.
Invited by multiple participants and ghosted every single one of them. So whatever the fallout was, it clearly has not been mended, and we can cool off on the I mean, it was always going to be a long shot, but now it's gone from 1% to 0% of Kyrie becoming a Laker.
No, that's not happening. I've actually so that summer after they won back in 2016, that was the summer I became friends and met Richard Jefferson.
Okay.
So I had a podcast with Matt Leinart, USC legend, obviously, and Chris Geeter McGee, voice of the Lakers, and we had Rich on as a guest right after that he won the NBA championship, and we called him the guest that never left. Because he came on and it was like his first time being a guest on a podcast. And he was like, this is so rad. Can I just be a part of the show with you guys? We're like, yeah, we'll pick you up. Like, yeah, come on over. And it just became like the summer of Rich. And all the stories were like everything that they were doing during that championship run and the fun that they were having celebrating the summer after. So much so that he ended up starting a podcast after it, which was Road Trippin', and like came to me to ask permission, was like, hey, Curry, like, I love this so much. Is it okay if I do this, but like with one of my teammates on the road? I was like, duh, yeah.
You're Richard Jefferson.
It's only gonna make it. It's only gonna make it better for all of us. Like now, you just gotta have me on your show because I know you're about to blow up. Obviously, now he's calling. He's like on the A Team. On ABC and ESPN. I'm so proud of him. Just like the trajectory of his broadcast career has just been so cool. But we called it the Summer of Rich, and it was just absolutely incredible. And LeBron's come down, and he owns a yoga studio, Soho Yoga in Hermosa Beach. Richard Jefferson does, and LeBron will come down and do yoga there. So he's like around the South Bay too.
Cool.
But everyone's getting an inside glimpse of their friendship.
Yes.
And it really is, I think, Kevin Love and Richard Jefferson, who are the social media behind the scenes guys here, you guys. And it is so much fun. But why this is all connecting to the Lakers today is that we're kind of hearing, I don't know if it's rumors or just whispers, that Kevin Love could be a name to watch if LeBron comes back to the Lakers. Now, as we know, Love and LeBron were teammates in Cleveland. As you can see, if you're watching any of these stories, they're really great friends. And when I hear this, the first thing I think about is, Oh, this would be like a personality hire.
Yeah.
Like the vibes in the locker room, you guys, are so important for championship teams. And if LeBron decides to come back to the Lakers, he's kind of the odd man out in the top three, right? Because now Luka and Austin Reeves are that like best friend, brotherly vibes.
Yeah.
LeBron needs his guy. He also needs a guy. This could be his guy. He's not like changing the team. He's not changing the roster, but he's making the vibes better for one of your top players. And if they bring LeBron back, I'm not mad at this situation. And again, he's not going to be taking up a bunch of the cap space because he'd probably come on veteran league minimum.
I would imagine so.
Yeah, that's not much to if again, this is all like if LeBron comes back, I see this working in a way to make LeBron the LeBron that you need both on the court and off of it mentally.
I initially, my gut instinct when I first saw the rumors of, hey, I mean, they're in Scotland. Kevin Love needs a home. He doesn't cost a lot of money. LeBron's going back to the Lakers. Kevin Love is a UCLA legend. Doesn't this all make sense?
Oh, forgot about that tie-in too.
Yeah, was to reject it because the Lakers need big men who can start, and they need young and athletic guys, and Kevin Love is none of those things. However, if Kevin Love is willing to sign on the after you've played 10 or more years, the vet minimum is $3.6 million, and not a cent more, I could see it working. And why I see it working is because Kevin Love can make the most out of Jackson Hayes.
Yeah.
And fingers crossed, and assuming that there is a new starting center that is brought into the fold, Kevin Love has a lifetime of things that he can teach. So until that falls into place, I have to be against this move.
No.
I do have to be against the move.
No, I like it. Dude, everyone needs a vibe, like the vibe
Just
leader.
a vibe guy?
The vibe leader personality hire who also adds depth to the roster. Like, and you're going to make, again, this is all if LeBron James comes back, you're going to make one of your star players happy with this.
You are. I would say that roster spots right now for the Lakers are going to be hard to come by. Few and far between. Thank you. That's a much better way of saying it because depth is what they need right now. So if the starting five were all under the age of 30 and then you had one or two role players who were also under the age of 30, it's like, okay, Bronny can have a spot, Kevin Love can have a spot, and everyone else can go. But
why are you putting Bronny on that roster?
Because Kevin Love would fall under the umbrella of favors. Like Kevin Love signing to the Lakers.
I'm happy that you're finally admitting that Bronny is a favor, though. Like,
he's a favor, but it's what he's done. It's what he's done since being a favor, and Bronny deserves to be on an NBA roster. But that is a different argument, so we will talk about the Kevin Love for now. The front court is the biggest issue for the Lakers. They need a starting big man. DeAndre Ayton cannot be your starting big man. In a perfect world, DeAndre Ayton opts out of the contract and is no longer a Lakers problem.
Yeah.
But it would be foolish for DeAndre Ayton to do that because there's no way he can, on the free market, get more money or a better contract than the Lakers currently have.
Yeah.
So DeAndre Ayton takes up one spot. Jackson Hayes, who really played starters minutes throughout the playoffs because he proved to be the better player, is another spot. Also, him and Luka are essentially brothers.
Yeah.
So that's two front
Well,
court.
also explain why they're brothers.
Yeah.
He helped him get a Slovenian passport.
He now has a passport.
So he can play with Luka during the offseason and on the Slovenian national team.
Yes.
So that is a connection where
He ain't going anywhere.
No, Luka's going to fight to keep him there.
But I'm perfectly fine with that because he is the perfect backup center. He provides energy. He's fast for a guy his height, and everything he does is 100 miles an hour. You still need a starting center. So Kevin Love, which I agree would be a vibes guy and would provide incredible mentorship to any of the younger players. Say you are able to trade for or sign a starting center. Two of those front court spots are taken up by guys who cannot see the court. Kevin Love cannot see the court, and DeAndre Ayton cannot see the court. So that is where my hang-up is. But Jackson Hayes, and if the starting center that they do get, say, a Jalen Duren, I'm just throwing names out there, a sub 30-year-old guy who can learn so much from Kevin Love. I completely understand why this excites you. I just can't get on board until I know who that starting center is.
I mean,
but you love your vibes, though.
I am, and I'm telling you, I've covered a lot of championship teams, and that is one of the most important things is how a team comes together and how they vibe together. And obviously, we know that Luka Doncic and Austin Reeves have that brotherly relationship, right? Mm-hmm. And I think Austin and LeBron had that at one point, and I think LeBron was hoping to have that with Luka, and that didn't necessarily happen. Now, it worked when we saw that stretch in March of the three of them understanding their roles, which was basically LeBron James taking a back seat and going, okay, I'll be the number 3. And as he said, I've never been a number 3 ever in my career, let alone in my life, in my entire life. So, as we know, and I could see it, I covered a couple games and I was in the locker room as he was doing that presser, like a couple feet away from him. You could feel the energy of like, yeah, I'm doing this because I know it's for the betterment of the team, but like, am I happy with it? Nah. No. So he needs his like support system. He needs his vibe guy and someone that like if you need to give someone a break, Kevin Love can come in, but he's also keeping LeBron James, the LeBron James that we need if he's coming back to the Lakers to then make this, whether it's a farewell tour, championship run. So I'm here for it, depending on if he takes like the veteran league minimum,
the $3.6 million vet minimum.
That this is like they're going out and they're going to get a big name center because that's what's really going to matter. And if it can be again personality hire vibes guy who also is a champion and knows what it takes to win and is a great player. I don't want to take away from that. That's not why he would be coming onto the team.
Correct. I firmly have to be on the side of no, but I will give you a no, comma, not yet. The
no,
door
but.
Is, no, okay, no, the best I can give you right now is a no but. All right.
So you're telling me there's a chance. I want to get you to the other side. We're going to take a quick break here. When we come back on Brock and Alex, it's time to spill the tea with Brock Vereen. I don't even know what the tea is yet, so I'm excited for this one. Don't go anywhere. That's coming up next here on 97.1. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch, we appreciate you being here. We want you to be a part of the conversation. You can get in the chat at The Fan LA on YouTube. You can also call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. Brock, you know what time it is?
What time is it?
It is time for you to spill the tea. What do we got today?
Today we have World Cup fever.
Okay.
And today and every day for the next month we have World Cup fever.
Plus.
So today I figured we would do a little history lesson.
Ooh, okay, I'm ready.
We wonder, why do we call it soccer when most of the world calls it football?
Football.
Almost my whole life, I assumed that we came up with the word soccer, but soccer is actually a British word. They came up with the word soccer. So why do we call it soccer when English still calls it football and they invented the word?
Mm-hmm.
Let's take a little history lesson. So, soccer, as we know it, gets invented in England.
Okay.
England realizes, hey, this is actually going to be a pretty big sport. We need to make an organized body and rules and leagues and stuff. So they start the Football Association because they're calling it football at the time. Not long after that, rugby pops up, and they refer to it as rugby football. This is where the youth get involved. Shout out to the youth. Students at the University of Oxford, as they are known to do, college kids all the time, they want to shorten words.
Yeah.
They want nicknames for things. They don't ever want to call something by its full name.
Facts.
So they shorten rugby football to rugger, and they shorten associated football because it was the Football Association. They were not going to call it associated football. They shortened it to a soccer, which I feel is not a great nickname, but it got legs and they ran with it.
Okay.
So they took most of the letters of association and just made it ER at the end, and they called it a soccer. As time went on in England, the nicknames never really stuck, and then one got known as rugby, one got known as football. However, even though soccer was stateside far before gridiron football was, gridiron football boomed in popularity. So people who initially referred to football as what we call soccer kind of got pushed down because this thing called gridiron football is just taking over the country. And so that was granted the name football, and the OG football community had to be relegated to the nickname soccer. So America, Australia, Canada, and Ireland still refer to it as soccer because those countries have prominent gridiron football leagues. And that is the history of how a word invented in England didn't stick over there, but it did stick over here.
And that's the tea.
And that is the tea for today.
Cheers, I have coffee.
Matching cups.
Yeah, I know. We're very on brand right now. You have to take a sip after you cheers. That's right? That's the rule.
Bad luck. Bad luck not
It's
to.
so weird, though, because, football makes the most sense for soccer. It's like you're kicking a ball with your foot.
It is
the entire
clearly
game.
named
The entire
sport.
game. Throw ball, run ball, handball. That would make more sense for actual NFL football.
I remember being it was probably...
Volleyball makes sense because you're actually volleying.
That's a good one. I remember being in second grade, and there was a girl sitting next to me in class. I don't know. I forget who she was.
Yeah.
But I loved playing football, and she loved playing soccer. And I remember we were talking about whose sport is best. And she brought up the point of, well, football's name doesn't even make sense.
It
and
doesn't.
that was in my 7-year-old brain, my world collapsed.
Yeah.
Everything around me was fake from that moment. I was like, wait a second. Wait, why isn't soccer
did they
called
end up
football?
calling
Why
it
is
football?
it called football?
Brock, Mr. History Lesson. You need to find that out if you don't already know. How did NFL football decide on football? It's because your biggest sport is called football. Now we're going to call our biggest sport football. Because you're not kicking it. You barely kick it in football, in NFL football.
The phrase gridiron football really doesn't even clear up why they stuck with that. Yes, it was on a field, but every game is played on a field of some kind. So we will have a future history lesson after I do proper research on that, and I will have an answer for you. But from what I understand, actually, you know what?
What?
I don't think I have a consensus here. Are the local broadcasts, not local, but is the Fox broadcast referring to it as soccer, or are they saying football?
I mean, I think soccer.
They're saying soccer.
Maybe it depends on like who's
where,
talking,
where you're watching
because
the broadcast.
no, because like the Fox broadcast has Americans, they have Brits, they have Swedes, they basically have former players and talent from all across the world on the broadcast. So
it's just whoever's speaking then.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know. It could be, but I think it would most likely be soccer because, again, like if you've seen the broadcast, we were laughing about it on the first day when we saw 3 red cards in the opening match.
That was hilarious.
Which was insane considering the last World Cup was like 4 total.
Total, yeah.
But when they had the red card, there was like this little underneath the... Oh my gosh, why am I blanking on the name of it? Where the score is.
Yes.
Scoreboard. The little scoreboard on the TV. And I should know this because my cousin is the head of graphics at Fox Sports.
You got to hold it down.
I know. But because we have like such a large audience in the United States who isn't as familiar with the game, they literally had like explaining in like paragraph form, like, well,
like
now this
4 sentences
team
long.
is down 9 players because they got a red card. We get a red card, you are not allowed to come back in. And it was so funny because you're like, if you know the game, you're like, this is hilarious. That, like, the biggest event, like the biggest soccer event in the world, obviously being here in the States, and it's not the biggest sport here. You have to explain to the casual sports fan, well, why does that team have more players on the field than that one does? It is hilarious. But there has been so many fun and exciting things to come out of the World Cup right now. Are we at halftime?
I believe so, and we are definitely scoreless. So, yep, we are scoreless at halftime.
Yeah, Switzerland versus Bosnia. We ended in a draw in the first game, Czechia and South Africa.
Yes.
And coming up in a couple hours here, we got Canada versus Qatar, and then tonight, I think the match of the day, Mexico against South Korea. If you guys have been following along, the love of these two nations has been one of the more heartwarming parts of the World Cup. And it started like right out of the gates with South Korea in Mexico. And I don't know if you could have like more polar opposite countries come together and just fall in love with each other the way that we saw the South Koreans and the Mexicans at the watch parties down in Mexico.
Yes, I guess in Mexico City, where plenty of South Koreans were staying, anytime, if you're like a restaurant or a cafe or a bar or a hotel lobby, anytime someone representing South Korea entered the building, it became customary to turn on Gangnam Style.
Yep.
And everyone would just start jumping and bottles of tequila would magically appear out of nowhere. And every single setting immediately turns into a party when that song comes on in Mexico City.
It's the collab we didn't know we needed. Was Mexico and South Korea. So I'm really excited because now they're playing each other tonight. Before it was just kind of like in the same city cheering for your respective teams and becoming best friends. But now it's like what'd you call it? The Civil War.
It's the Civil War today.
Yeah, now they're playing each other, which is going to be great. And Seoul Park.
Yes, Seoul International Park tonight. Technically, it is an event put on by the Korean community, but by all means is this for anyone and everyone. It is in Koreatown, which is, I would say, a perfect split between the Mexican community and the Korean community. There will be food trucks, there will be music, there will be live performances, and of course, the match itself will be on. I was able to drive through as they were setting up.
Do they have like a big screen?
Their opening match. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Massive screen, cool little grass area, food trucks lined around the whole area. Not to mention that block has some of the best Mexican food, specifically Oaxacan food, that I would argue LA has to offer. The smells alone is worth going over there and just smelling how good that food is going to be. But if you do not know where to watch this game, get your butt over to Seoul International Park.
That's going to be a fun time. I think the other big takeaway that we've seen so far from this World Cup, I'll give 2 right here, is that the U.S. has exceeded, I think, a lot of people's expectations in the best way possible.
Yes.
We're all keeping an eye on Christian Pulisic. He has been dealing with a calf situation. And we saw him training. Jenny Taft gave a report yesterday that He was doing some solo training out on the pitch. He is still considered day to day. Their second match is tomorrow. And if they win that one, I think they're guaranteed into the knockout stage. And then you could rest him for the third match. And that would give him almost a couple weeks to really get back to 100%. So that's kind of something we're keeping an eye on. And then the GOAT conversation between Messi and Ronaldo. I think they settled it out on the pitch.
It looks settled to me. For
Messi-
some of us, it was already settled.
Messi
but
came out, you guys, as the defending champs. Everyone was like, he might be too old. I don't know if he's still going to make a difference. Hat trick.
38-year-old hat trick for you.
And
How about that?
the way the fans rallied around him, and the way even when he got subbed out, he went to give his coach a hug, and Messi walked away, and the camera stayed on the coach. Beautiful job by the director there, by the way, because the coach's eyes just filled up with tears, and you could see that he knows, this is the beginning of the end for Messi and his last World Cup, and just knowing, like, okay, you're coming out with a bang and a hat trick.
That is how you set the tone.
And a hat trick, tied all-time goals.
For World Cup goals to go. Yep.
Uh-huh.
Yep. That's exactly
Absolutely
right.
insane. And then Ronaldo came out and, nada. Nada. You guys, if you were listening to us too, Brock called that. And it kind of, I don't know, I think that put the GOAT debate. A lot of things put the GOAT debate to sleep, but people are just like ride or die with either side. It's the LeBron and the Jordan GOAT debate. If you're talking to someone that's on one side, you're not going to convince them to switch over to the other side. A lot more coming up next. Hour 4 here on Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Farine. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Hour number 4, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch, we appreciate you being here, and we want you to be a part of the show. You can call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. We've been having a day, you guys. If you've been hanging out with us and listening to the show, just our day, the way it got started. Dr. Dre was in the building today, you guys. Legendary icon that is Dr. Dre. He was on the wave and was so kind to come over to the Fan, our studios. I'm going to paint the picture of what it's like here at Odyssey.
Paint that picture.
It's really cool because you come in and it's almost like this circle, looping hallway, Radio Row, you could call it. And every couple of feet, you walk by a clear window, and there's a different station and show going on in here. So there's been a couple big rad names that have come through, both whether it's with K-Rock or it's with the Wave next door. And you always kind of know when someone's in the building because you open the door once you clock in, and you're like, oh, there's a vibe going on. Not only a vibe, there are a bunch of people camped out in this hallway. And when we walked in, we had no idea Dr. Dre was here. And he was so kind, you guys. He was very excited to meet D-Fish on our morning show with D-Fish and Cody Decker. And it was so cool to see legends meeting, legends colliding. What did you call it earlier?
An unstoppable force meets an immovable object regarding their levels of fame of, oh, I get to actually be a fan here. Usually I'm the most famous guy in the room. Usually I'm the most famous guy in the room.
But they're fans of each other,
but
which
they
is
get
so
to be fans
cool.
of each other.
And that was so rad. And you guys, we got to have a moment with him. He was so gracious and kind in the hallway. We took a show photo with him. And now I'm like, during the commercial breaks, you guys, I'm like, well, what song am I going to put on the post? Because no one talks about how much time we spend on that. Why do we spend so much time trying to figure out the song? He has so many, like every song's a banger. I've been listening to Dr. Dre during the commercial breaks, trying to figure out like what I'm going to use as background sound, you guys. I love all of it. If you want to like at me at Alex_Curry and give me some suggestions of what song you want me to use,
we couldn't even
on...
rank like 1, 2, 3. It was 1A, 1B, 1C, 1C. Like everything
I
is
got to
still
make sure my sound's down so I don't accidentally play it the moment I open up. But like still Dre is like kind of what I'm leaning towards. Forgot about Dre. I don't know, next episode, but like they're all so good.
But the good thing is there's no wrong answer.
Yeah.
There may be a best answer, but there's no wrong answer, which is fine.
Okay. So the pressure's just on me to kind of figure it out.
Yes, it is.
Okay. But vibes are also high, you guys, like just around the country. Obviously, the World Cup has just been so much fun and so rad to see the average sports fan catch what we're calling a World Cup fever and really understanding the passion and the love around the world that is associated with soccer. Because, we have the MLS here. We have a national team, but the women are where the stories are at. They were the back-to-back champs. I got to be a part of that World Cup run in 2019, which was insane. But the men's team has never really lived up to any sort of expectation.
No, and that's what makes the debut of this current version of the U.S. international team so exciting. That's what made the recruitment of Fowler and Balogun, who could have played for England, could have played for at least one of the African countries, but chose to play here. And there was a feeling of, okay, you chose to play here. What's going to happen? And he showed us what's going to happen.
Immediately.
There are stakes for the first time.
The difference maker.
Yes.
And thank God, because we're kind of on injury watch with U.S. star Christian Pulisic, who is day-to-day right now dealing with a knock on his calf. Is what they're talking about. And when we talk about calf injuries across other sports, it's scary because it leads to everything else.
Exactly.
It's the beginning of a really bad injury.
Calf, you have to be careful. It is a situation where if your calf itself is banged up or tight, that actually doesn't limit you as much as you may think. But it's the fact that if the calf is tight, now the Achilles is in jeopardy. And Pulisic, as much as he wants to win a World Cup, he still has a club demands and aspirations, and the last thing he wants to do is have to sit out for a full year and miss out on some club ball as well. So hopefully they can find a win here tomorrow because that, as you explained a little bit ago, that can allow him to fully rest if he needs to.
For their third match in the
match.
group stage, because then that would mean they automatically move on to the knockout stage if they can beat Australia tomorrow, which that's also going to be... That's going to be a fun one.
Australians bring the ruckus a little bit too, so I'm very excited for that atmosphere.
Yeah, and like I said, I'm also excited for tonight, Mexico versus South Korea at 6 p.m. No Dodgers game tonight. They have an off day before they pick up that 3-game series against the Orioles starting tomorrow with Roki Sasaki on the mound. So this is going to be a World Cup day. We are still scoreless. In the half just started. The second half just started between Switzerland and Bosnia. We had a draw against Czechia and South Africa. We got Canada and Qatar at 3. And then, like I mentioned, Mexico versus South Korea at 6 p.m. And if you're in LA and you are looking for a fun watch party, you want to go to Seoul International Park. Am I saying it right?
Yes, you are.
Nailed it. Brock's been pitching this before I think it became a big... That was the first watch party you said we should go to. I was talking about the LA Coliseum, which was just the opening weekend celebration. So bummed. I was really hoping that was going to be throughout the entire World Cup because the vibes there were like unmatched.
But if Team US does what we hope they do and advance to those later rounds, someone is going to say, you know what, the party's back on.
Let's run it back.
Yeah, run it back.
Let's run it back because that's what we want to see and that's what we want to experience. Also, shout out to myself because we did. Can I do that?
Yeah, you can.
I want to thank me.
You can.
For being me
can.
and believing in me.
There you go.
Do you know who said that?
It was a musician, right?
Yeah, I was just playing
one
of the songs. He was on the song. He was on the Dr. Dre song.
It wasn't Eminem.
He was just on the Dr. Dre song.
So it was Snoop then.
Yeah.
Snoop said it.
Yeah,
Okay.
There you go. Good job. I was hoping you would get there. I was like, you're going to get there. We did a blind draw, you guys, for the World Cup. And my opening matches were 3 for 3.
You are sitting in first place among the group right now. Switzerland, who I have let me down with a draw last week. They really need to get this win. But
is this their second match?
This is their second match. But I have Argentina, who, based off of that hat trick, they may need to carry the weight here because my third team is Senegal, who got decimated by your French.
That's because you traded away Scotland.
It was a smart move at the time.
Was it?
It was a smart move at the time. Yes.
Scotland has become the darlings of the World Cup.
They weren't darlings yet, though. They were like, oh, maybe Scotland can make some noise. And then after that first match, after a week of partying in Boston, I realized, they were the vibes pick.
Thank you.
Yeah,
See?
They were
See, everybody needs a vibes pick. Everyone needs a vibe higher. Everybody needs a vibes pick. And you traded away the Tartan Army.
Come on, Senegal. Make me right, Senegal. Make me right.
Are you wearing... No, I was like, you close to the colors. You're missing green. You're missing green.
There we go.
Yeah. You're missing a little green. You have green eyes?
Not too far off, no.
No. Okay.
Close.
That's okay.
We're close.
We got 2 of them. Yeah. All right. Well, let's talk some Dodger baseball. All right, because after yesterday's game, again, we're going to look ahead to the Orioles series in just a minute, but I want to take a moment for yesterday. And the Dodgers... I mean, the positive thing is they had 3 one-run wins to sweep the series. Bullpen bounced back and had a performance that they needed to have. It wasn't easy. What made it interesting in that 9th inning, bases loaded for Vesia, ends up striking out Cedric Mullins for the save. The Dodgers win and completing the sweep. So there was a lot of positives to take away from the situation, but I think the focus that everyone is going to be kind of keeping an eye on is Shohei Ohtani, who had a rocky outing, a very tough 5th outing, which was happening while we were on the air yesterday, but he still went 6 innings. I was surprised he came back in that 6th inning, allowed 4 runs on 7 hits, struck out 5, walked 1, but all of those runs came in the 5th inning, and his ERA is now up to a 1.47. But what we're going to be looking for is the blister because the blister broke and it was bleeding onto his jersey. So now we're not taking the excuse anymore that we've been hearing the last few outings like, oh, it's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. Even though Kirsten Watson had been reporting during his last outing, though they're checking on it between each inning, Now we all saw with our eyes, it's a thing.
It is. And naturally, as an athlete, you are going to downplay any ailment that you have because you want to be out there and you don't want to give your organization or your coach or your training staff a reason to hold you back. But when it is affecting your play to the level that it is affecting Shohei Ohtani, both literally throwing the baseball and mentally, him showing visible frustration, things that we typically don't see from him, it's time to call it. I feel that the point of building up a lead in your division is for moments like this. They have a 9-game lead ahead of the rest of the NL West. You have a 2-game lead over the rest of the MLB. They have now jumped the Atlanta Braves as far as having the best record in all of baseball. What is the point of building that buffer if you are not going to use it? The whole point of getting that buffer is, okay, if we need to rest some guys, if some guys are willing to push through injury, but now we don't need them to, right? If you are the Padres and Manny Machado and Fernando Tatis had lingering knee soreness and swelling and a blister on your finger, you say, hey, that's too bad. You're playing tomorrow because we can't afford to drop any more games. That's the opposite of the Dodger situation. Rest him. You built up the buffer for moments like this. I know it's easy to say that, but Shohei, it's not going to be easy to hear that.
So the question is now, he'll probably be back in the lineup because the blister is not affected when you're swinging the bat. Plus, you can cover it. You can put a Band-Aid on it. You can super glue it. Do whatever you have to do. You're not allowed to do that when you're pitching. You can have no outside substances on your hand or on your finger or on your glove when you're pitching. So that's where it makes it tough. So you would think that they could and should shut him down pitching wise until that's fully healed, because the only way a blister is going to heal is by not irritating it and not rubbing it, which whatever pitch is hitting it, it's going to irritate it every single time that you throw it. So the hope is maybe he skips the next start. What do? They go back to the regular every 5th day and just hope that Yamamoto and Roki Sasaki can adjust to that, because they're getting a little thin there with the starting rotation.
They are getting thin, but I honestly, okay, I don't want to see Shohei on the mound for 2 weeks. I don't even want to see Shohei batting for 1 week.
No,
because
that's not going to happen. There's no way he's going to let that happen.
The frustration, the hesitation there is because when he gets on base, that knee comes into play. So Dave Roberts was kind of painting the picture of, before we realized how big of a situation the blister was, the knee was the scariest thing, and there was swelling behind the knee. And Dave Roberts was saying, well, when he's batting, it's fine because he bats lefty, so the plant foot is his right foot and the knee is not a factor. But we need to take into account of when he's on base. If running, if sliding is going to be affected, then maybe we need to be cautious there. But there wasn't really a follow-up in that scenario. I see Shohei, even regardless of how long they sit him out pitching, he will be batting sooner than he's back on the mound, I would hope. But I see no harm in resting that knee, because when you get on base, if he's not as fast as he normally is, if a pitcher knows, well, Shohei's not going to steal because he's nursing that knee, that is a supreme advantage to an opponent. Now, we haven't got an update on the knee, so I'm hopeful that means it is 100%. There's no need to worry about it. But until we hear that, I don't see why not be cautious with the knee as well.
It's funny because you bring up the knee, and I'm like, he's probably grateful that now we're all talking about that blister because nobody's talking about the knee now. Even though like the knee inflammation is what the issue was going into this. And you were even saying like, I just hope he doesn't play.
Right.
Like I hope he doesn't play the entire White Sox series. I hope they give him his next start off, which was yesterday. And what did we see? A really tough outing. And I also kind of brought up the point that he's used to pitching to Will Smith, who is still out with the neck stiffness. So last 2 outings, which have been tough outings, have been with Dalton rushing. And you kind of have to ask yourself, how much has that factored into these last 2 outings.
Could
for
you
him.
actually go into that, because the pitcher catcher relationship is, I don't think there's a comparison to it in any other sport.
It's everything. And even after, like, if you talk to a pitcher after a game and you're saying, you know, like, what was working, like what led to such a dominant outing, the first thing they'll do is tip their hat to their catcher and be like, well, he called such a great game. And that's the part that you kind of forget. They have to be on the same page. And we've seen Ohtani get visibly frustrated recently. And again, it could just be him. We don't know, because he's never going to pull back that curtain to let us know is it him that's just off and his command's off, or is it him just not being on the same page necessarily and having that same chemistry connection that he has with Will Smith.
So Dalton Rushing is Roki's guy. Coming into this year, whenever Roki pitched, Dalton Rushing would always catch for him.
Yeah.
And that was the case earlier in the year as well, before Will Smith got hurt. And so how would that dynamic change? Like, is it just knowing as a catcher your pitcher's temperament, knowing when they need a breather, when to call a time?
It's everything.
Okay.
It's just understanding like what pitch is going to come next. It's almost like being in the mind of your pitcher and understanding their flow as well as understanding the flow of the game. And also like you're communicating with the manager and understanding everything that's going on. So yeah, when there is that connection and that pitcher catcher connection, that's your guy.
Yeah.
Like that is your guy.
Yeah, and so I think that directly leads to the level of frustration that we've seen from Shohei. Not that he's been some perfect pitcher his whole career, but he's never shown the level of frustration.
But again, he hasn't said anything. So this is all just speculation,
Of course.
guys. Like, and again, he would never say anything. Shohei Ohtani has like the utmost respect for every teammate, every manager, which is why he never said anything when Dave Roberts decided to either not have him in the lineup on days that he was pitching or give him the day off the day after.
Yeah, I wonder though if so. When I say Shohei's frustrated, not necessarily toward Dalton Rushing, he's frustrated at himself. And for the first time, I would say 4 of the most recent 5 starts, there have been moments where he's not controlling his sweeper as much as he wants, and he's swearing loudly, he's screaming, he's
hot mics. Yes,
he is showing a side of frustration that if he's felt that in previous years, he has not shown it. And I do wonder, maybe Will Smith, with him being the more experienced, being seen as one of the calmer guys in that dugout, maybe he's able to approach Shohei mid-inning and calm him down, whereas maybe Dalton Rushing is, I don't know if I'm there yet. I don't know if I'm still kind of the young buck. I don't know if I can call time and calm down Shohei. So again, all of this, of course, is speculative.
Yeah.
But with Shohei showing so much frustration, you do kind of wish that Will Smith was healthy, because he is as calm of a presence as you're going to find on that team.
So, latest update on Will Smith. Obviously, he's been out with the stiff neck. He went on the 10-day IL on June 8th. He went through a full workout on June 16th, so that was 2 days ago.
2 days ago, yeah.
But he is unlikely to be activated from the IL as soon as he's eligible.
Because he went on 10-day IL. We're at least like 5 days in, so
yeah.
Oh, okay. So
that's the latest.
Still be a minute.
That's the latest there. But we also might now see, again, with the blister for Shohei Ohtani, I have to imagine if it's not healed in a week, he's getting pushed back as well.
I would hope so.
You hope so.
I would hope so. The point of building a buffer between your division and really the rest of the league is for moments like this. There are teams right now that are sitting here saying All-Star break is around the corner and we need to be
we're about like a month away, right?
Right. And we need to be, I want to say July 22nd. And we need to be in striking distance so that we can put pedal to the metal and close this thing out and get in playoff contention before the year is over. And so if you're sore, if you're fighting through something, we need you to keep fighting. The Dodgers are not in that spot.
Less than a month away.
Less than a month away, okay.
Yeah, All-Star break starts July 13th.
Oh,
July 14th is the All-Star game.
Way earlier than I thought. Yeah.
Yeah.
I see no point in pushing through something. Let the teams who are fighting for wild card spots push through things. let the teams who have built up buffers and are focused on winning a three-peat of a World Series take rest when they need it.
Yeah, so Friday, you guys, the Dodgers' first game of that Orioles series with Roki Sasaki on the mound. I think he's looking to have a bounce-back game after kind of getting off track after we saw 3 solid and kind of like welcome to the big league outings for Roki Sasaki. So that's what we're going to be watching tomorrow. We're going to talk a lot, break down a lot of that tomorrow. But right now we're going to take a quick break. And when we come back, Luka, we're finally hearing from Luka this during the offseason, and someone that LeBron is on a vacation with currently. Could he become a Laker next season? All that and more coming up next. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch. We appreciate you being here, and we want you to be a part of the show. So if you're watching the live stream, you can see how sick Brock's jacket is and how much I want to steal it today, you guys. That was really the topic of conversation. The first thing I saw when I walked in. Yes, Dr. Dre was in the building today, but I walked in and I was like, Brock, you got to tell me when we're coming in with drip. This was insane. I didn't know we were dressed. Did you know Dr. Dre was here? Did you dress up for Dre? You look like the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air in the best way possible.
Accidental drip is what my phrase of the day will be. Accidental drip, yes.
Also, he offered that I could borrow that bomber jacket at one time. I am taking you up on that.
You should.
It's great. It's got ketchup mustard vibes. You know, because it's black
it is
with
a mustard
red,
yellow. Yeah.
mustard yellow stripes.
Oh, you're right.
But it's sick. Is it vintage?
Thank you. I got it at a I got it
like a swap
at a Yes, thank you. I couldn't think of it at a swap meet in London.
Yeah, I was gonna say this looks very vintage, but in like a rad way. It's European vintage.
Yes.
That's even better.
Somewhere
I
in London.
knew that was fire drip today. I knew it. I'm so jealous, you guys. I love a good fit. I love a good fire fit.
You are too kind.
Okay, let's get to some Lakers, okay?
Okay.
Because we're finally hearing from Luka this offseason, and we're hearing what you want to hear from him, right? So now that, again, and this always happens, like NBA Finals done, parade is today, which has been electric. It has been hilarious. Oh, I don't think I shared this yet when we were between the break. So there's been some iconic moments from the parade, the Knicks parade in New York. Oh, yeah. First one being the photo of someone ordering Chick-fil-A in the middle of the parade and the delivery guys just hands up holding the order and it just says Chick-fil-A walking through the crowd. The other one is Tyler Kolek was off the bus and on the street with the fans, and NYPD thought he was a fan and tried to remove him from the parade, you guys.
If he has a good friend group, they will never let him live that down.
You can't.
That you can never let him forget that. But I'm also looking at the security crazy because actually Kolek is not that tall.
No, he's short.
Yeah.
He looks like a regular I
was
going to
say, how do you mistake some 6'7" dude? But no, Kolek is 6'3".
No. He looks like a regular, like a normie.
I can't back him up.
He's a normie.
There's no excuse.
Yeah. And he's in the championship shirt. They're all wearing the same thing. Like the players and the fans, everyone has that championship shirt. And he's running and giving high fives along the parade on the street. And they two police officers, NYPD, just come and try to, and they're like, no.
Who's this guy?
No. He's on the team.
He's never living that down. He will never.
It's so
good.
Oh
my God.
Watching that, I just hope we have another parade here in LA.
I agree.
Pretty
Alex.
soon. I think we're gonna have one for the Dodgers 3-peat. Been saying that from the start of the season. But after watching what the Knicks did, you guys. So you're telling me there's a chance for the Lakers. And Luka is saying exactly what you want to hear from your superstar this offseason. When he was asked about this past Lakers season, Luka said, well, I think it's bad. Whenever you don't win, it's a bad season. So if you don't win, it's not a good one, which is duh. But also thank you. That's exactly what I want to hear from your superstar. That's the mindset that you should have. And that's really the culture of the Lakers is championship or bust.
And I love how blunt he's been in comparison to a month ago where LeBron gave some pretty abrupt comments regarding the Lakers, and he said we were not outworked regarding Oklahoma City. They didn't out-physical us. They didn't outsmart us. I feel like we were just out-talented by Oklahoma City. They just possess so much more talent. So hard hard words to hear, but I love him, assuming LeBron comes back as a Laker, and Luka being upfront about it. We weren't good enough, and we came up short. There is an expectation here, and we will get back there.
And you know what? As a Lakers fan, as the Lakers front office, I think that's kind of everybody's mindset when watching what the Knicks did in this finals run of, there is a possibility for us to get back there.
Yes.
Because I think heading into the finals, like every conversation was, how do we build a team that can compete and then beat OKC and the Spurs? And the way they went about it was an extremely young, through the draft superstar roster.
Yeah.
Knicks can't do that.
No.
They didn't do that. Lakers can't do that. What we can do is build around stars that we have and have role players. And I think watching what they did really should give a lot of hope to Laker fans that this is possible. I mean, I went out and I was watching it and I was like, Lakers can do this.
Yeah.
We can get back there. This is doable.
And the fact that Luka made it to the championship, they with Dallas, with Kyrie Irving, they lost 4-1 to an overpowered Celtics team. But Luka knows how to make it to the championship with a team that people overlooked. When they made it to the finals, the odds and the media personalities started favoring the Mavs because of the story, but by all means, they were an underdog throughout those playoffs. And Luka knows we don't have to have the best team on paper in order to make it, and the Knicks did the same exact thing. They were counted out every single round. It felt like a fluke, and then before you know it, they are roaming through Manhattan, drunk off their minds, hoisting up trophies because they believed in themselves. So if you are the Lakers, you certainly understand that this past season was not good enough, but you are closer to where you need to be than you probably initially thought.
And in order to stay there and get there, we've been having a lot of conversations around this offseason, and this offseason being the most important offseason that they've had in a long time. Because, yes, you have Luka Doncic, but now you have to figure out, are you going to pay Austin Reeves the max? He is eligible for a max. You know that you need to bring him back, number one, to keep Luka Doncic, your star, happy, because he made it very clear, I want Austin here. I don't want him to be a part of a trade. And you know what? He has done a great job of being that number two. And then LeBron James. We started getting reports this week that the Lakers and LeBron are in negotiations. And honestly, this is the time that it needs to happen, because if he wants to get as close to the most money that he can, you got to figure that out before free agency starts and before the draft. Otherwise, if you wait till after, they might not have enough left over in order to give LeBron James.
Yeah, his initial timeline of, I want to take my time, I'm going to go on vacation, and then
he is on vacation right now, though.
He's still on vacation.
You guys, if you are following this 2016 Cavs reunion, they're doing like a 10-year championship reunion. They are on the most insane trip right now in Scotland, where it's like the best golfing. They're staying in a castle. They're having the finest wine, the most insane dinners.
From course to course, back to the castle. It's nuts.
It's insane. If you want to follow along, Kevin Love and Richard Jefferson are giving us the best behind-the-scenes content on their stories on Instagram.
Yes. But that was his initial plan when he first became media available through his podcast of, maybe June, maybe July, maybe August. Nobody actually believed he would wait that long, but nobody thought he would actually be this abrupt as well. So he knows the sooner I get my foot in the door and get something on paper, the sooner the Lakers can figure out what can be built around me.
Yeah.
And realistically, the most money I'm going to make is the sooner I sign, because if 100%. I wait too long, the Lakers are going to move on without me.
Yep.
This is a win for everyone involved.
You know who else this might be a win for?
Who's that?
Kevin Love.
Oh,
they
boy.
are partying it up right now over in Scotland, and we're getting some rumors that he might be a name to watch if LeBron comes back on the Lakers. And I'm going to say this again, this would be a personality hire. This would be a vibes hire in the locker room for LeBron James, because Luka Doncic has Austin Reeves, okay? They have their little buddy. And whenever there's three, there's always an odd man out, okay? I get it. I come from a family of four. You were always paired off. And if there's three of us, there is always someone left out. No matter how much you want to all say, oh, no, the three of us are all together. There's always one person left out. So LeBron James needs his buddy if he's going to be back on the Lakers. And you know what? If Kevin Love comes at a veteran league minimum, not mad at it.
I'm not there yet. For me right now, it's a firm no. But once they sign a starting center, I will be willing to re-listen to the pitch. Now, Kevin Love, no matter where he signs, it's going to be at a vet minimum. And if he's willing to sign for the $3.6 million to come back home, I think he was born in Oregon. But by all means, he is a UCLA Bruin through and through. And this has more or less been his home. He's always on campus and walking around. Like
I'm here for it.
It is a good pitch to Kevin Love if that's what the Lakers need. But again, my hesitance is we need a starting center. We know Jackson Hayes is coming back. We are expecting DeAndre Ayton to opt in.
Yeah.
And 2 of your 4 front court spots being taken up by guys who can't contribute. I just can't get there yet.
We'll see. You can be a part of the show, you guys. We want to hear from you. You can call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. And we're going to go to Thomas from Valencia right now. What's going on?
Hey, how we doing? Long-time listener, first-time caller. My name is Thomas Jackson. Alex, what I wanted to ask you is why you're being so nice to Brock about his shirt. It is terrible.
No, it's so amazing.
It is.
Thomas, quick
It's actually
question,
awful.
Thomas.
And Alex,
Thomas,
you're
I'm
just
talking,
giving him-
Thomas. Thomas,
you're letting him
Thomas,
get off a
Thomas,
London-
I'm
a
talking.
London
Are you guys
swap
related?
Thomas, I'm
Are you
talking
guys
right
related?
now. Thomas, I'm talking right now.
Is this your brother?
I'm talking right now, Thomas. What does it say on your birth certificate?
What do you mean? Shane Patrick Henry Vereen.
That's what I thought. That's what I thought. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the show. The version of me with no hair.
Oh, I was like, wait.
Yes.
This is so
I'm a
beautiful.
little shorter, but I'm much stronger. A little shorter, but a lot stronger.
See, this is siblings. You always got to one up each other.
Okay. Here we go.
Okay.
Full circle, Thomas. We have been watching the New York Knicks parade. Can you please share your parade experience after winning? What was it, Super Bowl 49?
49. Okay, thank you. Yes, the parade was awesome. I would say that the parade was kind of like the icing or like the sprinkles on top of the cupcake. You're just surrounded by. We had, I think, around like 700,000 fans there, and it felt like 2 million.
Yeah.
And you're just going through the city. You're just like you're waving to people. They're throwing you beers. You're like tossing shirts and signs, and it's an incredible experience. And I know that the New York one is going to be probably bonkers.
Dude,
or it was.
It's
Wait, didn't they
been
just finish
insane.
it?
Yeah, it's been insane. It's been so fun just to see everything going
And
down.
The party continues well after the boats. The buses. I'm assuming.
Yeah. So when we won a Super Bowl, let's say we won Super Bowl Sunday. Let's go. Okay, so the next Sunday was that Sunday, then the following Sunday, then the fun Sunday after that. So like a month of partying.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Like you get like 2 months. I would say like 2 months before you can like, okay, now I got to kind of sober up. I got to reset a bit, and then we can start thinking about next year.
Well, see, that's the problem is
What?
because your season was longer than everybody else. So everybody else has been off. So like they're already midway through their off season, and you're just getting started because you've been celebrating the entire time. It's not fair.
Deserved,
you know what I mean?
though.
That's why back-to-back champions are so like impressive because like you had less time than everybody else.
Thomas, final.
All right, but let's not. Hold on. No. We're not going to distract from the reason why I called.
I was trying to so hard.
No, dude, I love this jacket.
Okay.
I love this jacket.
Alex, something you need to know about Brock.
Okay.
You cannot let him get off terms like a London swap meet. I've been to London. They don't swap or meet. They fish and chip. They don't swap. They don't meet. And you called him like a Dr. Dre, Dr. Daishiki. That's what that looks like on his body right now. I don't know what that is.
I called him Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. That's what I said he looks like.
Okay, all right.
That's what I said he looked like. Yeah. No, Dr. Dre, we met Dr. Dre today.
And you're letting him get these things off and like make it sound good. Nothing about that looks good.
Dude, the best part is this is what he's wearing. I'm so excited for him to share this photo with you. This is what he was wearing when we took a photo with Dr. Dre today.
Yes,
that's
this
the
was
mix-up that you heard.
The
yeah.
Dr. Dre fit today.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, please feel free to encourage my brother to shop at other places other than like London swap meets. That's not a thing. That's not
Vintage shops. Vintage shops, I think, is what we were going for.
Well, he's trying to.
TJ Maxx, Marshalls, Target.
You're trying to act like you weren't on this trip. You are lying to the city of Los Angeles. We were in London together, in the store together.
We're not talking about me right now. We're not talking about me. Okay?
I just realized he was with me this whole time. Thomas, thank you for calling in. You can call in anytime. Last question. What time's dinner tonight?
That's a great question. I should go back inside and find out.
What are we having? It's
We're
family
going,
reunion time.
We're going
I'm so
to
happy for you guys.
teppanyaki. Yes.
Yeah, a little hibachi.
Hibachi. Thank you, hibachi. I couldn't think of the word. Yes.
I was like, what's
Yeah.
teppanyaki?
It is hibachi.
Yeah, we got a little hibachi, and there's going to be, and we have 3 kids under 6, and I'm just counting like how many of the 3 are going to cry when. Like,
I don't know how this is
Can you
gonna
please
go.
take a video? There are so many viral videos of kids seeing the fire for the first time, and it's like, and they actually like
I'll
some
take the
like
video.
eyes go like they bug out of their face, some cry, some freak
Yeah.
out.
I think we can manage
I can't
that.
wait to take my
Okay,
daughter to
I'll
hibachi.
Take the video. I'll take the video as long as Brock never wears that shirt again. How about that?
I mean, I'll take it. If he's giving it away and no one's going to wear it, I'll take it. I'll be the first one to take the jacket. I love it.
I will consider, and I will
love it.
have an answer by the time dinner tonight. Thomas, thank you so much for calling in. Anytime.
love it.
Anytime.
Long time
All right.
listener, first time caller. Call
Love you, Brock.
anytime.
Bye.
Love you.
Oh, that was such good family vibes.
For
I could tell.
anyone.
I didn't understand because they had like in our live, like our rundown, producer Shay put in Thomas from Valencia brother, and I was like, brother, Thomas. So is that his first like legal name? Is that just
No,
what
he
was
just
joking?
made up Thomas.
Okay, good.
He
okay.
just made up Thomas,
Okay,
and
that
I
threw
didn't
me.
want you guys to know. And then when you started texting him about it, I was like, I gotta tell her now.
Well, you should have side texted me. You didn't have to do it in the group
yeah,
chat.
I was just like, whatever, it's fine.
I knew once it said Valencia, I knew something was up. And once I heard that voice, I said, "Oh, Shay is in on the take here." I wasn't sure if you were in on it,
No,
so I found out you were not.
I didn't get it. I was like, what do you mean?
I knew Shay had some up his
Do you have
sleeve.
other siblings?
I have a cousin who I call my sister, but but he is
But
the only boy.
technically, it's just
yes.
you and
yes.
Shane.
Yes.
Okay, so that's what I thought, and I was like, maybe I thought I asked enough family questions to know like who else was in the family. All my family called in on my birthday,
Yeah,
so
they
you
did.
got to
Yes,
talk
they
to all
did.
the Curry sisters. So that was fun. That was your first family call-in.
We will be sure that he calls back closer to football
Thomas
season
from
as well.
Valencia, please call in
Thomas.
anytime because your vibes were immaculate. And when we say Thomas, we mean Shane Vereen. That was incredible. Okay, we're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, it is time for some crosstalk. D-Mac and Reiter are going to be joining the show. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back here on 97.1 The Fan. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here at Brock Vereen, and if you're watching us, you can see it's a full table right now. We got D-Mac and Reiter with us, and we were laughing during the commercial break, which is why I came back with a snort. I don't know. If
He
that
makes me
was-
snort too. I will snort when I laugh, but not. He makes me laugh so much.
You guys, the vibes
You are a
are
funny man.
so high right now. We've been talking about this for.
That was a fake.
That was
Yeah,
a,
that
I
was
was about
not
to say,
real.
if that was a
That was
natural,
like-
I'd
that
have
was
to
like
get, like,
making
there's got to
fun
be.
of- That's like making fun of someone.
Myself.
Not chill. Oh, you snort too?
He makes.
I thought
me,
you were being sarcastic.
No, he makes me laugh so hard on the air. I snort all the time on the air now, and I'm
Yeah.
not always snorting when I laugh. Only if I laugh a lot.
Can you try not to do it? It's completely
No,
voluntary.
It's, no.
Man.
It's involuntary. It just happens.
I like it.
Which it means like
It's
you
kinda-
know you got us. in a
Okay, yeah.
way.
Well, it's kind of contagious too, because my wife told me twice, at least since I started doing this job, that I snorted when I was laughing, and I'm telling you, I had never done that ever. And I got like it was like it wasn't that aggressive, but like kind of a little mini one.
That's when you know
Yeah.
it's a good snort.
Yeah.
Or, you know, like
Okay.
it just comes out of nowhere. We're talking about laughing, you guys. Laughing so hard that you snort. Let me just verify that.
My version of the
Okay?
snort is if I'm like drinking something and so it
Yeah.
makes me laugh, I have to like spit it out,
Oh,
like kind
you're-
of like those gifs that you
Yeah,
see. Like I
yeah.
can't prevent doing that. Yeah.
Hey guys,
Fortunately.
guess
nothing,
who's
man.
in second place after the Switzerland win?
Wait, excuse me. You're announcing second
Stop
place
the
before
count!
Yeah,
first
you know,
place?
who cares about first place that Alex may or may not be in?
Excuse
You're
me.
in first.
She got 3 wins.
Okay.
All
What's
of her
up,
teams
baby?
won.
Who are your teams again?
France.
Yep.
Colombia.
Yep.
And Austria.
Yes.
Okay. Where's
And do you like how I know
Where's
all the...
D-Mac at?
Last place.
Is that after the trades?
Thank you for asking.
Well, this is unlike me. I'm usually on the winning side in like fantasy stuff. Like, what is this?
Really?
Not today. I'm. Oh no.
You
and
are-
that's
you are-
after the trades too.
You
What
were
was I
tied with
thinking?
Lindsay for last place.
Oh man.
Who you traded with?
Brutal.
Yeah, I know.
You know what else? You know what else
It's a
you lost
lose-lose.
today? You know what else you lost today? A chance to meet Dr. Dre.
That actually really hurt. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, he's definitely on like a top 10 who had one of
Yeah.
most meat guys.
He's my son's hero, and Henry
You guys,
was here
he was
today.
so
We missed it by
kind
an hour.
Jeez.
and so rad. And the cool thing, he was so excited to meet D-Fish. Like, you know when like a
that's crazy.
superstar
Yeah,
was
that's
like, oh yeah, I'm excited to meet Derek Fisher. Like, it's just like I was going through like all the songs because like, you know, you got to post a song when you post a photo. And I'm like, what Dr. Dre song am I going to post with
Oh.
my photo? Throughout the entire commercial break, that's all I've been listening to is Dr. Dre songs. How do you pick?
What was the approach?
Forgot
Who do I
about
pick?
Did you guys
for all
just
you
walk right up
sat.
to him,
Yeah.
like-
So he was on the wave for like an hour.
okay.
And then his people brought him in here. And we said, because again, we were like not a part of like what his stop was. I was like, you know, I'm going to stop him in the hallway. Always. Like, you know, no shame in my game. Like, I will
Okay.
go up and say hi to
I would
anybody.
have gave my demo.
Yeah.
Just straight up.
And
you know?
I came up, you
just
guys.
take it.
He was taking a photo with someone else. I brought my selfie light up. I was like, "Oh, here, help!
Oh,
Let
you
me
went
let me
armed.
help you
Ready to go.
light it for you guys." And he looks at me. He goes, "What is that?" And he looks at his whole team. He goes, "We got to get one of those." And then his like, I don't know what part of her team she was, but she goes, "Yes, Queen. Now you got to take a selfie with them." I was like,
Oh, smart.
Yes,
Brock, is there shame in
perfect.
your game?
It wasn't me asking, but yes, I will take it. No,
I
he
was a bad teammate this morning.
He was
I
in
was
the
in
room.
La La Land.
I was literally yelling. I was like, Brock, come out for a photo.
No
Brock.
idea what was going on.
You thought it was ranch.
I literally had to go in the room,
I
scream
was a
his
very
name
bad
again.
teammate
I was
this
like,
morning.
please come out for a show photo. Okay. So I got my selfie and then I went in to grab Brock
Yes.
to come out
because
for
she is a great
a
teammate.
show photo.
And I was a poor one, but hopefully throughout the show I made up for
The jacket
my,
made up for it
my
today.
rough start.
I'm obsessed with this jacket he's wearing today, you guys. And his
It is
brother
super
just
fire.
called
I'm not
in.
gonna lie. I thought you were rocking like a really cool robe when I walked by the first time. It is.
Also
It
rad.
looks
To rock that to a
comfortable.
Germany
It's
game.
vintage. You guys, it's vintage from
It is
London.
the most
He went
comfortable
vintage
jacket I've
shopping
ever
in
worn in my
London.
It's amazing, dude.
Yes,
Dude, that's my
thank you.
vibe.
I really appreciate it.
I'm obsessed with it. And his brother called in just like Shane Vereen to Thomas from Valencia.
Just to make fun of
AKA,
it.
just to make fun of his jacket.
Legend.
What was his take?
Yeah, how
No
can
way.
you
What
be
was
giving?
Bro's take?
He goes, well, because I asked him where he got it, and he's like, oh, I got it, I think, from a swap meet in London. And his brother called in, he goes, you got to be harder on Brock for this because A, there are no swap meets in London, and that jacket is not fire. And I was like, I strongly
the best
disagree.
part of it-
That jacket is fire.
Thank you. Guess who was with me at the swap meet in London?
Your bro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just lying for the world.
Little
For no
context.
reason. Just out here lying.
Has he met Doug?
What the heck? That's totally feel attacked. Catching strays for no reason.
Wait, I don't know because you always have a hat on, and you mentioned something about I'm the brother with hair.
Yes. What's up?
Do you have hair?
I do.
Do you have hair? Is that the question?
I do have hair, actually. I really do.
Oh my God.
I do have hair. I really do.
No shame in the game,
It's
baby.
okay. I'm
No
totally fine. But
shame in the
it has to be a
game.
perfect level. But I'm in a regrowth stage right now. 2 months from now, you guys, I'm gonna look like John Stamos.
No. Oh,
It's totally fine.
Oh, wow.
It's totally fine.
You want to make fun of snorts?
It's all good. I'm here for that.
Why is everyone at war with you today?
I love it. It's how it always is. I'm all for it.
You're a victim.
Yeah, it's all good. I'm in a regrowth stage. I'll show you guys.
I'm in a regrowth stage.
Medication and yeah. 3 months I'll get my comeback.
Alex is crying. She's laughing so hard. She's crying.
I have no words.
My debut.
I have no words.
Okay, I'm breathing. I just meant if you were like the deficient Decker.
It's all good.
Thank you for listening to Brock and Alex. D-Mac and Reiter coming up next here on 97.1 The Fan.
Doug McCain, Bill Reiter, D-Mac and Reiter, presented by DTLA Law Group on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports, accident or injury. Visit calldowntown.com. That's calldowntown.com. Those injuries do not include your feelings, though, D-Mac.
Hey, man.
You felt attacked.
I'm feeling great, baby.
From the crosstalk.
From the crosstalk.
Just a minute ago.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah. I want you to know something.
Yo.
And this is a non sequitur, apropos of nothing. I love everything about you.
Hey, man. Hey, likewise, baby.
I do. Also, I owe you a huge thank you because my son Henry has to be sort of in this neck of LA today, far from where we're at. And Lori and Henry sort of drove me to work, came in for the tour. Everybody was great. But you were awesome, dude. Like, you made it feel comfortable. You did a selfie. It was sweet, bro.
Well, check it out. If you see my new wallpaper is...
That's wild.
If you can't see on the radio, it's me and Bill's wife
That's
and
actually your
son.
credit card.
That's my...
So, LA, get crazy. Order what you need. Get all the stuff.
Gonna have to freeze that now. But, yeah, it's an amazing picture. Super awesome. And you know the first thing I was looking for?
What?
And I got the full experience. Your son's glasses. The blue.
The blue,
The
bro.
iconic.
He does his thing.
It looks super cool, man.
He does his thing.
Your son has an aura. Like, he really does.
He's got some charisma.
There's a cool factor
He's got a
ooze
vibe.
out of him.
He's got a vibe.
Yeah, he definitely has a vibe.
Game recognizes game. You
Hey,
and Henry.
You know what it is.
I do.
Also, too, I mean, your wife has been one of the biggest supporters of the show,
Loves
always
the
listening
show.
to every episode. So
She laughs
Yeah.
too much at your jokes, though.
Hey,
I
man.
meant to talk to her.
You
Like,
know
he's
what it is.
funny, but let's just slow down the laughter a little bit here. If you want to call us, no, it was really cool, dude. You were very sweet with the family. It was cool to have them here. 855-97 LA Fan. If you want to holler at us, 855-97 LA Fan. On the chat at the Fan LA, get on there, join the community. The comment section has become, kind of a cool place to hang while you're watching, listening to the show, while you're looking at Doug's credit card information. Get in the comment
the
section.
number is 5076, by the
Got
way.
it, got
Just
it. I have a bit I want to do with you.
Yeah.
You ready for a little live programming
you
alert?
bits? No way.
Yeah, I got one. We find somebody on the show, so maybe it's Bursch, maybe it's you, it's not me. And every time they do something wrong, we give out one digit of their phone number.
That's such a good idea.
Right?
I love it.
Again,
Why not?
What would happen if we gave out just Cody Decker's phone number? just for fun.
I'm not
doing D-Fish.
Yeah, D-Fish. Yeah, I don't think
We got to see Alex and Brock every day.
Yeah, we could start with Cody Decker
and just see what happens.
We could just go at him, man.
Just go for it.
Why not? And just see what happens when he does it. Because I feel like Cody Decker seems like the nicest guy in the world, but if you pissed him off, he probably would. That dude like squats like 5,000 billion pounds.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, look, don't sleep on yourself. You spend some time in the gym, and I say this as someone who respects the physical. He'd break you in half too, man.
Dude, no facts, bro.
Yeah, no, he's
Yeah.
all right. So maybe we'll give out Bursch's number.
Yeah, let's start with Bursch and see how that goes.
Let's walk that back. Cody, we are kidding here on D-Mac and Reiter on 97.1 The Fan. What is not a joke is the seriousness of this stretch for the Los Angeles Lakers and this particular offseason. And if you'll allow me, D-Mac, I just want to offer a warning out there. As there's news out, we're going to get into Dave McMenamin, who I think is very good at his job, broke down the 5 questions over at ESPN.com for the Lakers. We've addressed all of these things, but he has some news and some reporting on Luka Doncic. And it got me realizing the degree to which there's a real world where Luka Doncic forces his way out of the Los Angeles Lakers if things don't go well. And that feels and sounds counterintuitive to what we know about the Lakers, what we know about major markets. But Luka's kind of a different, I think, reality in the pressure LA has to feel to make sure they do not screw up this offseason. And some of that came out in Dave's reporting. I was at the introductory press conference when that blockbuster trade happened. And what struck me about that, Doug, is the way in which Luka didn't want to be there. Normally when guys get traded to the Lakers, even if you get traded to the Lakers and you sort of weren't expecting it, it is a moment, it is a career achievement. You are at the top of Everest. You are at the most important, and for Celtics fans, one of the 2 most important brands, not just in basketball, but on the face of the earth. And for him, it just felt different. He was sad to be there. He was bummed not to be in Dallas. And we live in a reality in the NBA where guys routinely force their way out of places where they have won championships or made millions or built relationships with fans in the front office. we are sort of on Giannis Antetokounmpo alert, drafted by that organization. He'll almost certainly be somewhere in the next week or so. We've seen Damian Lillard and John Wall, and not even those guys. We live in an NBA where the idea of player empowerment, where I'm unhappy and therefore this thing is over, is so common that players who have forced their ways to certain markets, Kevin Durant did this, and James Harden did this, and Paul George did this, they get what they want. They get the thing that they're after, and then all of a sudden they're not happy and they want out. It's like, who's the Henry who killed chopped off all his wives' heads? Was that Henry VIII?
Yeah.
Seventh?
Yeah, here we go.
There's like a Henry VIII factor in the modern NBA. I want this, you're done. I want this, I got this new thing, you're done. Luka didn't do any of that. He just got traded here against his will. And in the context of what Dave McMenamin has said, in the context of the reporting that Luka, and we'll get into the details here in a second, is putting pressure on the front office, in the context of Luka is probably maybe the best player in the NBA right now to date in terms of accomplishments who has not won an NBA championship. It's not just a question of Luka's window. It's not just a question of what do you do with LeBron and Austin Reeves. If the Los Angeles Lakers, which is to say Rob Pelinka, which is to say the people from the Dodgers group that bought the Lakers, which is to say maybe Andrew Friedman, whoever's in charge, whatever the sort of brain trust, if they don't get this summer right, it is absolutely within reason in a year or a year and a half that Luka Doncic will start to demand to be somewhere else, will ask to be traded, will want to go. I'm not saying I would do that if I was him. I love Los Angeles. He should stay. But this, and by the way, that's just the basketball side. He's gone through, I'm not making light of it, he's gone through some personal difficulties. He's abroad right now with his kids, and obviously his life partner and they're having a separation. And when you go through something, a personal struggle, and you're not happy at work, and you didn't choose the place, sometimes you choose to go somewhere else. And so if I'm the Lakers, and as we discussed this Dave McMenamin story and some of the news that came out of it, I just think that fans have to be aware, and the Lakers sure as hell better be aware, D-Mac, that if you don't put Luka Doncic in the position he wants to be in, and he says that position is to win championships now, that is code for do what I need, build this team the right way. I didn't choose to be here, or I'm going to go the route of Giannis. I'm going to go the route of Kevin Durant. I'm going to go the route of James Harden. I'm going to go somewhere else.
Bang. Absolutely. Preach. I mean, I think the worst sin in sports, Bill, is having a generational player and letting his prime pass without having a banner to show for it, without having a trophy to show for it. And Luka Doncic is now in that territory, 27, getting into those deep 20s where you see elite players win championships. You got the Jordans and the Kobes. Kobe, of course, winning his own individual championship later after Shaq. He's got to win titles. And you're absolutely right. You don't put premium fuel in a Lamborghini and drive 35 miles per hour in the slow lane. Like, they have got to get going with this. You cannot have his prime wasted because his prime is a lease, right? It's not ownership. Time's ticking right when you start it up, man. And I think that has to be the mindset for the Lakers this offseason. All gas, no brakes. He was told about, hey, it's the 2026 offseason, right? That's when we have some cap space. That's when we have some optionality. We have time to do things. And I think, too, the title for Jalen Brunson. Knowing that, hey, wait a minute, Jalen Brunson can win a title with the Knicks?
Amen,
you guys
brother.
better figure this thing out, right? Luka's got to be like, I'm not the GM. I don't own this team, but I'm your superstar. Find a way to make it work because I didn't come here to finish 4th or 5th in the West and get bounced in the 1st or 2nd round, okay? So you can't waste Luka Doncic, and they don't have time to waste Luka Doncic.
If you are, it's a great, I hadn't thought of that. If you're Luka Doncic, it's D-Mac and Reiter 97.1 The Fan. If you're Luka, you just saw Robin, you're Batman. You just saw Robin walk out of the party with Catwoman. I'm like, this isn't how the universe is supposed to work. This isn't the way it's supposed to go. And you're right. I love that. You don't have this guy forever. It is a lease. We know that life comes at people fast. It comes at you fast. The NBA comes faster. And having spent a long time as an NBA insider, the thing that I learned is that the guy that loves his position, the guy that loves a certain place, the guy that loves his GM or his teammates can hate those things in 2 or 3 or 4 months. You think the state of marriage in America is in trouble with half of marriages ending in divorce? The state of free agents and NBA superstars who choose where they're going to go is even less sure. If you go somewhere as an NBA superstar, even by choice, and it doesn't go well, you tend to blame everybody but the person in the mirror. Luka did not choose the Lakers. He did not choose Pelinka. He did not choose, if there is any, whatever drama LeBron brings to the table. He did not choose that Austin Reeves is sort of the choice or not the choice. He got shipped here, and let's go through this McMenamin thing. Good, great work by Dave McMenamin over at ESPN.com. It's a story about the 5 questions that the Lakers have. It's interesting, and we'll hit some of this. A lot of it's stuff we've talked about a lot here on the show. But there's new reporting on Luka. And let me first say this. Dave's a great reporter. Better reporter than I was. He's really good at that job. But Luka, if you've gone through his work, is not usually the person people close to Doncic. It's not how Dave has made his hay over the years. It's mostly covering LeBron. So Luka's people reaching out to McMenamin with this information is a sign of respect to Dave McMenamin. He matters. His voice is real. Okay, cool. It's also Luka saying it is time to flex some muscle. It is time to throw my weight around. And according to McMenamin, sources close to Luka told McMenamin that Luka has been, quote, in constant communication with Pelinka and Reiter, end quote. That's a way of saying, I am the power, I am the new LeBron, and I am someone who is going to be communicating with the decision makers because I am one of the decision makers. He also goes on, Dave McMenamin, Steve Mack and Reiter here at 97.1 The Fan, to say that Luka's first and foremost desire is an A-list center. That is not necessarily what is easy for the Lakers to do. Why is Luka Doncic, less than a week before the NBA draft, putting this out through the most trusted Lakers beat writer out there, and Dave McMenamin? It's a message and a warning to everyone. Luka could say this internally. He wants to apply pressure publicly. Also, Doncic has endorsed keeping the core, as we know, with Austin Reeves and LeBron James. And we know this in part because, again, publicly, during the press conference to sort of say goodbye, Luka said, in effect, the three of us we were pretty good together.
I think we had a great team. We had great chemistry, and obviously playing with AR and Braun was an unbelievable experience. They're 2 great players, and it was really fun to share a court with them.
This is not a shot at Dave McMenamin. I do this. We've all done this as insiders. When you have access to someone that's important, when you have access to someone close to Luka Doncic, which, by the way, could be Luka Doncic. That happens sometimes, too. Could be Luka's agent, could be Luka's bro, whoever it is, and you do a callback to what we just played you, because that exact quote was in the story. That's usually because the people that are talking to you are telling you this is part of the story, and this is part of what matters. And so Luka is almost certainly, his sources are pointing Dave back to that quote to say he meant it. He meant what he said. He wants these guys. He also said in the reporting that Luka's been in touch with Reeves and LeBron, but hasn't pitched anything about them staying. Has just mostly talked about golf. Now, again, if I can just DMAC here on DMAC and Reiter conceptualize this a little bit. So Luka's people are saying he's talking constantly to the GM and the coach about what they need to do, but he's not talking constantly to LeBron and Reeves whether they come back. Why? Because Luka's the boss, and the boss delegates, in my opinion, to people like Rob Pelinka and JJ Redick. And then lastly, Luka, this is the most important thing, he is reporting through Dave McMenamin, through his sources. I'll just read you the quote. Quote, Luka wants to be a championship team yesterday, a source close to the situation told Dave McMenamin. Quote continues, ever since the trade, they've always told us, summer of 26. We'll show you in the summer of 26. So we are excited that the summer of 26 is here, end quote. If I can just give you my interpretation, D-Mac, I'll be curious yours. That is my reading of this as a guy that covered the NBA for a long time in the Lakers here in LA, for a long time as a national NBA insider. That is, all right, we didn't choose this place. We knew it wasn't perfect. They told us 26 is when it was going to start to be Luka's team and we would be competing for championships. We're in 26. They sure as hell better figure it out.
Exactly. My read on it, too, I think the read at the very end where you said want to be a championship level team yesterday, that's the one that really stood out. That's the one that resonated to me because it shows the urgency. It shows maybe, I'm going to be patient to a degree. It's, hey, let's get to work. Let's see what we can do to adjust this roster. The A-list center thing was interesting to me, though, because the truth is there's no A-list center.
I want to be 6'3".
Yeah, like Victor Wembanyama is A-list, right? Nikola Jokic is A-list. Joel Embiid's A-list. That's unrealistic, but I think the way to reframe that from my end is what's A-list along with Luka Doncic. I think you're really looking at the tier 2s, the Isaiah Hartensteins. Can you find a way to get the Walker Kesslers, the Jalen Durants, something like that? and if there are any restricted free agents in play. But this is Luka Doncic making it very clear, utilizing the media, doing, I think, the right way, and doing what I think makes sense for him.
Throwing his weight around. The other thing that's an X factor here, and this is LeBron James, is Luka has said that he'd like to play with LeBron, sure, but he's not recruiting LeBron. Why? Because this is my speculation, it's because Luka doesn't want to give his leverage to LeBron James. We haven't seen a single report of Luka Doncic saying to people, I want LeBron to get paid, bring him back no matter what. That isn't true for Austin Reeves. Luka has, through reports, lent his leverage. There have been source stories that have been out there by Lakers beat writers. Here, Steve Mack and Reiter here on 97.1 The Fan, that Luka wants to play with Austin Reeves. And Austin Reeves obviously is going to command a whole bunch of money. And so one of the tricky things here, and I don't know the answer, is to what degree can LeBron James accept that it is a Luka world now, that it is Luka's team in every aspect, and that means taking less money. One of the sort of peculiarities of people and human beings, and you're an ambitious guy and a hardworking guy, I'm a hardworking, ambitious guy. Over the course of my career, I've gone into places as a young person or beginner, and I've sort of elevated or grown, and often people internally can't see me differently from how I was day one versus 3 years later, and I have to leave for another job. That's why I've moved a lot. That's human nature. I wonder if LeBron has the maturity to view Luka Doncic as an equal, probably, the day that Luka got traded, to everyone's shock, but as his better as it relates to the pecking order in the Lakers in June or July of 2026, to be able to make that acceptance that things change internally. Because if he does, maybe he'll take 20 or 25 million. And you and I have built some scenarios for what we think this can or should look like for the Lakers. We'll do that in an hour. Right now, talk about Luka's leverage and Luka making it clear they better win now. A really tricky question is, how much does LeBron accept that the Luka influence, the Luka needs, the Luka requirements? Number one, by the way, of the 5 questions, not number 3, not number 4, number 1 is the prevailing reality for the Lakers and for LeBron if he's a Laker.
That's a big question, right? I mean, can they keep the core intact? What is the cohesion between those two? It does feel like their relationship behind the scenes, at least from what's being reported, is better than just kind of how it feels, I guess, right?
I think they like each other.
I think it's pretty safe to say that I think LeBron, like we saw in March, kind of taking a little bit of a step back, seeing that there was success when he did that. I think it makes a lot of sense. But I think that there's the on-court stuff as far as the chemistry and can we get guys around us to make us better? So right now it feels like there's it's Luka, and then there's the guys that aren't on the team right now, the Austin Reeveses, the LeBron Jameses. Now, it doesn't feel like, it's those 3 working together to build a team around them. It feels like there's a little bit of a disconnect, but I think that as the offseason, we know how the NBA offseason, it's very fast. Things can change in a heartbeat, but Luka Doncic has to just trust that this organization is going to do the right thing. It almost feels like you're like a billionaire and you give your financial advisor keys to your portfolio. You're like, make this thing grow.
I love that.
Luka's got to be like, make this thing grow into something that can contend.
He is Doug McCain. I am Bill Reiter. This is D-Mac and Reiter, 97.1 The Fan. If you have a perspective or a view on how the Lakers satisfy Luka Doncic, we'd love to hear from you. The phone number is 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-97-LA-FAN. If you're chilling and hanging out on the stream on YouTube or on X at The Fan LA, of course you can call in. You can also just drop a comment and we will grab that. I understand the difficulty for LeBron James to kind of make an adjustment and to change and to sort of accept taking a back seat. I suppose part of it, too, is the degree to which LeBron believes that March that you referenced was real, that 15-2 record, that top 10 offensive and defensive rating, that era sort of it was like basically 4.5 weeks. If you go into February, it started at the end of February, where LeBron took that back seat you were talking about, D-Mac. If LeBron thinks that March was realistic, was reality, was something that can be replicated, maybe he's willing to take less money. If LeBron thinks it was fool's gold, maybe we'll get a very sort of surprising and different answer, because some of the news that's out there today is, again, a reiteration that the Warriors are a realistic second option.
That is the big thing, too, because the Warriors, it feels like it's the Lakers and the Warriors is a fallback option. And how much do they truly believe that is who the Lakers could be, that team in March? It's so.
Do you believe it?
Do I believe? So
I'm not sure if I do.
I did a little bit of a deep dive on it a few weeks ago.
Okay.
And kind of one thing that stood out to me was, yes, there was a lot of close wins, right, where you had to win the fourth quarter. Those games could go either way. but it was also they were 22nd in points in the paint allowed that month.
In March.
In March.
It's a great deep dive, dude.
So that tells you that Luka's like, wait a minute. Luka knows they need an A-list center, a rim protector, a defensive stopper.
Wow.
It's tough to prioritize all those things. Can you be the defensive stopper? Can you be the rim protector? Can you be the lob catcher? Well, guess what? The guys that can do the most of those things are the ones that are the most difficult to acquire and the ones that get the most money. So that has to be right there at the top, because if you get that, LeBron makes more sense. Austin Reeves makes more sense. So until you get that, I don't think you can make sense of those three as a unit. So if I know that, if you know that.
I know it now. You know why I know it? Do you want to know why I know it? Because I listened to D-Mac and Reiter.
Well, so we know that now.
Great.
We know that now. Does Rob Pelinka know that? And does he have the wherewithal to get something like that done?
He better, because he should be listening to the show.
He should. Come on to the show.
97.1 The Fan. 97.1 The Fan. That is by the way, if I can brag on my partner for a second, and by extension brag on myself a little bit, that is great bleep. That is great stuff, and that's the kind of insight we are going to bring you on this show every single day from 2 to 6 on 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I love this Luka Doncic conversation, and we're not just going to give you the news today and the jeopardy. It's real that if this doesn't work, and by the way, you can't always give people what they want. You have kids. My kids are a little older. My kids are soon to be 17 and 14. Your daughter is 3 going on 4, right? But you learn to give the people you love what they need. You sometimes have to not give them what they want. That's a very, very, and the Lakers love Luka. It's a very difficult needle to thread when the person you love, instead of being your child that you're in charge of, is a superstar who is in some ways in charge of you. And so Pelinka and this organization have to give Luka what he wants to a degree, but what he needs, which is a contender, or he could be somewhere else. And we're not just going to tell you that, which we just did, I think, with as much insight as we can, in an hour. Well, now it's about 35 minutes from now. At 3 o'clock, we are going to construct for you a variety of offseason moves that the Lakers are actually able to make. Not go get Nikola Jokic, not that. Actual moves they can make. I actually called Kurt Heelan from Pro Basketball Talk because he's doing a story on that. He gave me one of his best scenarios, so we're going to mix in a lot of options, a lot of optionality here on DMAC and Reiter. If you want to call us, give your perspective, 855-97 LA Fan. If you want to talk some more Luka and LeBron and Lakers, we will take your phone calls. Again, 855-97 LA Fan, and get into it. But we also, coming off the worry, the Shohei blister on the day off for the Dodgers, we want to give you the 5 injuries from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 that we think could derail the Dodgers and how you try to prepare against that. That's next here on DMAC and Reiter. LA Law Group on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Accident or injury, text injury help to 40222. That's injury help, Doug, to 40222.
Can I read this text?
Everything good over there?
Yeah. So
You okay?
you talked about in the first segment, oh, my wife was here, my son was here. It was so great.
I love bringing family here,
You
man.
brought them to the studio.
When you love somebody.
You gave them a VIP tour.
I did. You were so sweet.
And then Jean, my wife, texts me. She says, wow, Bill invites his family to the studio and you never invite us. I see how it is.
Wait, but you didn't tell her that I've invited her through you like 6 or 7 times?
Now, okay, dig deeper. Wow. Now I'm going to be sleeping on the couch. Now I'm going to be sleeping on the front yard now.
In
Jeez.
fairness to people, are we sharing all this stuff? Everything's content. You've got Queen J as her contact. So
That's private.
I can't say that?
No.
Oh. I was just making it up.
Oh, come on. You have Queen L.
It says Lovey Bunny.
Yeah. I think yours says Sugar Muffins.
I don't. What's allowed?
Reiter.
Yeah, you saw that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, Sugar Muffins walking around. 855-97 LA fan. Lori's now taking Henry somewhere, so I'm pretty sure she's not in the car.
Oh, she'll listen later.
855. You look mad. 97 LA fan. Here's what I think about your marriage. A, you're very lucky, and B, on the long list of stuff, that's your problem.
That's such an insane thing to say. Here's what I think about your marriage.
I know.
It's great.
Dude, bring Jean and your daughter in.
This is my place of business.
Bring them in. No, I've seen you in this place of business.
Well, she doesn't have one of these, though.
Okay. I can't even.
She can't swipe in.
I can't. Yeah. You have to let her in.
Okay, I'll see if I'll talk to security.
Over the line, if she just hit me up on social and I just let them in as a surprise.
You could.
Okay.
Let me know when you do that so I can not be here.
Okay. Gene, you're welcome. Bursch told me you're welcome. I think you're welcome. Andrew, our boss, thinks you're welcome. And deep when Doug's off the air, not doing Doug stuff, he really wants you here. It's a cry for a visit.
There we go.
855-97 LA fan. Also, I don't want you bleeding. I don't want you going home getting hurt on accident the way that Shohei did. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely.
And Dave Roberts, by the way, you saw this blister, of course, we talked yesterday. Dave Roberts discussed after the game yesterday why Shohei Ohtani was bleeding so much.
But I think that, we do this derma bond, and I think today, I don't know if it came off or he didn't use it today, and that's what spurred the bleeding late. So I feel good that right now I don't see why he won't make his start. I mean, I don't know if it's next Wednesday or next Thursday. I think we're still in a good spot, and today he came out of it well.
I'm still laughing about your marital situation. D-Mac and Reiter, 97.1 The Fan. All right, so this got us kind of thinking. The Dodgers are a force. They are, right now, I think they have the best record, their sole sort of lead of best record in baseball. But luck is part of the deal. So we came up with a list of the 5 injuries, and we've seen some injuries this year, that we think could fell potentially the Dodgers' hopes and dreams, and maybe how you would address it or not. So we're going to count down 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And do you want to do honorable mentions first? Or do you want to just
Let's rock some honorable mentions.
All right, so Pages didn't make the list, and Diaz didn't make the list, but they were close.
So, yeah, Diaz for most teams, Bill, he's going to make that list because that's your $69 million big offseason free agent pickup closer. But we saw last year with the Dodgers. They didn't have Tanner Scott all throughout the postseason and found a way to make it work with the combination of starting pitchers. You got some run from guys like Emmett Sheehan and Roki Sasaki stepped up. It was Yoshinobu Yamamoto who got the final outs of the World Series. And interestingly enough, the last 4 World Series, right? All these World Series, the Dodgers, they never have a closer, right? Whether it be Sandy Koufax ending the World Series, whether it be in 1988, Oral Hershiser getting the final outs, whether it be Julio Urias, a starting pitcher, getting the final outs in 2020, whether it be Walker Buehler getting the final outs in 2024, and Yamamoto getting the final outs last year, they find a way to get those big crunch time, high leverage outs in the postseason without a designated closer. But Edwin Diaz could be a big miss if he doesn't come back. But Andy Pages, I think, would be even a bigger miss. Not to say that he's injured at all, but he does play center field, and he's been an all-star bat this season. Center field, outside of catcher and shortstop, you can make a case as the 3rd most important defensive position. He plays it at an elite level. He gives him a shot of youth, and he's big for this lineup, so can't afford to lose those 2 guys.
Give a little flowers here as we try to hope that we don't have to give out bandages, in this case to Andy Pages. If we had made a list of the the same list, the 5 sort of injuries we think could be the biggest problem for the Dodgers in the lead up to the season. Now, we couldn't do that because we hadn't launched yet as a station, the only station you need, 97.1 The Fan, the new voice of LA sports. But let's just say we've been on the air a little bit earlier, and we've done a list of 5 or 10 or 15. I'm not sure Andy Paz makes any of those lists.
Great point. Fantastic point.
What a season.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's a credit to what this team's able to do every single year with their roster. You're also going to get different guys that kind of step up and do different things in different years, but that is one of the big storylines. I know it feels like we're almost like manifesting this. We're actually not. What we're doing is we're just pointing out how fragile a World Series roster is. We're not talking about one that makes the playoffs or the NLCS. We're talking about ones that wins the whole damn thing, and these guys staying healthy. Why'd you give me that look? What?
I loved it. Well, because you made me think of my favorite, one of my 5 favorite movies of all time. I guess there's only one thing left to do. We win the whole bleeping thing.
There we go.
You know what I'm saying?
Of course.
Major League, baby.
Major League, baby.
You know what else is Major League? Your love for your wife. You tell it every day off the air.
Oh, come on.
Every day
Come on,
off
Dad.
the air. Yeah, I know. I see you. I know who you are.
Number 5.
All right. Mookie Betts. And you and I kind of went through this list, and I mean, there's a lot of you really push for Betts to be on here and not to be in the honorable mention category.
I did, because Mookie Betts, even though the offense has been down this entire season, for most of last season, he does play shortstop, and they don't have any answers at that position. You go to Miguel Rojas? No, Miguel Rojas has told me at this stage of his career, you can't play that position every day because it's a very physical position. It's very demanding. Also, at some point, it has an impact on your bat. That's not an option. Alex Freeland hasn't played shortstop at all for the Dodgers, the big league club, for an extended period of time. Hae-Sung Kim can play shortstop. I saw the gasp. Haven't seen him wear the shirt that I gave you yet. It's all good.
I keep
it's
leaving
all
it in.
good.
No, I keep leaving it in my backpack.
Yeah.
I need to get it out of the backpack into the rotation.
It's okay. I drove by your house and I saw you were washing your car with it. That was not cool, man.
You drove by my house?
I did. Sorry.
That was not cool, man.
Okay, so Hae-Sung Kim, though, he's not a big league bat at this stage, and there's no shortstop trade options they're going to go get. You're not going to go sell the farm for an Ellie De La Cruz out of Cincinnati or a C.J. Abrams out of Washington. Bobby Wood Jr., my dream Dodgers trade, is not going to be available this time around. So Mookie Betts, not yet. Okay.
I like that, right?
Okay, there you go.
You
You're
got
right.
me dreaming.
You're right, not yet.
California dreaming.
California dream, baby. Mamas and papas. But the
And the
Mookie
Dugs and
Betts, the Ducks and Billies. There we go. The Mookie Betts piece of this is interesting too, because let's not forget, yes, he did make the big blunder, and I know that you have something in store for Mookie Betts. We're not going there.
Going there again?
I'm just prepping everyone because Bill's going to be mean to Mookie later, so stay tuned for that.
Okay.
But Mookie made the final play of the World Series last year.
I'm gonna have to quote
as
you
his
again.
shortstop. Okay, I'm fine with it. Hey, I'm not afraid. So
do I?
Very important that Mookie stays healthy, because last year it was the weight loss because he got sick. He hurt his toe. He's had a lot of injuries, broken hands. If he gets injured, it takes him longer to get the rhythm at the plate. So he's got to stay healthy for the rest of the year to start to find it in the box.
Very quickly on D-Mac and Reiter, before we get to the other 4, I don't want it to happen. I'm knocking on all the wood. I don't dislike Mookie. You have misrepresented my view. I understand what you're doing. You're smearing my reputation. Stop driving by my house. It's weird. You can just come in and have a beer. I'm knocking on the wood. But let's say that Betts got injured for a considerable stretch in meaningful baseball time or the playoffs. There are no good options. What is the option nonetheless? Who is playing
Miguel
shortstop?
Rojas or Tommy Edman. So Tommy Edman, a couple years ago, when Miguel Rojas went down, he had the groin injury, the adductor. It was Edman that stepped up, so he can play that position. But Mookie is
no
Mookie.
Good options.
Yeah, they do have options, but none better than Mookie being the shortstop right now and looking more like Mookie Betts, like he's looked at his whole career.
Number 4.
Glasnow or Snell. We have either, just one of the two, let alone both, not returning or returning in the way that is necessary and expected from injury.
This is huge. I mean, the Dodgers were 4-0 in games where Tyler Glasnow started last year in the postseason. He had his best start as a Dodger in that pivotal Game 4 against the Phillies. I still go back and say whoever won that game was going on to win the World Series. Had Philly beat the Dodgers there and you went to Game 5 back in Philly, I think Philly could have won that game and went on to win the World Series. Instead, the Dodgers won and went on to win the World Series. So Glasnow has proven to be a big postseason pitcher for this team. Blake Snell was as good as Yamamoto up until the World Series and was still humongous, and he still was terrific at times. And in that pivotal Game 7, the winner-take-all, all 4 starting pitchers pitched. So those guys are aces. The Dodgers have told us now, I always say, don't listen to what they say, watch what they do. And what they've done is they've told us that they only trust high-level ace-level elite starting pitching in the postseason. So Blake Snell or Tyler Glasnow, those guys have to be available. And if not, then you start maybe considering the Tarek Skubal route.
Quick question with no, just like the answer. You can pick one guy, Glasnow or Snell. One guy for the playoffs. Who is it?
Got to go with Snell.
Okay.
Number 3.
Can't believe you did that to Glasnow.
Snell's ill. Just because you saw him at a bar.
No, I
your
know.
bar buddies.
That was my
your
guy.
bar buddies.
All right, this next one I really wanted to be higher, but you talked me into it, and you were right. You're the Dodgers dude. I thought maybe he'd be 2, but Freddie Freeman we have at number 3.
So Freddie Freeman, you don't need to really elaborate on, right? I mean, Freddie Freeman's a World Series MVP. He's the only guy in the history of this game to have a walk-off home run in multiple World Series. He really is the glue, the straw that stirs the drink of this Dodgers offense in the postseason. So a couple years ago, dealt with the ankle injury. That walk-off grand slam in 2024 is actually his first postseason extra base hit. Up until that point, you need Freddie if you're going to go three-peat.
We haven't had this conversation because you won't come in the house. You just keep circling and you can come in and have a beer. But you believe in clutch in the playoffs, right?
100%.
Clutch is real.
And he's built for that.
He is the...
He's got that in his DNA.
That's his thing.
Number 2.
Mr. Yamamoto.
Yoshinobu Yamamoto
amazing.
pitched over 200 innings last year, regular season and postseason combined, went on no days rest in Game 6 and Game 7. I still think he is the ace of this Dodgers team.
I love that take.
I feel like he's someone, if you're going to select who will go and get the ball in a big game, he's that guy. But these innings, these years roll together. Like Oral Hershiser told us here on DMAC and Reiter,
callback.
You can't think of these seasons as individual seasons at this point. You have to think of them as one long season, right? So this is basically a big, long one season. It's not 1, 2, 3, and these are all connecting. So Yamamoto's got to stay healthy. The good thing is my man's out there throwing javelins, and he's staying ready, and he's got Yada Sensei to keep him ready. So he's big time. They cannot lose Yamamoto.
It is DMAC and Ryder on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports, and we are giving voice to the 5 biggest worries that we have about potential injuries that could derail the Dodgers machine, and we're at the,
Number 1.
Kyle Tucker. No, just kidding, man. You're not very good this year. Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah, I was going to say Dalton Rushing, but we'll go Ohtani. But of course, look, it is Shohei Ohtani. This is a concern because I think it's relevant because of the current injury that he's dealing with. And it's not just the blister, it is also the knee. I did text with someone with the Dodgers today. I asked him, I said, are you concerned at all about Shohei's knee? And he told me, I am. And he said he thinks the body needs a blow and that the bleeding is an issue too. So I'm not saying this is Shohei forcing his way through this to try to win a Cy Young.
You're not?
I'm not saying this is Shohei, it's about me.
Do you want to say that?
No, I don't want to say that because I don't think that it is, but I will say that if he is playing at all compromised, a win in June is not worth baseball immortality in October.
Can you give me the play on words again that you thought up without even thinking it's true, but I'd love to hear it again. It was really good.
Wait, no.
I want to hear it again.
Are you? That's really interesting.
Thank you.
So, obviously, Shohei about me. Okay, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying it's Shohei about me.
I do a lot of puns and wordplay, and I've never thought of that.
It popped in my head.
It's never occurred to
my
me.
point is, I don't want to hear people saying that, but I will
Neither do
say
I.
that on an extreme level, if there is anything there, look, if the Ferrari's check engine light comes on, you don't floor it down the freeway, man, like we've talked about. You got to get that thing checked out. You need to make sure he's at 100% because what concerns me is its lower body. It's a knee injury that's lingered throughout his career. If it were me, and you know me, I'm Finding Nemo dad, right? I'm Marlin, right? I'm going to try to maybe take him off the shelf for a couple of starts even to make sure he's at 100%. I would call up River Ryan. I would let him make a start in place of Shohei Ohtani. And I would
River
think
got
big picture here.
shelled, though.
He did.
got shelled.
And you guys, and I think it was Bursch, the producer here, who accused me.
Yeah, we blame you.
But don't you think that I think it went back to what you asked him when he told you something along the lines of it's different to pitch at the minor league level now? I think that his head's in the show and he's still pitching the minor league level. It felt a little bit like that to me.
I thought so too,
Yeah.
but then I asked him and he said, no, I blame Doug.
Okay.
That's not real. I don't have his phone number. You do. 855-97 LA fan. That was really cool. We hope none of that comes to pass, but those are the 5 injuries just coming off Shohei's blister and just sort of, worrying about what can happen that we wanted to go through here on the program. We're going to go back to positivity and to joy and to heroism because it is time to nominate the Rooter Hero of the Day. And I've got 2 that I'm very excited about. I know Doug's got some great ones too. Next on DMAC and Ryder. Welcome back into the show. D-Mac and Reiter presented by DTLA Law Group on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Accident or injury, visit calldowntown.com. Again, accident or injury, visit calldowntown.com. That Shohei Ohtani name you came up with is so good, dude.
You mean the hypothetical one that an Ohtani hater would say?
Yeah.
Shohei about me?
Yeah.
No, it's not. He's not going to. He wants to win, but also he realizes that to win, he needs to do a lot for this team. And that's pitch, and that's hit at a high level, at an MVP, at a Cy Young level.
I just think it's a great name.
You
know
do?
what I'm saying? Yeah.
I like the name. I like the name Shohei Ohtani. Just the standard version. That was my favorite.
All right, let's do. I'm very excited about today's edition of this segment.
It's time. It's time for the Rooter Hero of the Day.
You made fun of all my papers yesterday. I'm like, I don't have a lot of papers. And I'm digging through all these papers. Hero of the Day from Rooter Hero. Everybody needs a hero, rooterhero.com. Do you want to go first?
Sure, I'll go first.
All right.
Dr. Dre, got to give him the hero. Dr. Dre, he was here earlier, met with Derek Fisher and Cody Decker. I didn't get to see Dr. Dre. I was hoping that maybe he'd wait for me. Why did he wait for me? I mean, he should have stayed around,
Why
right?
didn't he wait for you?
Yeah.
Checks notes.
He forgot about D-Mac.
Honestly, he was going to, and he heard what you said about Shohei.
Did he? Man. But that's awesome. Wait,
No,
I just realized that I'm doing a show in the same studio
I know, it's wild.
that Dr. Dre
It's
was
wild.
at. The guy who Rock
wild.
Studios, the best producer in the history of rap, man. Love me. Dr. Dre, man. One of my all-time goats.
I'm gonna nominate. I never thought I would do this. I don't think I have nothing against this gentleman, but just Andrew Marchand. Do you guys know who that is? He's a media critic for, I think, The Athletic. He largely writes about East Coast sort of things, but he wrote one of the greatest sentences in the history of the English language. I need to set this up a little bit. He was writing about the Zlatan Lalas sort of dynamic and how it's awkward, and he wrote, to Zlatan's credit, he is not working in his native language. On many occasions, we wish Lawless had never learned English.
That's a banger.
Wow.
That's straight heat, baby.
Wow.
That's gas.
Wow.
Yes.
I was really proud of my crosstalk. How do you know that Lexi Lawless is saying something he shouldn't? He's speaking. This is probably the best sports media critic in America saying on, literally, quote, on many occasions, we wish Lawless had never learned English. Okay. I said the word out loud that I thought you said erroneously 2 minutes ago. It was crazy. All right, that's my first nomination.
That was awesome. That was awesome. Okay, I'm going this one. So I'm gonna go this tweet from my hero is at Lirio_AG, who had this tweet, probably the greatest tweet from the World Cup so far, and it is a dog wearing a Brazil jersey, and it says, "Oh no, gray card again." Get it? Oh no, gray card again. Just an incredible tweet. It just made me laugh. I loved it. Feel like you did it, but it's all good.
It's a poop joke.
Because he can't see colors.
Oh,
Gray
I thought 'cause
card. Yeah, because yellow, red,
I
it's
didn't-
gray.
I didn't
Every
get it.
card is gray to him. Okay, well,
I got it now. That's a fail. That's a fail.
35
by me.
million views.
That's a fail by me.
No, it's
I missed it.
Woof, woof.
What?
The dog. Sorry.
What did you just? You know what? When you drive by the house, you can stay in the car.
Okay.
T-Mac and Reiter. No, you can come in. So, okay, this one's a little personal, but my son Henry, it has to go down to Children's Hospital. They're amazing, by the way, today to do something, and some needles involved. Was very nervous, came by the office. You made him feel comfortable. You're amazing. You're not the one that's nominated, but you're amazing. Went to the LA Sports Cards in Burbank, where we've never been. Henry loves baseball cards and basketball cards and all that stuff. And Alex at LA Sports Cards apparently noticed he was nervous, welcomed him in, gave him some free stuff, which is a crazy kind. And Lori, my wife, who you met, texted me that Henry went into that place, into LA Sports Cards, feeling like, I'm going to have this horrible day. I got to go do this thing with the needles. He doesn't like needles. And was in a great mood and was happy. And just these acts of kindness are amazing. So, Alex at LA Sports Cards, I've never met you, but you made my kid's day, and I appreciate you, man. Thank you. That's awesome in Burbank.
Yeah, your son's awesome. I mentioned the glasses in the cool factor. He's like one of those guys that goes into a party and starts becoming the DJ without even asking, and the whole party goes crazy. Has he done that?
Man,
that tracks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They didn't go crazy, though. They were like, what are you doing, man?
Playing some Dr. Dre. That's what they're doing. Okay, I'm going to nominate Knicks fans. I know Knicks fans, they get a bad rap. Yes, there were like a million arrests and all that stuff in New York, but the passion that Knicks fans have, they put pressure on their fan base on their team for years to try to build that contender, and they get the championship. So Lakers fans, I want to pray next year too. I want a championship in this city next year too. So I see these Knicks fans, and I raise you Lakers fans next year. So you see these inspirations, all these videos. There was this one guy who passed out, and this lady saved him, and then he comes out of the being passed out and tries to kiss the girl, and she moves away. There's all this crazy stuff happening in New York right now, but shout out to Knicks fans.
I love it. That's a great. All right, so Knicks fans, I got to write that down. I am going to nominate Tanner Scott. Just like a little sort of low-key stretch of 5 games where he's pitched 5 innings. In those 5 innings, he's only given up 3 hits. He has only given up 1 earned run. He struck out 8 people. He's got 3 saves. Like, the bullpen's been problematic, and he has been on a nice little run where maybe, hopefully, perhaps it could be, fingers crossed, the guy that the Dodgers thought they were getting, and I want to give him a little love. So Tanner Scott is nominated.
Good one. I love it. Tanner Scott gets a lot of love. I'll throw one in there. Okay. The dog that got suspended by the Tulsa Drillers for getting in the way of Kendall George.
Oh, yeah.
Got unsuspended. But I'm giving the hero to the Tulsa Drillers for giving him a suspension, but don't even have that suspension be done. I want to see a lifetime suspension, okay? It's a bad boy, okay? Bad boy.
You were going to go somewhere
bad boy.
I thought you were going to go somewhere really dark.
No, I had no idea, but keep suspending
really
that dog.
did.
I love dogs more than anyone, but we don't need to see them on the baseball field getting players injured. Bad boy. Down.
I'm not nominating this person, even though he's amazing, because I'm not going to pull a Doug McCain. I nominate Clayton Kershaw for having a great pitching outing 10 years ago. No, man. No, man. You know?
What is
a hero, Mr. Lebowski? You know? I nominate Steven Spielberg for being a great filmmaker. What?
Hey, man.
You feel attacked?
Got to play the game.
No, I don't.
Okay, you're right.
Yeah. You capitulated quickly. We can play the game. Is that anybody else you want to throw in?
I think I'm solid. I think I feel good about mine.
That's a good group.
Yeah,
I forgot the dog getting punished. I got it right. I don't know why I wrote it down.
You can just take
they
it
wrote it
off,
down
you
for
know.
me.
You don't need it.
I loved it.
That's it.
That'd be the best nomination we've ever had on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. No, that's like
back to the drawing board.
We're gonna win the macaroni. That's a game changer. D-Mac and Reiter. You know what's really gonna put us over the top? Me not getting obvious jokes on the air. We are going to build some Laker free agency scenarios next on D-Mac and Reiter. Welcome back into the show. He's Doug McCain. I'm Bill Reiter. DMAC and Reiter presented by DTLA Law Group on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Accident or injury, visit calldowntown.com. That's calldowntown.com. If you are watching on the stream at The Fan LA, at The Fan LA, you can also vote for one of the 4 nominees for the Rooter Hero of the Day. Dr. Dre and Marshan got a finalist.
Nice.
Alex at LA Sports Cards and Tanner Scott. If you had seen Dr. Dre, would you have just gone straight up to him? You're pretty like
100%.
social person.
You know how I get down. I mean,
Yeah.
I would probably need like security to get me off him, dude. Like I'm like the biggest Dr. Dre fan. I mean, one of my favorite Dr. Dre verse is when all you savage cats know that I was strapped with gats when you was cuddling a Cabbage Patch. So I think that I would go up.
Would you say it to him?
I would try to like maybe do like a verse specifically to see like, oh, there we go.
Oh!
Da 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 da. Yeah, I mean, Dr. Dre's the man, dude. Like he's a big deal. So I would have kept it cool though. I would have asked him when is Detox coming out, because that's the album we've been waiting for him,
dude,
from him forever. Just ask, hey, where's Detox coming out? And tweet what he said.
And you and I get here pretty early, but we weren't here quite early. We were here early today, but not quite early enough.
I know.
Did you beat me in?
Yeah, I did, because that was me with Andrew, the big boss here for a little bit. So I was here earlier than it did feel very weird to be here without you here.
I missed you too.
Well, no, I wasn't saying that. I wasn't saying that.
Well, that hurts.
Okay, fine. Okay, fine. I was saying that. Okay. Yeah. By the way, I mean, yeah. So it was feeling a little weird, but yeah, I would have gone to Dr. Dre, man, just saying what's up.
Yeah,
he's an absolute legend. What would you have done?
I would have watched you go up to him and then been like, if my son had been here, I would have got in there.
Here's the thing, though. You know what? I'm from LA, so I've always prided myself on not being like that guy around celebs.
I'm not from LA, but you're not that. You are that guy around celebs, and I'm the opposite.
Just a select few, though. Like he's in that handful. Like if he'd be like my celebrity. Hey, where's the short list of dudes he could go be like? Hey, I'm a super fan.
I'm very sort of conscientious of just leaving people like that alone.
Yeah.
For whatever reason, because I've spent a lot of time. I mean, have we done the most famous people we've ever met conversation?
I think we have.
I mean, so LeBron James, King Charles, Bill Clinton are probably the big 3, and I would imagine those are 3 of the, I don't know, maybe the 20 most famous people of all time.
That's pretty big.
Is that right? Is that fair?
That's huge.
So there's also just a factor of having been around those people. King Charles once, but the others a lot. The other 2 a lot. I just kind of like, all right, I'm gonna leave these guys alone, because I used to be very aggressive in my pursuit of getting information from them, and they did not always love it. Especially Bill Clinton at the urinal. The story that I've told here on the
that is wild,
station.
man.
Yeah.
I would probably say Derek Fisher, Bill Reiter, and Andrew Williams.
You just insulted Derek Fisher.
No. Now we Kobe's, LeBron, Shaq.
Let's send this to
Ronald
D-Fish
Reagan.
so that he. You met Ronald Reagan? Oh yeah, Ronald Reagan.
Yeah. That's up there. Dave Chappelle.
Yeah,
I met Dave Chappelle.
Was he charming?
He was awesome.
Yeah.
Super cool. He was smoking a big cigarette, just talking to him outside the Comedy Store a little bit.
I spent time with Mike Tyson. Does that count?
I'm a boxer. I'm a fighter.
I don't do that.
I'm Mike Tyson.
He was kind, and he was. I mean, I think he's sharp. But it was like being with a tiger. Like I was afraid. It was like being with a tiger. They tell you is
back
docile.
spinal.
Oh my God.
My back spinal. I love Mike Tyson.
Mr. Tyson, I have nothing to do with this on DMAC and Reiter. I want you to know when you lay him out, I support you 1,000%. I celebrate whatever violence you must bring.
Bill, you're
to my
friends with
partner.
DMAC. I'm going to hurt his back. Spinal.
Okay. Yeah, there's. Oh my God, Alex Curry thought I was mocking her snort earlier.
Really?
Yeah, I was like, no, I wasn't. I was mocking my snort.
I like your snort. It's cute.
Thanks, man. Can we move on to something else? But this is digressed.
That good.
Comment smacked me the way that Mike Tyson will smack you if you're ever in a room with him.
DMAC.
Okay. Keep. Should we do say what do you they can see you on the stream when you do the let's stop. It's not a secret.
Oh no.
It's not a surprise. You're on camera. There's a thing right there, dude. At the Fan LA.
That's crazy, man. This Laker talk is
big secrets.
Oh man. Hey.
Have you already been punched by Mike Tyson? What is wrong with your brain right now?
I'm just so obsessed with the radio element of this. You know what I'm saying?
Cut. It's live, bro. We're live. All right. Oh, you're funny. D-Mac and Reiter, 97.1 The Fan, 855-97 LA Fan. I'm supposed to do Lakers scenarios here, but now you got me laughing. All right, you want to do some of these?
Let's get it, baby.
All right. So how about I walk through 3, and then you tell me which you like the most, then we'll kind of mix and match?
Yep.
So the Lakers obviously are entering this incredibly critical free agency period. If you're just joining the show and you missed this, an hour ago, we talked about the report that Dave McMenamin put out at ESPN.com. Very good. Where people close to Luka Doncic have leaked, have expressed that, in effect, am I summarizing this properly? The Lakers better win or else.
Yep.
And it's now. And a critical quote was, they told us 26, they told us 26, they told us 26, it's 26, free agency, they better do it. He wants a championship yesterday. Okay, so one scenario, this has been floating out there on the internet, there's some like random Twitter account that did this, but this is accurate. It basically would be a Luka Doncic, Austin Reeves, LeBron James sort of team that's built around Kessler, the big man in Utah. The sort of information on this is that he has turned down a sort of 4-year, 5-year there sort of limited deal. In this scenario, maybe they'd give him $36 million a year. They pay him sort of Austin Reeves level money. Now, remember, if they do these deals, they can go and they sign LeBron, they sign Austin Reeves, they can basically go over the caps into the aprons if they do those at the back end because they have their bird right. So this would be Luka, Austin Reeves, Walker Kessler, LeBron James, and then he threw in sort of a Quentin Grimes addition, who is an unrestricted free agent if you can get him for market value, and then you kind of fill out the roster. Maybe you keep Marcus Smart, Jackson Hayes, Bronny, and even they threw in Kevin Love for good measure, who's friends with LeBron. So that is the first one, and the main sort of addition here is Kessler. Okay. Then you have the roll it back roster. We'll call it scenario 2, which is basically the exact same team that they had last year. It's Luka, it's Vanderbilt, it's LeBron, it's Reeves, it's DeAndre Ayton, it's Marcus Smart, it's Dalton Connect, it's Bronny James, it's all those sort of regulars. They had the March where they're 15-2, and I know we already did it, but for people that weren't listening, you made a point that I hadn't looked at. You went deep in the numbers, and you sort of pointed out that the roll it back roster has a really interesting flaw in it. Could you mind reminding people?
Yeah, absolutely. So the defense in the paint is where it really took a massive hit. And that's where the Lakers were in a spot where, yeah, it was great to have that success in March, but it was still with DeAndre Ayton. It was still with Jackson Hayes. They're going to absolutely need to upgrade the center spot. I mean, I think it's that and the 3D wings. They were 22nd in the NBA in the month of March, even though it went 15-2 with points in the paint. And you know that that's not a way to live in the postseason when it becomes more of a half-court game. Also, there's that dude who, of course, I've kind of want to win 180 on, and that's the Wemby. That's the alien in San Antonio. Yeah, he's not going away, man. So you're going to have to find some rim protection. You're going to have to find some guys that can get stops in the paint, and that definitely was something in March that even though it was a great month, it was the best month. I think it's for J.J. Redick and his Lakers career, that was still a major concern. Really, it's a credit to J.J., right? Still have that success to overcome that.
If you are worried, though, I know some Lakers fans are, that March run at 15-2, and I keep citing this, because they had a top 10 offense last year just over the whole season, but they were 19th or 20th in defensive rating. That's not good enough. In that March, they were 9th. That is good enough. They were top 10 in both. If you think maybe that March run everybody keeps talking about when LeBron took the back seat is an illusion, D-Mac's stat, I didn't know that, it's really good, on how many points they give up in the paint sort of lends credibility to this isn't real. It's a paper tiger. And I'll add that, and we've talked about this, Austin Reeves, all of his numbers were down over that March. Like counterintuitively, all of his numbers were down. And so there's a world where rolling it back maybe isn't as good.
Yeah, absolutely. And just to kind of go another layer on it, so 22nd in the NBA in most points allowed in the paint. They get 53.2 points on average. So among playoff teams, only the Nuggets were worse at 53.4. They were 24th in that span.
And they were a paper tiger.
And they were a paper tiger too. So I think that's kind of, we're going towards something there where, hey, defense matters. Frontline defense matters, especially in the playoffs.
Really smart. Okay, so I called Kurt Keelan. You know, I love Kurt Keelan. He's the editor of Pro Basketball Talk, which is basically NBCSports.com's basketball coverage. And I asked him sort of last minute today, are you able to construct one of these scenarios for us? And he said, hey, man, good timing. I'm actually putting together a sort of a similar thing on the Lakers that'll be out soon. So Lakers fans, you can check that out. Kurt Keelan, Pro Basketball Talk. He pointed out that there's a scenario where and he thinks LeBron's probably coming back. We had the same conversation, right? We're all speculating. Luka, Reeves, LeBron. And then he went Peyton Watson, who's the really good sort of 3-and-D player in Denver. And I hadn't thought of this. Denver doesn't like to spend money. They are up against it. The Cronkies are, he said, I don't know, Kurt used some polite term. I'll just say cheap. And so there's a world where he's a restricted free agent where the Lakers could actually make him a really aggressive, because this is a guy that last year shot 50% from the field. He shot 41% on threes. He is a very, very good defender. He averaged 15 points per game. And so all of a sudden you're going Luka, Watson, Reeves, LeBron, and then you have to find a center. And so Kurt's scenario was Kristaps Porzingis, who you're taking a massive risk on. He's also available. He's injured all the time. And what he said he'd have to do, D-Mac, if you're going to bring in Porzingis, is you basically bring back a Jackson Hayes and you treat Porzingis like the Knicks treated Mitchell Robinson, which is to say you load manage him, you don't play him a lot of minutes, and you make sure he's healthy for the postseason. That's scenario 3. And then you fill out that roster with random guys. So there's no Rui, right? There's no more, like those guys are gone. You're hoping DeAndre Ayton doesn't return. He probably won't. And then the 4th scenario is whatever you want to construct without LeBron James. If you get rid of LeBron James, if you get rid of Rui, you have $50 million to spend. So you can do some of these things. I mean, you could go get Peyton Watson, and you could maybe, go get, that's a stretch, but like a Kessler, you probably don't have the money for both of those guys, but maybe like a Herb Jones, you trade in New Orleans. If Khalil Ware becomes available in a trade with Giannis, I keep bringing him up because he's a really good young center who shows some promise. They need that position. He's also under contract through 2028 at basically $4 million per year. So there's a lot of moving parts here, but if LeBron goes to the Warriors at $15 million and Giannis goes to the Heat, which we think could happen, there's a world where you could basically go Luka, Austin, Khalil Ware, and either Peyton Watson or Walker Kessler or somebody else, and you don't need Kessler if you get Ware and you think he's good enough. So those are kind of the 4. And the 4th scenario is LeBron goes away, Rui goes away. Now we get to try to be creative with some of these situations.
This is how you build a roster, right? Now we're cooking, baby. Now we got something. Cook with some gas right now. Turn it up.
Cooking with oil.
Let's go.
Cooking with butter.
Microwaving it.
Microwaving the cooking.
Okay. Can I start with Peyton Watson?
Yes.
Because Peyton Watson for months now has been my dream Lakers offseason acquisition as a realistic piece.
Okay.
He's a UCLA Bruin. I'm a UCLA Bruin. Yep. You don't find a lot of Lakers teams.
Born in Beverly Hills.
Beverly Hills.
Local.
Was in Long Beach.
Were you born in Beverly Hills?
No.
You got fancy vibes.
But I will say this. With Peyton Watson, what you're getting is someone that is still trending up, and I don't think we've seen his peak as a player. There's been some injury concerns for the last couple of seasons, but you're getting a guy 15 points per game doesn't really tell the full story because, as you mentioned, over 40% from 3, 50% clip as out the field. Also defensively, and you look at why Denver, which got me most excited, was the reason you pointed out, why Denver would be moving on from him. Because Denver, they're prioritizing a little more cost control wings. They have also other guys. They got Braun they've already committed to with that extension. And I think what Denver's doing in their approach is going to be, hey, let the market tell us what he's worth, and then we are going to decide. So, yeah, there's not been a crazy sample size for Peyton Watson, but he gives them an infusion of youth. He gives them an infusion of athleticism. Hometown guy. I've talked to Peyton Watson a couple different times throughout the years. He used to cover recruiting for UCLA back in the day, and the dude's got a great personality. And I know that means something. Like, he would embrace that LA limelight. So, very, very high in the idea of PY.
Can I give you what I think? By the way, we're doing here on D-Mac and Reiter on 97.1 The Fan, the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. We're going through the different scenarios that the Lakers can realistically do. What actually is possible. And the context for this, and you probably know this because you're listening to a sports talk radio station, and we appreciate you spending time with us, but in case you don't, Luka Doncic has said through Dave McMenamin, or at least Luka's people, the Lakers got to figure it out. They better set up a championship team. And they've been, the Lakers, telling him since he got traded here against his will, 2026 is when we're going to make this thing go. So the Lakers have to figure this out. So we're trying to figure out what that looks like. What can they actually do? Because guess what? Breaking news. They're not going to go get Nikola Jokic, right? Wemby, love him or hate him, isn't going to be a Laker next year. So here's what, sort of listening to you talk, going through this, here, making some calls today. Here I think is the roster that I would go with. And I have been fairly vocal on I'm not sure about LeBron. This is predicated on the idea that LeBron will be that number 3 willingly, and that he will take 3 years, or you're not going to make him all the. He won't play all the years, but he's going to take $20 million a year, right, or $18 million a year, which he may not be willing to do. Now, again, there's a leverage reality. No one else that he wants to go to can offer him a lot of money. The most that the Warriors can offer LeBron is 15.1. All right, Luka. This is the core of the team that I would want. Luka, Austin, LeBron, Peyton Watson. I need Kel'el Ware to be traded as part of a Giannis Antetokounmpo trade to the Heat for this to happen. Then you go get Kel'el Ware. And by the way, the Lakers have 3 first-round picks and 3 pick swaps that they can trade. You're going to have to probably overpay for Kel'el Ware. It depends on. So John Horst would end up with Ware. He's a 7-foot center for the Heat, who in a Giannis trade would then arrive in Milwaukee, and then John Horst, hoping that the GM of the Bucks doesn't want to keep him, you're giving him, say, is a first-round pick and Dalton Connect enough? I don't know. Maybe it's a first-round pick and a pick swap and Dalton Connect, which is a lot. But I would go Luka, Reeves, Peyton Watson, LeBron James, Kel'el Ware, and then Porzingis is my backup center. And that makes it easy to play. Porzingis 15, 20 minutes. Kel'el Ware's young, so you can kind of bleed him in as you need to. They can split minutes. And then I'm filling out the roster with the guys that maybe there's a Kevin Love. Obviously, Bronny's on the team. I'm not a big Bronny guy, but that I think would be the. There's no Rui in this scenario, but that I think is and Rui had a great postseason. I understand that. That's the team I think I would put together.
I like that team. That's an upgrade. That's a better roster. That's one that gives you more than a puncher's chance. I think in the Western Conference, the Ware piece of it's interesting to me because that's a moving part, a ripple effect of another move. Can I give you mine and see what you think as far as just pound for pound from a roster? And one thing we have in common is the Rui being the odd man out, unfortunately. The thing about Rui is there's some redundancy there, especially if LeBron's fully healthy in his role. It would feel like a crime to, in an age of premium shooting, providing so much value, to have a guy that was so good in the playoffs from beyond the arc.
And can I just say that before you go? Because part of my defense of this is you have to win now. You also have to sell Luka that this can work if, as may very well happen, you lose to the Spurs or the Thunder in the second round of the playoffs. And so I'm worried that Rui and LeBron as a combo looks old. But LeBron with a Kel'el Ware or a Watson, you have some youth, right? That maybe you can sell Luka on, hey, man, don't give up on us in 2027. We made steps, and we've got these young guys who are going to grow. All right, give me D-Mac and Reiter, 97.1, The Fan. Give me your, I'm here for it. I can't wait.
So I'm big on the Cody Kessler train. I really am. I think that's a guy that absolutely elevates what this team could be with Luka Doncic. There's been some issues in Utah. He did go to his Instagram to kind of shoot that down, which probably means there's something going on there. Utah probably does not feel like it makes a lot of sense to pay him. I got Kessler through a sign and trade or Trey Murphy through a trade, but Kessler's the first option.
I love Trey Murphy. Okay.
Braun at $20 million.
Yeah, I think that's the most you can pay.
That's the most I can pay. Braun, $20 million. We'll give you Kevin Love. Hopefully Kevin Love can put Cody Kessler in his suitcase when he comes from Utah to LA, right? Maybe. But Reeves at 35, it's going to be tough. I know. It's going to be tough. But re-sign Smart, Hayes, and Luke. And then Rui is the Luke Kennard, and then Rui's the odd man out.
I mean, Luke Kennard.
And then you could get off of Vando and Dalton.
Luke Kennard can shoot.
Yeah. Probably at the room.
Yeah. That guy can, that guy's a point guard. Just kidding. I don't like Kennard.
You're not a big Kennard guy?
No. Okay, but anyway, please go on.
I mean, I feel like that's the play. And then I think with Vando, you got to find a way to get off Vando. You got to find a way to get some value for Dalton Connect in some capacity, whether you attach some picks or you absorb something from another team. I think that really...
Let me ask you this. Are you worried at all about Walker Kessler's injury concerns? Because he has been a little banged up.
I am, but I'm also...
Bet on youth.
The youth also, too, I think hopefully you see the Dodgerification of the Lakers help trainers out, hopefully improve performance from that
That's
standpoint.
A good call, dude.
Kind of baking that. But that or Peyton Watson. I think you got to improve... You need a major big money upgrade at either the center spot or the 3-and-D wing spot. Like that, if you don't accomplish those two things, if you think you're going to just run it back with the same group, I don't think that you're looking at anything better than a 4 seed or a second round playoff exit. I think the only way is to try to go that route. I mean, other possible options, a kind of a pick and pop center with a Miles Turner, I think is interesting to me. I think that if you're going to find value at a center, they have to be really good at what they're good at. I value defense, especially if you're bringing back Reeves, LeBron, and Austin Reeves. That's my number one priority.
That's why Kennard is like, I mean, look, the guy can shoot, but like it makes me worried about defensively. Because, and Lucas said this in Spanish, I think, the other day, you have to have guys that can lock down defensively because he can't. And if we are committing, don't say we, Bill. If the Lakers are committing to, they don't want me
Bro
to say,
think he's on the team.
They don't want me to say it either. If the Lakers are committing to Austin Reeves, and we think they are, we've seen that defense in March can be excellent, but they need all the right other pieces around him, right? There's no more room for defensive liability with that backcourt.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, Walker Kessler does bring that, though.
No, he's
good. Yeah, Walker
I
Kessler.
like Kessler.
Yeah.
So you're paying so I think that the sort of idea out there is Kessler. Some people have said 35, 36 million maybe gets Kessler because Utah have not shown the willingness to spend money, and they've alienated their players by often not playing them. So I think it's doable. Would you rather have? They're different positions, but in a vacuum, I mean, you can only. Would you rather have Peyton Watson or would you rather have Walker Kessler?
That's so tough. But I think the rebounding Walker Kessler, 15 and 10, 3, 70% shooting. Okay, I mean, he brings a lot.
Yeah,
I mean, if you look at some of the advanced stuff, I think that the potential and the ceiling of Watson is very, very high. But if you're running Watson into a group with Ayton and Hayes, I just don't think they're going to have to explore other avenues to get a center. But, of course, what's a more premium position right now in the NBA to play alongside Luka Doncic? Probably Peyton Watson.
All right, let me ask you this. What if you let LeBron go? Because you and I have basically come around here on DMAC and Reiter to constructing these Lakers scenarios where LeBron's a part of the team, right? I think we've come to the same sort of reality that, and you know, I'm not as high on LeBron, and you call him Bron, so you are obviously very high on him. I was shocked you called him Bron. You like very formal, like very informal.
Yeah, I know. You don't like that? I call him that.
I like it for you.
You like it? But the real question, too, is like the realistic path to get Walker Kessler, right? I mean, at least 1 to 2 first-round picks. You're going to have that salary filler.
If you sign and trade. If he's mad enough, I mean, you can also offer, maybe there's a world where you offer a 4-year deal and Utah just doesn't match. I mean, but it's a risky game because if they do match, like Jalen Duren will be a great player and the perfect player, but the Pistons are matching anything Jalen Duren gets offered. It's a question mark.
I'm out on Duren. I'm out. Are you in on him?
Yeah,
that playoff performance kind of killed it for me.
Well, I mean, it's not like Austin Reeves was killing
well,
it.
yeah.
If
True.
you let LeBron, you and I have gotten to the place, DMAC, where we have LeBron on our teams. If LeBron goes to the Warriors and you let Rui go, you have $50 million before you can then go with the bird rights of Austin Reeves and kind of go over. So you can take that $50 million. Like, you know, maybe you're going out and you're getting a Khalil Ware, and then you've got another $45 million you can go get. Yeah, no, the problem with Bron is, I talked myself out of it. He's too valuable because you have his bird rights, right? You can just pay him whatever you pay him, and then you can just sign him at the end along with Reeves and make it work.
Yeah, exactly. That's kind of how it plays out. The Duren thing's pretty interesting, though. I mean, just kind of looking at his regular season numbers.
He's good.
Almost 20 a game, over 10 boards.
He'd fit perfectly with Luka.
That's the thing, too. Yeah, he's elite role man, dude.
I mean,
yeah.
I don't think the Pistons are letting him go.
I don't think so either.
If you have a roster, if you have sort of a part of this that you want for the Lakers, call us 855-97 LA fan, 855-975-2326. We'll get in the comments. We'll see what you put in there. If you haven't yet, give us your thoughts on the Lakers roster. We'll read some of those. And we are going to talk about a segment that Doug has been pushing for a week now. Just kidding. But we do want to talk about like sort of a lesson about retirement and the risks that come with guys that either come back or play too long next year on DMAC and Reiter. Presented by DTLA Law Group on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Accident or injury, text injury help to 40222. That's injury help to 40222. We have 4 nominees for the Rooter Hero of the Day. Please, if you have time, if you're up for it, if you're interested, go to the chat on YouTube at The Fan LA, and you can vote for either Dr. Dre, who was in the studio earlier, this studio, but not with us, Andrew Marchand, Alex at LA Sports Cards, who's very nice to my son Henry, and Tanner Scott, who's been on a nice little quiet tear his last 5 outings. Kobe Faber Ayton said that, Kobe Faber said that Ayton and Smart are opt-in. Yes, they are. They're not going to opt into those deals. So it's and to put this in perspective, DeAndre Ayton is not great, and he has a market value above his $8 or $9 million per year. There's a world where they certainly could if they want to take a discount, and if anyone would, maybe it's DeAndre Ayton. But I was talking to some people this morning. They think DeAndre Ayton's going to get paid somewhere, like 2-year, $20 million or something like that. It's crazy how much money these guys are going to make.
Yeah, it feels like it's one of those things where, he's bad if you're viewing him as someone that should be a above-average starting center in the NBA, right?
Yep.
But not for someone that's getting $8 million, and someone that's certainly, as you just point out, maybe what would you say, $12 million, maybe even more than that potentially.
Kobe Faber also said Klay Thompson will come. I don't want. That's nice. I feel bad for Klay. He got cast aside by the Warriors, and we don't talk about this very much, but he was supposed to get cast aside by the Warriors. He's not very good anymore.
I don't want anything to do with that, man. I'm hearing Kevin Love. I'm hearing Klay Thompson.
What are you doing?
I mean, come on now. Like I don't want any of that stuff anymore, right? It was already bring your kid to work day for LeBron. I don't need to bring your grandpa to work next, right?
Who's better at basketball right now, Kevin Love or Bronny? I think it's Kevin Love. That makes me sad.
I mean, no contest. Have them play a game of one-on-one, and whoever wins gets to be on the Lakers. Gets the 15th spot on the roster.
Oh, my God.
Just do it like that, man.
855-97 LA fan. Oh, by the way.
Please.
Got me in the chat. I don't know what the joke was. At the fan LA. So there's been a lot of talk about whether or not Aaron Donald's going to return to football, whether or not he should return, whether or not that makes sense. And look, we all want the guy to play. We all want him to be what he was before. We all remember that he is ferociously, or at least was, excellent. It's only been a few years. What is the old thing? It's not the years, it's the miles. Hasn't been playing, which means presumably he would be physically in shape. And I know this has been played over the last few days. This isn't new, but something happened yesterday in the world of sports that I think makes Eric Dickerson to TMZ's sort of, maybe it's a warning or perspective, I think just worth noting that I'll let Eric Dickerson speak first.
Plea to Aaron Donald.
Stay retired. Enjoy retirement, man. Aaron did what he did.
Are you serious? Your advice is
man,
to
he's
stay.
such a great player, man. I love to watch him play. I don't even watch football, but him I watch play. So, I mean, if he wants to come back and play, but, man, why? What does he have to prove?
I'm shocked.
He has nothing to prove.
He has nothing to prove. He did it.
Here's how I sort of realized for the first time that I'm worried about Aaron Donald coming back. And you can talk about this ledge and you can tell me why he's the exception, because I love tennis and I love Serena and Venus because they were the two athletes who got my daughter into sports for the first time. Like it's the real thing where you recognize yourself in somebody else. Like, oh, women play sports and can compete at this level. Serena and Venus are unretiring. Well, Venus is unretired, but Serena's coming back to play Wimbledon with her sister. And everyone's celebrating this. And I don't ever want to see Serena Williams look like Willie Mays at the end of his career. I don't want a Michael Jordan in a Wizards jersey moment. And I don't like Ronaldo. I enjoy his suffering and his struggles. But, dude, he was so bad. Was that yesterday for Portugal? What was it the day before? It's so embarrassing. It's so hard to watch. I have a modicum of worry, a little bit of concern about AD coming back, and he doesn't look like AD.
That's always going to be a concern because he's missed a lot of football. He plays a very physical position. Having said that, he was so dominant, so good, that it feels like he's someone that qualifies under, hey, even the B version of myself would be the A version of most defensive linemen.
You think that's so true?
I still think it is. I just think he's such a physical freak. I feel like he was still so good in his last season that he could come back and be extremely productive. I think that if you are Aaron Donald, though, I think it's a fair point to consider how does this affect the perception of you? Because the longer you play, I always say this, right? You think more about the decline than the prime, right? And when you look back at Aaron Donald's career, there is no down year, right? You only think of him as 10 out of 10. He doesn't have, hey, I'm Shaq on the Celtics, right? It's only elite version of Aaron Donald. I will say this, and we talked about this a couple weeks ago, and I've been looking forward to this segment for a long time, okay?
I know, you've been, you didn't want this segment retired.
I did it. We unretired the segment.
Yeah.
And we did not neck chop it. We brought it to life again. And I did say a couple weeks ago that if Aaron Donald was going to come back for the full ride, come back for a full season, or don't come back at all. And I didn't say that just because I felt like, I want to put pressure on the guy, because you know that Leslie and Sean McVay and the Rams would welcome Aaron Donald back at any time because of how good he is and what he's meant to this organization. But for his sake, he can still accomplish a lot. He can still win another Defensive Player of the Year award. If he did that, he'd be the first in history to have 4. He can also win another Super Bowl. If he did that, he would tie Lawrence Taylor at 2. And that's a player who's oftentimes compared to.
Yep.
Reggie White has 1. Aaron Donald, if he wins another one, would have more than Reggie White. So I do think just from a legacy path and a purpose path, a motivation path, yes, Aaron Donald is in the conversation for being the best defensive player ever, but if he comes back, he dominates. He's getting single coverages or for himself or Myles Garrett. There's a path to him being another all-pro level player, win another Super Bowl. And one more thought on this too, and I'll get your thoughts on this. When he left a couple years ago, the way his contract was situated, it cost the Rams a good amount of money. It cost the Rams a lot of money because he retired when he did, right? And I think he could have been the missing pieces in 2024 and 2025 that left the Rams being the bridesmaids. So I almost think that if you're Aaron Donald, you come back, you kind of, I don't want to say owes anything to this franchise.
But maybe you owe a little bit.
But maybe you owe a little bit. Maybe you make up for it a little bit.
So if you can promise me that Aaron Donald is going to be Aaron Donald from 2023 when he walked away at the height of the game, I'm in, I'm down, let's do it, let's rock and roll, let's do the unretired segment for 3 hours for the rest of our lives. I am here 100% for it. Here is what I am worried about. I'm worried about Roger Federer at the end of his career being embarrassing. I'm worried about Ronaldo, even though I enjoyed that, it happening to Aaron Donald, being whatever age he is, 40, 41 for the Portuguese national team, and just being an embarrassment. I brought up Michael Jordan. And you've noted, you find it amusing or cute or funny that how much I like baseball.
Oh, you
do. It's okay.
I don't know if cute's the word, but
no. But you used cute earlier toward me derogatory way, so I'm trying to circle back on it. It's a callback.
Okay,
it's a callback.
Jeez.
You didn't you?
I said it. I thought it was adorable. I thought it was
okay. You found it adorable how much I love baseball. I find it adorable that you find that adorable. You know what I'm saying? Okay, but so. I'm like a dog with a bone, bro. Here on Team Megan Ryder 97.1 The Fan. Here, I'm going to tell a story about you and me in a second. But the person that I think of the most, who I hated seeing play too long, more than anybody, for whatever reason, was Ricky Henderson. I don't know why it bothers me so much. I think because we have talked about the way that Messi made us feel the other day when he had the hat trick, and the way that Ohtani makes us feel when he does the things that he does. And for me, like Tiger and all the names we came up with. I had forgotten to bring this up yesterday or the day before. I think it was yesterday. Ricky Henderson was like that for me. Ricky Henderson to me was a whole other level of a baseball player. And why did I forget to bring it up yesterday in the Leo Messi GOATs conversation, feeling inspired by sports conversation here on DMAC and Ryder? Because I don't remember that Ricky as much as I should, because I remember Henderson playing so long. You love the game, I get it, but I worry about that for Aaron Donald.
I think that's fair. It really is, especially if you love the player and you have a Rams team that's already really good, right? So it's not like this Rams team is not going to still be favored to go on and win the Super Bowl, even if he doesn't come back. But I think that when it applies directly to Aaron Donald, he's not someone who relied solely on just speed and athleticism to get the job done, right? We saw when Michael Jordan came out of retirement, he was still really good, but he wasn't the high flyer that he was in his peak time with the Bulls. Even when he came back the second time with the Bulls, it's when he had the fadeaway, right? Can he come back and find his fadeaway like Michael Jordan did? Because for him, it's about pad leverage, it's about football IQ, And when you use those hands like he does with the pad leverage and the football IQ, I still think he can be really effective. It's not about 40 times and verticals. It's about being strong and knowing where to be and knowing how to use that strength.
D-Mac and Reiter. I'll close it here. If that's the best comp for your view, and what I want to be my view, right? The optimist view is Jordan, but not Jordan Wizards, Jordan's second three-peat, where Jordan stepped away a few years, baseball. He was still playing sports, but like, has he lost his touch? There were those conversations. What's it going to look like? He's fine. He's dominating. Funny story. My wife finds me perplexing sometimes, and she thinks she has a kindred spirit in you. Yeah? Wow. That was adorable. And today she pulled up the clip on the drive in here with Henry to the office because we were talking about the show and about you. And she's like, there are times where your partner is just like, you're crazy, man. And then she pulled up the clip where Will Ferrell in Old School shoots himself with a tranquilizer and goes, you're crazy, man.
Crazy, man.
And apparently that's how we view you, having to deal with me.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a spot on, perfect movie reference. If this segment ever ends, I'm going to be upset, by the way.
It's, we have to retire it.
No,
we didn't
never,
want to.
Never.
But we can unretire it someday.
Okay.
Like Aaron
We'll
Donald
bring it back.
we can bring it back on D-Mac
AD come
and
back.
Reiter. Baby, segment
AD
come back.
Yeah.
Any kind of that's a banger, dude.
Yeah.
Any kind of fool could see. I was wrong, and I just can't live without the unretirement segment.
Player.
The Knicks are doing their thing. Is there a lesson for the Lakers? We won't retire that. We'll get into it next here. D-Mac and Reiter. Reiter, thanks for hanging out. Phone number 855-97-LA fan. That's in DMAC and Reiter. Presented by DTLA Law Group on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Accident or injury, visit calldowntown.com. That's calldowntown.com. I'm trying to remember. We did a bunch of practice shows. Didn't one of your friends do like a practice guest spot with us?
Yeah, I did.
Who was it?
Yeah, my guy Michael Duarte.
Duarte, that's right.
Yeah.
That was cool. We'll have to have him on at some point. That was very. How many practice shows did we do?
Man,
2 weeks.
I think like at least 8.
You think it was 8 shows?
Yeah.
Did you feel like you had proper warning about my personality in the practice shows? Probably, right?
From other people or just
No, from the experience.
No, we hung out at Manhattan Beach.
Did you just feel like you knew what you're getting yourself into?
Yeah.
You did.
I mean, people say the same thing about me, so I understand what it's like to be unhinged in Psycho.
They said bring sunglasses because he's a star. I'm Doug.
I have a friend who says he loves when you do that.
Because it's a really?
I'm Bill.
Hey. Because actually you did it one day. We were just talking and all of a sudden it was, I'm Doug.
I have to go back and watch that one.
Do you know what you never have to go back and watch because we bring it to you? Hardwood Headlines. Hello, Bursch.
What up, guys? This is Hardwood Headlines. Taking a look at things going on in and around the NBA. First off,
we gotta get that Clippers thing out of there, man.
No, James Coe for life.
If you're watching on the stream,
James Coe.
It's always in the main shot.
It is in prominent placement, but to reiterate a wonderful comment that we had a couple weeks ago, it is nice that the Clippers got a banner somewhere.
Ooh,
that was
that one was wild.
Where did that come from?
That was from the YouTube chat.
Yeah,
and shout out. I don't remember who.
They deserve a banner for that comment.
Yeah, it was wonderful.
A lot of people in the chat right now. Give us a little like. Give us a little bell. Hit that bell. Rock it.
Bang it.
Let's start here. Here are the current odds for Giannis Antetokounmpo's next team. The Heat are favored at 5-4. Celtics are next at 3-2. The Magic are third at 5-1. The Lakers and the Clippers have the same odds, 66-1.
Okay, so I want DMAC. I want Giannis to go to the Heat, in part because I know the people in that organization, having covered that team during the LeBron era. I like them. And in part because I think it'd be nice if Khalil Ware were available and maybe the Lakers could move for him. Putting that aside, putting what's in the best interest of LA, where would you want to see Giannis go in a vacuum?
The Heat. I think he makes sense for the Heat. I don't want to see him go to Boston, too. And by all accounts, right now, they have not made Jaylen Brown available. So I could totally see that is what the Heat do. They get superstars. They got Shaq. You can see they got LeBron. You were there.
I was there. It changed my life.
Exactly.
Set me on the course of working with Doug McCain.
There we go. So shout out to the Heat. So
thanks, Miami.
Thanks, Miami. Absolutely. Thanks, Pat Riley. Thanks, Mickey Harrison. Definitely don't do that next job. So I would love to see him on the Heat, man. I really do think, especially after the Knicks won a championship, right? A little bit of a rivalry there, the Heat and the Knicks. I feel like that would help re-energize his career. And I think the NBA is better when Giannis Antetokounmpo is on a good team.
Yeah, I agree.
And I don't think Tyler Hero and Bam Adebayo are going to do anything in Miami. So give me Giannis to the Heat, man.
Bam Adebayo.
Adebayo, no.
We're
Bam.
back.
There's
We're
Bam.
back.
Bam.
It's a joke.
What do you say?
Next up here, Jake Fisher is reporting that Braden Burries was impressive in a private setting Tuesday with Clippers coach Tyronn Lue, to the point Burries, league sources say, is now very much under consideration to be selected by LA with the 5th pick.
I'm going to admit this because I've spent so much time watching NBA. I'm not as plugged in to college basketball as I used to be. I used to cover college basketball. So I only know what a couple guys have told me, which is he's good. That's what I got for you.
Yeah, I mean, Arizona Wildcat.
Bring it, Doug.
Not a big fan of the Wildcats. But look, I think you look at the player evaluation. Is he a superstar potential? I'm not so sure. But the Clippers, they need a hit in the draft. I mean, and they can only hope for a guy like Burries to come up and be one of those two-way guys. He's sort of, I've heard him comp to guys like Chris Dunn, kind of finish through contact.
Okay.
And I don't want to Burries the lead here, but I think where the Clippers are at as far as lottery picks. Thanks, Burge.
I just totally missed it.
Burries the lead. I don't want to Burries the lead, but
that was good.
That's all right.
No, that was really good.
No, it's over.
Sorry, you got clipped by me.
Oh gosh. I think it's a good pick though. I think that we're back to the sports. They could do. Yeah, I know I'm in trouble when you crane your head sideways. You go like full blown, like exorcist mode, dude. Like when you crane.
That hurt my neck watching you do that.
Yeah, I feel like Will Smith with my neck pain.
Can I make a sports comment?
Yeah.
I think the Clippers should totally tear down. I don't think Ballmer will do this because of the money he has and the expectations that he has. The 5th pick is valuable. Kawhi Leonard does not have a no-trade clause. Someone somewhere is desperate. There's going to be a lot of moves and trades as people try to, especially in the West, try to compete with. So I'm a big believer that if the East is open, and I think it is despite what the Knicks did, yeah, go for it. Cool. The West is closed. The West is closed to Oklahoma City and the Spurs. They are blocking you. Maybe the Lakers can push their way into that based on that March. But if you're most of these teams, you don't have a chance. So this is a time to rebuild. While the West isn't winnable anyway, if I'm the Clippers, I got to draft the right guy at 5. I'm moving Kawhi Leonard. I'm getting rid of everybody. It's rebuild mode, man. This is your chance to do what the Spurs and the Clippers did.
Interesting. I think that's the dramatic way to go about it. That's what I think it fits into this conversation about Burries because he's not a superstar. He's a complimentary player at best.
This information is kind of intuitive in my dome, you know?
That's good. That was a pretty good joke, but I'm not into it.
I got it.
I can't, look, Burries from Riverside, California, older for a prospect.
We're still going.
Okay.
Good analysis,
Welcome
Doug.
to Burry Headlines.
Let's talk about the Knicks. Obviously, they celebrated their NBA championship today with a huge parade in New York. The Knicks may have to avoid running it back next year, as James Dolan said on WFAN yesterday that there is no way that he will let the team go into the second apron.
If we could bring back the whole team, right, exactly as it is, I think why wouldn't you, right? Mm-hmm. But I don't know if we're going to be able to. We're willing to stretch, right? Cannot go into the second apron.
I mean, what a buzzkill, dude.
It's a buzzkill, especially this close after the championship. But I always call this is the championship tax, right? Your role players become too valuable to stick around. I mean, that's life of the NBA. The Knicks, they have a decent first round pick at 24. You can look for a backup center there. You can try to increase other roles, but yeah, I mean,
I think Mitchell Robinson's been important to what they do. I know that he's the guy that puts you into the. By the way, Mitchell Robinson's a guy we did into a durability issue.
Yeah, I think so too. I think that's probably what it is. It's not like the old days that you could name like 15 really good centers, right? It's just a different era of the NBA. I think that the thing about Dolan though is he's not a guy that you ever really complained about spending money in the past, right? He was always someone that you could trust that would do that.
That's true.
I think what's changed for him is there's smarter people than him, at least basketball smarter, that are telling him this, and then he is presenting this information.
They probably know that if you give Robinson the money and he gets hurt, it's Mitchell Robinson.
There you go.
I did.
That's good.
I do turn my neck, don't I?
Here's to you, Mr. Robinson. Here's to you.
Here's to you. Oh, that one was a mercy. No. Sorry, it was.
On the Hawks, just because it'd be the Trey TL.
Oh my God. Okay. 8-5. That was really good. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make that noise. I was so in awe of the brilliance that it came out the wrong way. 855-97.
Forever young. I wanna be.
You know what? Let's listen to a different sound than what that was. Let's listen to a bunch of Dodgers talk next here on T-Mac and Reiter.
They have the sources. They have the.
understandably not going to take a second bite at the minor league apple in the hope of getting back to the majors.
Yeah, it felt like this time was the real last time we were going to see Santiago Espinal. You got to salute him for his services for the Dodgers. He was a long shot to just make the roster at the beginning of spring training. I remember talking to him back in April, and he told me that Teoscar Hernandez convinced him to join the Dodgers over multiple teams that were looking to sign him. And I think that the Dodgers helped him. I really do. Just because, yes, he's not on the team anymore, but he's going to get an opportunity somewhere else. And here's an example of that.
So, no Dodgers game today, and obviously kind of an earlier game yesterday on the travel day for, God, I can't remember they played the Rays. Travel day for the Rays yesterday. So what we're going to do is we're going to take you through some of the Dodgers themselves and the things they've been talking about so we can sort of break down with you here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. What's going on in Dodgers world on a little bit of a lull, a little bit of a day off. They may not be...
Right now, guys are, playing well. This was a tough one. 12 o'clock games after 7 o'clock games for our old team. Glad we were able to pull this one out, but we stay in the moment. Don't look too far ahead.
I don't know who did the interview. Maybe the nonstop laughter is unnecessary, but okay, that wasn't that funny, but cool. Whoever it was over, it wasn't Jerry Harrison Jr., was it? I love Jerry. Anyway, the old thing is interesting. Like, that's something you keep kind of bringing up.
Yeah, I mean, the Dodgers have one of the oldest position player groups in baseball. They're second behind the Atlanta Braves. But as Freddie Freeman points out, I mean, getting back to the ballpark after having a night game and still finding a way to win when you come back after you don't get the best start from Shohei Ohtani shows what this team can do. The Dodgers sweep the Rays, and they win every game by 1 run. That shows that you're getting really great late at-bats. Freddie Freeman gets a home run late in that one to put him on top. So, hey, it is something that's on their minds, though, right? When you're responding that way, you're saying, hey, maybe we are one of the oldest rosters, and when you are, you want to take advantage of this year and three-peat.
D-Mac, can I take advantage of your Dodgers expertise here on D-Mac and Reiter? This is a little far afield, but Freddie made me think of it. The laughter made me think of it because it won't be a laughing matter at some point. So two-part question for you on the Dodgers and on just their age. At what point, as sort of constructed, as the contracts are laid out, do you think it could become a realistic issue, the age of the Dodgers? And as a part of that, maybe it's a separate answer, maybe it's not, you tell me, to what degree do you think that the excellence of the front office combined with whatever flexibility is out there is able to manage that when it arrives?
This year, to answer your question, this year, age is an issue. Okay. It really is. Just because you're seeing Mookie on the decline, Freddie Freeman's having a really standard-ish Freddie Freeman year, but it's not as good as what we saw a couple years ago. So that's 2 guys. Shohei Ohtani's at the peak of his powers, dealing with some knee injuries and a blister. So, look, you got to take advantage of it this year. But to answer your second question, what did the Dodgers do in the offseason? You brought in Kyle Tucker at 29. That was supposed to infuse some production youth. Hasn't paid dividends yet. Ultimately, though, they're going to have to use those prospects to get this team younger, whether it's go for a flagship big marquee player like a Bobby Witt Jr., if they go the pitching route. They have a lot of good starting pitching, but if they want to go to Paul Skeens, like
baseball player in the sport not named Shohei Ohtani.
Well,
I think.
Yeah, absolutely. And
he's amazing.
It's wild how good he's been for so long, too. Since 2020, he's been a top 10 player.
Yep.
Since 2023, he's been a top 3 to 4 player, right? And one plays every single day, one pitches once every 4 or 5 days.
By the way, a little drafting him really early in my fantasy baseball. Oh, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
My brother blew up James Coe's fantasy league in a really obnoxious way. When do we bring that up? Do we bring it up in crosstalk like second or third month? And his approach, you love this guy, late in ball games.
Yeah, I put myself in that mess. Rush and I were just on, I was leaning on him, honestly. He had some good words of encouragement out there. Couple meetings. Just kind of trusting my stuff. Felt like I was just like nibbling around the edge.
Shh. Anyway, I digress.
It can kind of help, though. It can kind of warm him up a little bit.
It can't.
A little bit. Hey, I was out there executing that pitch.
If they're funny, laugh at the joke. It's just like you're very funny. You're very funny. My partner, Doug McCain, is a hilarious human being. And sometimes I'll go home and I'll just start laughing. And Lori's like, "Are you thinking about Doug again?" I'm like, "Yeah, this is weird." But if you walk into a room.
But it's been a little too much of a high wire act for Alex Vesia. I put him at the top of the trust tree.
You did.
And I think I might have to take him to the second tier after yesterday's appearance. So I'm officially doing that.
Whoa.
Yeah, I know.
Really?
I am.
I thought I asked you, what if he blew the save?
But then I went back and I watched pitch for pitch.
He processed.
Too much.
Well,
that was a real laugh. For me. So, yeah, the command has been a little bit off. And the
national press conference stuff and local press conferences. And I would just want to bang my head through my own computer when people would just be laughing at like a standard answer.
Yeah. No, so I would say the worst thing about the laughing throughout, though, is when you're pointing out when you're just laughing when there's no reason to laugh. The worst part of a laugh in a scrum is when the hitter or the pitcher says something kind of funny and everyone's like thinks it's like you struck the guy out. Like when they go overboard and then the guy's kind of smiling thinking he's like prime Eddie Murphy or something.
It reminds me of being in college and being at the bar and some 10 walks in and she's like, hey, do you want to hear a joke?
Oh, yeah.
Knock knock. And everyone's like, like she hasn't finished the joke. We all know it's not gonna be funny, but can you at least wait until she
Same
can
vibes.
Can you give me a who's there first, please? Unbelievable. All right. Tommy Edman's been injured. We've been looking forward to sort of the optionality. Did I use it right?
Yep, that's the money phrase.
We've been looking forward to sort of like that returning to the lineup. Obviously, it creates a lot of situations and availability and options for Dave Roberts. Edman returned yesterday, and after the game, talked to reporters about that long-awaited debut for the team.
Yeah, I felt 100% today. I didn't feel like I was limited by anything. So yeah, just getting a game under my belt, at the big league level, and to have no issues is, was a big step, and I feel ready to go and 100% the rest of the way.
D-Mac, can I ask you a question? Tommy Edman obviously has a lot of value if he can perform at the level he needs to. He makes pretty good money for his role. What is your confidence level? I know it's not the same thing as living up to a Kyle Tucker contract, right? Different expectations, different money. But what is the sort of vibe on this guy is going to be worth, was it 3 years, 80 or whatever it was, $1 million deal?
Yeah, so he signed a $74 million deal after the 2024 season.
Yep,
He did famously win the NLCS MVP. It felt like he was going to be, for the Dodgers, what they hoped Chris Taylor would be. And that is a player that plays multiple positions. It's a Swiss Army knife. Infield, outfield. It's also a plus base runner, also switch hits, so he's a natural platoon partner with Max Muncy at third base. But, as you point out, the offense has been underwhelming. And last season, he only played 97 games, hit just .225, was 19% below league average offensively, but he got off to a really, really great start. I remember talking to Tommy Edman in Tokyo about the power surge, right? And all of his teammates jokingly were calling him Tommy Tanks because of the uptick in slug. And one thing he told me was that kind of changed his approach where he wasn't getting on top of the ball as much. So he feels like kind of chasing the slug kind of led to some bad habits.
Oh, that's interesting.
So I think for him, he kind of goes back to being a guy that just tries to hit line drives, tries to put the ball in play. This year, it's going to be a big year because in being even an average bat in his time with the Dodgers, great in the postseason, but maybe he's just kind of more of a role player.
We're in year 2 of that deal?
Yeah, we're in year 2 of that deal. And
obviously, just returned yesterday, and so the sort of can you make it start to work is now. Started yesterday.
And hopefully he's healthy, and hopefully he's put that ankle injury behind him, and he's full bore because he was playing through a lot of injuries last year. If he's fully healthy, I think he's going to have a chance to be really, really good for this team.
I'm a huge Chris Taylor fan. A friend of mine, actually a friend of Lori's, does PR or did or something or charity work with Chris Taylor. And him and his wife. What's his wife's name?
Mary.
Mary, that's right.
Yeah.
So I know your effort. I'm very excited to have Chris Taylor on the show at some point.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
That would be cool.
Chris Taylor definitely probably join us at some point. I covered his charities. I would get into this really cold water in a bathing suit it'd be this jump.
I'm glad you threw in the bathing suit. Wasn't sure.
And it was just awesome stuff. He is the cold plunge for a cure. He does great stuff out in Manhattan Beach.
Are you where I live? And I'll try to make it 3 or 4 minutes in the cold plunge. Then I'll go back in the sauna for 15, then cold plunge for 3. Basically, I'll just go back and forth for 2 hours.
And it works.
It's
clearly.
amazing.
Look at this finished product
it's amazing.
here. You're 10 out of 10, man.
Look at By the way, the best thing about radio is that the headphones kind of push down the hair.
This could be like the cover of Men's Health right here.
At what point is my hair going to be unprofessional? I'm going to tell you the truth.
I think it looks great, man.
We're getting close?
No, I don't
That's
think.
what
When I
told me.
first met you, it was longer.
It was. I got a cut for the show.
Yeah.
Yeah, for you.
It's for me.
Your style. Want to
Love
match it.
Nice.
855-97 LA fan, D-Mac and Reiter. Alex Call also spoke yesterday after the Dodgers win about the way he is trying to and is contributing this season to the Dodgers.
Yeah, it was great. It was a great job all around for our team. Guys contributed from every spot, pitching, defense, timely hitting. So, it was great to be a part of it. I was feeling pretty good. Had a good plan and approach, ready to go. Felt good with the swing, and luckily we got some good results.
This is another guy. I mean, it's interesting. There are a lot of guys who have been underwhelming at times this year that you expect to be great. There's a lot of guys that have done the opposite, that have been the inverse this year. Ryan Ward is one of them, and Alex Call has had his moments.
He has. I mean, he's been excellent in his role. He's been above average bat, hitting .258, no home runs, but when he is in the game, he gives you a really good at-bat. He can draw his walks. I don't know if you've seen this, but when he walks, he pimps his walks. Like, you know what, guys, they pimp their
match, they'll celebrate like they scored a goal. People are like, what are you doing? But I like it because they're embracing their role, their ability. Sounds like Alex is doing a call back to that.
He is. There you go. And you're going to see it next time, and I guarantee you're going to say to yourself, if this dude was doing this on the opposing team, you'd want to throw at him. Like, it's the funniest thing ever.
By the way,
yeah.
Yes, I'm here.
I want to throw it at everyone, by the way.
But guys should throw at each other more.
Yeah.
Don't you think? It's crazy that part of the game has been...
I think the pitcher should run up to the batter, take his bat, and start beating him with it, right? I think.
Oh, my gosh.
Gee, that's what you want to see. Why don't you turn on UFC? Why don't you watch a street fight, man? You want violence.
Guys police themselves. Stop treating them like the little children you treat Shohei like, okay? You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
Helicopter dad.
Yeah.
Here on D-Mac and Reiter.
Yeah, I mean, I'm aware, they're going to try to protect me, and this organization especially does a great job to try and, protect your arm and keep you ready for, obviously the season, but September baseball and October and, pitching those times, and I think they do a great job of that.
Whatever. I'm going to double down my bad sound effects. I'm Doug. That one I got down. Robo's been another one of those guys who's been just absolutely phenomenal.
I want to apologize to Justin Robleski.
I was going to say me, and I got really excited.
Never.
Okay.
But a couple times on this show, I have said that, hey, it feels like this is going to be the start where he turns into a pumpkin, and we start to see that regression to the mean. We have not seen it. He just continues to produce. His ERA for the season is at 2.72. His expected ERA is at 4.16. So that tells you, based on the quality of contact that goes against him as far as how hard the balls are hit, the launch angles, it says that he should have a higher ERA. If you look at a lot of his other predictive stats, it says that he should be worse than he is. But guess what? This is a results-based business. He's gone out there and performed in a year where you haven't had your full rotation, and he's been one of the quiet, most valuable players of the 2026 Dodgers so far.
It is emotional for me because I can't talk, apparently. It is a testament.
Chill on the side of the sound
honestly,
effects.
I thought you were going to apologize to me, and it really got me. It really hit me in a place in my heart that I didn't know I needed. It is a testament to the Dodgers how often you and I talk about, especially you with your expertise, the way in which they have helped players who were not otherwise highly regarded or heralded or even meant to be important, who have been massive contributors and not one. Like Andy Paz didn't have one good game, right? Robo hasn't had two good starts. We just sort of go down the. It's just amazing how this organization just again and again gets the best out of not everybody, but almost everybody.
Such an incredible point, because we had River Ryan. He had a chance to make it in the show. So he got hit by a car, boom, and the jaw wired shut, and now he's on the Dodgers doing big things.
You did a trust tree yesterday. Is this a trust tree? Can I share something that might make me a little vulnerable here?
Go for it.
Are you sure? You just laughed at me.
I don't know why I did that. It was rude by me.
D-Mac and Reiter, when you said when you said he got hit by a car, I honestly thought for just a flash of a second you were going to tell me a real life The Rookie story where he hurts his arm, and that's where the carry and the fastball came from.
Okay, man.
I
was going to have Chet Steadman there.
Yeah,
he was on a scooter, man. He got hit by a car.
Wait, Chet Steadman, was that the name of the kid?
That was the name of the pitcher.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Yeah, Chet Steadman. Remember he was. You're talking about the Rookie of the Year, right?
Rookie of the Year. No, the kid who gets hit, falls out of a tree or whatever. The kid that played the Cub.
Yeah. So
And
remember,
his mom is PCA. Wait, no, that's not
no,
right.
that's a different movie.
No, the kid who like hurts his arm and they can throw 100 miles an hour.
Yeah, that's Henry. Remember Henry Rowengartner?
Henry.
Yeah. And then remember he goes to the game and he throws it from center field.
Right. I honestly, a part of my brain for a minute was like, oh my God, it's a real life.
Yeah. Chet was the Rocket. Chet Stedman.
Rookie of the year.
Remember every time he would throw, he would hurt like, ah!
Yeah,
Every time.
rookie
Yeah.
of the year.
Rookie of the year, yeah.
Sorry, the
year.
rookie is the one where the guy throws a perfect game, like throws 27 pitches.
Yeah.
It's the stupidest, dumbest thing ever.
Yeah. No,
like this is what I've been watching 2 hours of my life toward.
Yeah.
Was it Brendan Fraser?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yep.
Anyway. I'm not trying to make light of the fact that he got hit by a car. I'm just saying that's where my brain went. It's where my brain.
Why to go there, dude?
I don't know.
That feels unhealthy, dude.
D-Mac and Reiter. It is not great. I thought we're in the trust tree with the branches. I don't know. Maybe something I've never heard of. 855-97 LA fan. You got that one. Bert's like, what? 855-97 LA fan. Do you want to talk about unretirement or do you want to get it? You know what? No. It's too good. We'll bring it back tomorrow. What we're going to do is a 10-year anniversary of a special moment next year on D-Mac and Reiter. back into the show. D-Mac and Reiter, presented by DTLA Law Group on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Accident or injury, visit calldowntown.com. That's calldowntown.com. In the corrections and retractions department, I keep saying that it's the 10-year anniversary of the thing we're going to discuss now because, that's when you usually discuss stuff. But no, it's the 12-year anniversary, the classic 12-year anniversary where we always. But it was cool. 12 years ago today, Clayton Kershaw with the no-hitter that could have been a perfect game.
See, that's what hurts me. And I think that, look, that's what I say too. For me, when I bring up the Clayton Kershaw no-hitter, it pains me because it should not just be a no-no, it should be a perfecto. And as great as no-hitters are, you got over 300 of them, perfect games, you got less than 25, right? It's a much different feat. And the reason why this was not a no-hitter is because of Hanley Ramirez. So Clayton Kershaw, his line on the night, 9 innings, no hits, no walks, 15 strikeouts, 107 pitches.
You would have taken him out in the 8th, right?
You're waiting on that one. For just pitchers, let them go until their arm falls off, okay?
No, I'm right.
And he was hitting in that game, of course, as pre-DH.
Did his arm fall off later? I'm trying to check. I'm just trying to check my notes because I thought it was 10 years ago, so I looked at the wrong year. Did his arm fall off?
From what I know, it's still attached.
Yeah, but it didn't fall off.
It didn't fall off.
Oh, it didn't.
But he didn't.
That's interesting.
He didn't hit like 3 home runs the next day or
weird.
anything like that.
Okay.
Yeah, he wasn't relied upon to be their most important hitter at the time. But
yeah, because Shohei's not good enough to do that.
Shohei is.
Okay, I'm just checking.
And the knee's hurting right now.
Wow.
But had 15 strikeouts, didn't walk anyone. He faced the minimum.
That's wild.
27 hitters, and it was the first no-hitter by a Dodgers pitcher since Hideo Nomo threw one in 1996. And what really hurts about this, of course, is the Hanley Ramirez play, a play that he should have made. And Hanley Ramirez, of course, was really the Dodgers' best hitter, arguably, in that 2-year stretch. But the defense was always something that was suspect. It was always something that you wondered, okay, will this